Guys, I think we're live. We are here for the 2025 MLB draft, and I'm joined by two amazing guys who I'm going to be with for the better part of 2 days here, Rhys White and Will Thompson. Rhys, how are you doing? Getting excited for the draft? We got some people rolling in right now. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the big beautiful board will be coming out later today. I'm very excited. It feels like it's Christmas. I'm so pumped. I mean, we finally had the draft here. I can finally stop thinking about who should this team take here. We're gonna actually finally see some results. I'm very excited to see how we did as a staff on our mocks. I only ended up putting one mock out there because I only went to the gym one time this week. So yeah, I'm super pumped. I think this is going to be fantastic, and make sure everyone knows that Nate is going through it right now, health wise. Nothing too serious, I hope. But yeah, he's really soldiering on and grinding it out for everybody so that we can have fantastic content for the draft stream.
I'm going to be behind the scenes for the most part today. Let's just say the old stomach is not hasn't had a great week. It's chosen a bad time to act up. But in my place, I couldn't think of two better guys to kind of keep this thing moving along. Will, draft day, how are we doing, man?
I'm fired up. I'm really excited. There's one thing that I've learned about the draft through the years, and especially the last few weeks when you're looking up into this draft. However you think it's going to go, it doesn't go. So I can't wait to see what kind of surprises. Who's going to jump into the top 10 or the top 20? Somebody we had who's going to be this year's Nick York, that nobody had on their radar going into the first round. So I can't wait. That's what makes draft day the best. While I am hoping for my mock to do well for selfish reasons, I also love the idea of chaos possibly. So the draft day is amazing for that reason. You get for the first time for the MLB draft, we get 3 rounds. So we got a long way to go, and a lot of good players are going to go today. So really excited.
So we've got 105 picks tonight, which feels like a good amount before we are absolutely ambushed tomorrow with a lot more picks going on. Right, rounds 4 to 20 going on tomorrow all day long. Our coverage tomorrow starts at 7:30 a.m. Pacific time, 10:30 East Coast time. So if you do want to come around again tomorrow, we have that. But we're a couple hours away from talking about tomorrow's picks. I'm going to let you guys go on your phones and retweet that our stream is now live while I walk our guys through some of our staff mock drafts here, because I picked up on some interesting trends. Me and my old friend ChatGPT ran the data last night on the staff mock drafts. We had 19 entries, pardon me, and some average draft position stuff. I just kind of want to walk you guys through what the Prospects Live staff as a whole is thinking for this draft and what trends I noticed. So Cade Anderson was the obvious favorite with an average draft position of 1.5, followed by Ethan Holiday at 3.2 and Seth Hernandez at 3.6. After that, Liam Doyle, Jamie Arnold, Eli Willits, and Ivar Kett are the next highest up for ADP for the Prospects Live staff. It's very clear. There's a very clear and consensus top 9 this year, in my opinion, with also Billy Carlson and JoJo Parker being added to that list that I just mentioned with the previous guys. Now, when we're looking at destinations, for Cade Anderson, we had 10 people draft him to the Washington Nationals, 7 to the Los Angeles Angels, and 2 to the Seattle Mariners. He never slipped past 3 in this draft. Will, do you even think he's going to make it to 3? Will, you are muted.
Great start. I don't think he's going to make it to 3. But there's always a possibility. Funnier things have happened, but my gut feels he does not. I'm not guaranteeing he's going to go 1. I don't think the Angels would pass up on him at 2, but I don't think he gets to 3. But hey, man, it's the draft. Anything can happen.
Yeah. And now talking about our next guy here, Ethan Holiday, overwhelming favorite to Colorado at 4 with 11 people choosing him there, and then another 6 choosing him to Washington. Rhys, are those the 2 landing spots for Ethan Holiday?
Yeah, I believe those are the 2 landing spots for Ethan Holiday. Although you never know, things could get crazy. Like Will was saying, like the draft things, weird things happen all the time. But I think those are probably the 2 most likely landing spots.
Now moving on to our next kind of guys here. Seth Hernandez, the overwhelming favorite to Seattle with 12 people mocking him there. Liam Doyle, the overwhelming favorite to Los Angeles with 9 people mocking him to the Angels. Then Jamie Arnold's where we get kind of weird. 4 to Cincinnati, 4 to Colorado, 4 to St. Louis, and the rest kind of scattered throughout the first 10 or 12 picks of the draft for Jamie Arnold. He is kind of the one guy where no one really knows where he's going to go. It feels like there's kind of some betting favorites, if you will, for a lot of these other guys. Jamie Arnold, I mean, I could say St. Louis is maybe my favorite for him, but even that, I'm not 100% sure if that makes a whole lot of sense. You guys have any thoughts on Jamie Arnold? Cool.
Well, I think with Arnold, I think the interesting thing with Arnold is that for the middle part of the college season, he was that guy at the top. Anderson kind of started to jump him on a lot of boards at the end. Arnold was up there for a lot of the season. He was in our Prospects Live June update. He was our number one player on our board. So and it's not like he performed badly to drop down the list a little bit. Not too much, but just a little bit. So I think that's where you're kind of wondering where these teams and where these executives are viewing, where they're viewing Jamie Arnold. The one spot that I'm really curious to see, yes, Ethan and Holiday, we've talked about him. That number 4 is probably one of the most likely landing spots, either Washington at 1 or Colorado at 4. Jamie Arnold, though, I wouldn't count out Colorado looking at him at 4, because obviously Colorado struggles to develop pitching. That's no secret. But with Arnold as a little bit of a kind of a low slot, kind of slingshot type of arm, if there was a pitcher that would work in Colorado, Arnold's probably the guy out of those top 3. So that's one I'm interested to watch for. Does Colorado surprise some people? Because it wouldn't shock me if Arnold goes higher than people think, but he is the wild card of the first 10 to 12 picks of this first round, and I'm fascinated to see where he ends up.
That is the Will Thompson analysis that we all love. Mitch is in the chat. Mitch, one of our coworkers. You guys will see him on tomorrow around the 9th round. Mitch is going to be hopping on and talking some draft with us. We're already talking about the 9th round, guys. And then we have our first celebrity guest, John Morant. John Morant is in the YouTube chat. When is it starting too? I'm assuming he's asking when the draft starts. We are about an hour away from the first pick being submitted, right? So the actual draft coverage starts on, MLB Network, ESPN or whatnot in about an hour. And then it'll take about 10 minutes for that first pick to get in. So we're about an hour away. So for now, we're just hanging out and talking draft. Yeah, a big fan.
I can't believe that he's taking the time out of his day from playing basketball. I'm not going to talk about his extracurricular stuff. Working on his game and everything, and maybe staying healthy for a full season. I'm so happy that he showed up. Shout out to Mitch. Can't believe that he's coming on for the 9th round. Mitch, shockingly handsome. Like, we saw him on a live stream recently. And he was good. Good looking guy. We got a lot of handsome guys over at Prospects Live. So tune in tomorrow for sure. We have our boss, Matt and Will's dad.
Will, how about you answer your dad's question here? Huh?
My dad, Matt Thompson, says, wonder if the Cardinals are scared away a bit by the low slot lefties. I still think the most likely pick there is Willits. So at least in my personal mock, I had Ivar Arquette going number 5, somewhat of a similar-ish profile to JJ Weatherholt, who they took last year. Are they scared away by the low slot lefties? I'm not sure because Cooper Hajurpi, his injury problems, and with him certainly being a low slot lefty. I don't know if that example alone would scare them away, but I think Arnold is a pretty good a potential landing spot at number 5. But I know Matt Thompson wants Eli Willits for his Cardinals at number 5, and certainly we'll have a lot to talk about with Mr. Willits.
So let's answer a couple more questions here, kind of rapid fire. So Justin asked, do you think the Orioles will get creative with their bonus pool or primarily draft guys at slot value? This is a team that has the most flexibility in the draft, right? So we would assume that they get the most creative with bonus pool. I think if you see a prepster start to slide in this draft, it means he's going to Baltimore, though. I've heard a couple of people talk about that. I think that makes a lot of sense. If you see, one of those prep guys who are thinking is going to end up in the teens, start falling down to the 30-ish range where Baltimore has a couple picks, that's something to keep an eye out on. That means they're playing the money games. Baltimore has so much flexibility, though, that I would be surprised if they just went slot all night long. Next question from Trevor. Cameron Appenzeller, am I right? We'll see. We'll see if he gets even selected tonight. I mean, I've heard that there's a chance that he could be a guy who's more of a campus guy after having a tough spring, but who knows? Rhys, I don't know. Do you have any Appenzeller thoughts?
I know Trevor loves him. Trevor finds one or two guys to draft that he really loves, and I know that we're going to rank him highly in the offseason because Trevor loves him if he does sign as a professional. Like you mentioned, the tough spring really puts some questions on whether he's going to make it or not. Also, who knows what the NIL landscape looks for him. So yeah, he's going to be a really interesting one. If he doesn't get drafted in the first day, I think we can just assume that he's not getting drafted day 2. Happy draft day to all those who observe.
Happy draft day. Toby, I can't say it any better. Thanks for being here. And now our boots on the ground, Drew Wheeler and Greg Hoopkamp are at the MLB draft site. I believe it's at the Roxy in Atlanta. And Drew, we have an update from our sources. Sources on the ground say the Nationals will be selecting a baseball player at 1-1 more soon. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for what other hidden gems Drew has just like that. I'm going to wrap up kind of my mock drafting here, and then we're going to get to an interview with Mike Farron, actually. We pre-recorded with him, getting a good, well-rounded view of the draft. Him and Greg talked for about 15 minutes, but a couple other things I noticed when looking at our staff mock draft is there's certain players that are consistently being mocked to certain teams at an alarming rate, some might say. So guys like Gage Wood, over 50% of his mocks went to him, to the Atlanta Braves. Vahiva Loy was picked 9 times to Chicago Cubs. I think these are numbers that matter, right? Kind of a greater than usual mocking tendencies here. Gavin Feene to Boston 7 times. Will Thompson, our resident Boston Red Sox fan, I think you'd be pretty happy with that, right, Will?
I sure would be. He is if anybody's watched the movie, Draft Day, of course, that being about the NFL, I woke up this morning and had a Post-it note that said Gavin Feene no matter what. So that's who I'm looking for, because something goes get together better than peanut butter and jelly, and that's Gavin Feene and Southern California prepsters. So I'm ready, and I'm really excited.
Kason Cunningham overwhelmingly mocked to the Texas Rangers, and then Jace Laviolette overwhelmingly mocked to Rhys. Who do you think?
What team really likes 4th outfielders with questionable hit tools? Baltimore Orioles, I'm going to assume. That's who I have.
Five times to Baltimore. Daniel Pierce to the Detroit Tigers 5 times, and Xavier Nines at that same pick to Detroit 5 times. So safe to say people think that Detroit's going prepster at 24, and then Ethan Conrad to Cleveland 5 times. Those are kind of the overwhelming trends. And then our biggest spread of draft positions were guys like Ike Irish. Someone had him as high as 3 on their mock draft, and he was as low as 17. Someone like Xavier Nines, we had someone put him in their top 10 and as low as 26th in the draft. Andrew Fisher as high as 11, as low as 26. So there's a couple guys.
Can I guess who 11 was?
I don't even have that information up, but you can guess.
I'm going to guess it's Drew.
Yeah.
For Fisher, the On Deck podcast had Fisher at 11, which Drew might be me and Rhys' podcast. And
I didn't know we were counting that one. Then I've done 2 mocks.
I included it. So we are actually, the On Deck podcast is the only one who had Fisher at 11.
Said, can I guess who has Andrew Fisher at 11? It was just you guys.
It was just us.
Dude,
I actually did that. I drafted that. So
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I mean,
the Athletics love their just bats who play first base.
Or you can move them to left field like Tyler Soderstrom has.
Yeah, right. Show us the Post-it note, Will. Yeah, you might need that just in case. And
so are you and Drew are both Post-it note guys? Like, you guys are the 2 people keeping the Post-it note industry alive.
Will?
I do like using Post-it notes. I mean, Drew and I are just very similar in a lot of ways. From what I can tell, I don't know. It's just a good way to write notes to yourself or label different things, and especially when I'm teaching during the actual school year, use Post-it notes all the time to label different things. So that's what I do.
Why is Eli Wills not being talked about for the Mariners? My first thought would be that the Mariners generally have been linked to pitchers throughout this whole cycle, which is as simple of an answer as I could give you on our time crunch, because we have to go over to Mike Farron right now, who did a great interview with Greg. Mike Farron does play-by-play in college, ESPN Radio, a bunch of different things, and he's super knowledgeable guy. I've seen a bunch of these prospects this year. So Mike is just kind of the perfect guy to get us started on today's stream. And I'm going to add him in right here.
Thanks, Nate. I am your host, Greg Kukamp. I am the director of Dynasty Content for Prospects Live, and I have a very special guest with me this morning, Mike Farron, the host of Power Alley on MLB Network Radio. He also works for ESPN, and the reason why we have him on this live stream is because he does play-by-play for the NCAA for SiriusXM. Mike, how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing great. It is always one of the most fun times of the year, and I know for you guys these are big days, right? With Futures Game and the draft, and the high school home run derby. So all of this really neat. And I was at Perfect Game National for 3 days this week here in Phoenix. So already working on the 26th draft too.
Excellent. Thanks again for joining us. You're a guy that's going to give us the overview of everything on this draft. I got a few questions for you to kind of give us an outline. Tell me about this draft, Mike. What are the strengths and weaknesses of it, and how would you compare this draft to the last few years?
Yeah, it's not quite as strong, I think, is the general consensus as the last two in particular. I think some of that is driven by the fact that I know a lot of it is driven by the fact that there is much more uncertainty with the college bats that are in this class. There isn't really one that's viewed as elite. The best one is Ivar Arquette, the shortstop at Oregon State. The college arms, there are some decent high-end ones, and I would say it's probably similar to what the last couple of years have been, but maybe not somebody with, say, the ceiling of a Hagen Smith. So that probably takes it back a little bit. There really are only a couple of prep arms that I think you would hear in the first, let's say, 35 or 40 picks. Seth Hernandez is a really unique prospect, the prep right-hander from Corona High School, who's as polished a high school pitcher as I think I've ever seen, and he's got better stuff, I think, than just about anybody else at the top of the draft. But other than that, you're looking at like Cruz Schoolcraft and maybe Cameron Appenzeller that are more towards the back part of the first round. But the real strength of it and what makes this, and as I had one assistant scouting director tell me earlier this year, he was like, listen, he said, I think we're going to look back on this draft and think it's pretty good because the prep bats and specifically the prep shortstops are really strong. And so that's the strength of this class. That's where I think if you're going to end up finding a star or an above average big league regular, I think it's going to come from that group. The problem is as we know, when you're dealing with 17, 18, 19-year-olds, there's an awful lot that can go wrong before they get to the big leagues.
That's a good point. A lot of variance there. Right off the bat, Mike, with the first overall pick, we got an interesting situation developing here with the Washington Nationals. Mike Rizzo, after nearly 20 seasons with the Washington Nationals organization, was fired last week. What direction do you see them going with this change at the top?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot made of it, and I'm not sure that I think there's going to be this whole sea change in what they're going to do. I think last year, for the first time with Danny Haas in charge of their draft, they took more of a portfolio approach. That could certainly extend further this year. Although, all that said, I think if you were to pick, list the general managers that would have the biggest impact on their draft or have the biggest sway in it, I think Mike Rizzo would have been the one seed on that list just because of what his background is. I mean, he was a successful amateur scouting director. He is a scout, that's kind of his background. So I don't think there's going to be any sea change. I think they're in the difficult decision is, are they going to go with, the guy who is the consensus best player in the draft, or are they going to look for somebody who has maybe a higher floor and lower ceiling that can get to the big leagues quicker to try and help support that core? And I think that's always a dangerous game to play. But Danny Haas is a really good scout. I think he was trained really well to be a scouting director. He worked under Derek Ladnier in Arizona for a number of years. He worked really well with that group. And I would think that based on his background, I would think that they're probably looking more offense if they can do it, just because that's where Arizona has tended to draft high. Now, we'll see if that's the case, but I think if we're going to follow what Danny's background is, I think it's probably going to be a little bit closer to that.
Okay. How do you see this first round playing out? Do you see it? Maybe that's the answer right now. It could really be shaken up just by one pick off the board, the way things are going here. So
the stories that both Ike Irish and Liam Doyle did not take the physical at the combine, I think, are super interesting, because what that means is that they can't be guaranteed, or they're not guaranteed 75% of the slot that they're taking. And that actually puts, I think, a team like the Angels in a really good situation. They could take one of those college guys and everybody would go, oh, here go the Angels taking a college guy again, right at the top. So it's going to move fast. I might as well put him in the big leagues, and all the jokes write themselves, right? But in the end, what they could end up with is a significant enough haircut that they have more money to spend than you normally would throughout, and push some of those prep bats to them a little bit later on. They know they need depth in their system. They're in a challenging situation because the owner insists that they compete every year, and they're trying to infuse young talent onto that roster quickly. So I think that's something that's really worth watching, because you're right. Like the apple cart could be turned over. It really at pick one, it could be. If the Nationals decided to cut a deal with somebody other than, say, Holiday, or I think even Kate Anderson probably is a guy that would cut a deal at that spot. So I really, really believe that this is as unsettled a draft. And, I'm texting around with friends and texting with people in the industry, and everybody's kind of like, what have you got? Because I don't think anybody, at least as of, Friday, was still pretty set on how things are going to go. And I wouldn't be surprised if like when Jackson Holiday went 1-1 to the Orioles, that was a, ooh, wow, oh, they did it, oh, wow moment. I wouldn't be surprised if we get one of those very quickly in the draft. Maybe it's not at 1-1, because that's kind of bold to do when you don't have a boss, right? But in 2, 3, 4, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some maneuvering that feels weird, because there are so many players that are in different scouting, that are in similar scouting categories. The teams are going to want to try and spread their money out to add as much talent in this draft as possible, because really the portfolio approach is going to be the best way that you have success in this draft, in my opinion.
Awesome. Another interesting team in the first round, and maybe just beyond as well, as the Baltimore Orioles.
Mm-hmm.
They just made a deal last week. They traded one of their leverage relievers, Brian Baker, to Tampa Bay for the 37th overall pick. So now Baltimore has 4 picks in the first 37, 19, 30, 31, and 37. And their draft pool is up to over $19 million. How do you see the Orioles attacking these 4 picks?
Man, if everybody else in the industry would be going, great, the Orioles now have the most money to spend. Terrific. I think, like, the jokes were, right, they're going to draft another blonde-haired outfielder from college, right? And I don't know that there's necessarily one that fits that. Brendan Summerhill's not blonde, but he would kind of fit the mold, I guess. But the I am really curious to see it too, because it does feel like this is an opportunity for them to be able to force some players lower in the draft, because they can guarantee a higher bonus than some of the teams in the middle can. And I think that's what I'm going to expect, that they're loading up on the prep bats. That to me would seem to be the best play. I think that's probably what they're looking at, but I can't guarantee it, right? Like, we just don't know. There's 18 picks that I have to play out before they get to their first one. So
yeah,
I think it's dangerous for the rest of the industry, for an organization that has done a pretty good job drafting over the last 5 years, to see them down with more money. But I would not be surprised if you start to see them, if you see somebody falling in the first round that doesn't look like they should be falling, my guess is they end up with Baltimore.
Mike, you saw a lot of players this spring with your play-by-play duties. Who impressed you the most?
Yeah, that's a good question. I really liked Ivar Arquette early in the season when I saw him for Oregon State. I think he's a pretty unique athlete in that he's 6'5" and looks like a guy who can absolutely stay at shortstop. I would say that he was, one of the guys that really stood out. I think other than that, again, like, it wasn't like, there are probably some lower picks that were guys that really got my attention this year more than anything. I would say, I was a big fan of Jared Spencer when he was healthy at Texas. And, I think he probably is a reliever in pro ball, but I think he's, a really interesting player going forward. I really loved Damian Bravo, who's the outfielder at Texas Tech. But again, we're talking about day 2 guys here, and not ones on day 1. And I think that just kind of speaks to, there wasn't, we never got that wow moment from the college players where we were like, that guy's the guy. Arquette was the closest to do it. And listen, that's not to say that I don't like Cade Anderson. I think Anderson's going to be a big league starting pitcher. I'm just not convinced that the ceiling is as high as, his coaches in college. Nate Yeske is the pitching coach at LSU, is one of the best in the business, and he thinks he's got a chance to be a Max Fried type. And I hope that's the case for Cade Anderson, because I'd love to see him succeed like that. But it just was not a group where you looked at and you went, man, like that player really popped off the page and should be somebody that goes in the top 10. It was a little bit more squishy this year, in my opinion. But listen, there's going to be some good players that come out of it deeper into it. And just as an aside, next year's draft is going to be really good from the college bat standpoint. And so I think getting excited about the 26s it really kind of makes up for that uncertainty that comes with the 25 group, where I wish I could, I want Luke Stevenson to be that guy, because I love everything about Luke Stevenson, but there was a lot more swing and miss this year than you would have expected for a guy going into his draft year. And so that gives you a little bit of pause, even though I think he's got a chance to be a frontline catcher. I think Caden Bodine's a really good receiver behind the plate with good contact skills, but I don't know that he's, got the power that you necessarily would look for high in the first round, right? Even though I think he's a no doubt catcher. So Ike Irish can really hit, but what position is he going to play? So we have a lot of these question marks that don't give me a lot of, this was the guy that really stood out to me, maybe outside of Arquette when I saw him this year.
Yeah, and like we know with every draft, it's going to take a few years before we figure out who these players are, right? So
faster and faster though, right? That's the other part of it, is that we're seeing these guys move really, really quickly. This doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to have a lot of guys who can do that. Liam Doyle might be able to as a reliever, but I don't know that there's going to be this huge group of players that is just banging down the door to the big leagues on April 1st of next year.
And this time last year, we were saying that it was a weak draft crop, and look at all the impact we've already seen out of the first round. Even.
I don't think it was a weak draft crop last year, though. I kind of push back on that. I think there wasn't a 1-1 guy, but there were a lot of guys that in most drafts would have slotted into that 3 to 8 range, right? And so Weatherholt, Weatherholt, I think would have been the clear 1-1 guy if he hadn't missed half the season with a hamstring, So Weatherholt, Nick Kurtz, again, missed time with injury last year, right? And so that might have been why. Plus he plays at a corner, and so he gets pushed down a little bit. Christian Moore, I think there were questions about the swing and miss and the defense, but he certainly has some rise to the occasion, and there's a different that guy is, I think, going to be a monster offensively. There were players that had really loud tools that, if you were to start shuffling players from this draft into last year's, I think you would see that the top guys, maybe outside of Holiday, would slot in behind the Hagen Smith at 5 and even further down on the list, because of that was the nature of last year's draft, was more hey, we don't have the 5 guys at the top that all could legitimately go 1-1. 23 was historic, but we had 6 or 7 plus players at the top, and that's why it was difficult to sort out.
Okay, a couple quick hitters to finish here, Mike. If you were in charge of the Washington Nationals, who was your first overall pick?
I probably would go Ethan Holiday. I think he has the highest ceiling of anybody. I think he's got a chance to have a significant impact, probably at third base or in right field. Although, listen, he is a little bit more athletic than Corey Seager was at the same spot, and Corey Seager's been a big league shortstop for more than a decade, right? So I don't want to rule it out, but Holiday is really a special player with great bloodlines and terrific makeup, and The Holiday family is one of the really great baseball families. So I think I probably would go Ethan Holiday, unless I could cut a deal that gives me the most money to be able to add as many of those prep bats at the end of the first round as I could. Like, if you could tell me I can get, like, I don't know, Kason Cunningham and pushed down and Xavier Nyans pushed down a couple of rounds, and I would think about doing something else at the top. But to me, Holiday is the best player.
And if you could give us, you already did it, but give us maybe one or two more deeper names that you think could be impactful players at the next level.
Yeah, I think those are the two that are kind of like my personal cheese balls, right? Spencer and this is steal John Manuel's old term from BA. But those are the guys that I really am mostly focused on as ones that I love. I think there's a number. Like, I'll give you another one who's going to go on day one. Zach Root is a really interesting arm from Arkansas. I felt like he didn't get enough love because he is not a high carry fastball guy. He's more of a sinker, lower slot lefty. And I think there's some command issues there, but I think you find that a lot with sinker ball guys. He's a guy that I think slots towards the back of the first or into the comp round. That's a really intriguing left-handed arm that at the very least, you've got a tough reliever on who should be able to get righties out. And I wouldn't leave out the possibility of him being a starter. I think the other one who's really interesting at kind of the back of the first is his Arkansas teammate in Gage Wood. And obviously Wood had the monster performance in the Men's College World Series. That's a real up-tempo delivery and a lot of effort. And I'm not sure that he is a starter as a pro, but I have pretty high degree of faith that he would be an impact reliever. And so, and obviously if you can get him as an impact multi-inning reliever, that would really increase his value to an organization. So I think those are a couple of those guys that you will hear on day one that I'm a little bit higher on towards the back of the board there, that I think are really, really good players. I already mentioned Stevenson. I think that's another guy that just based on the makeup, I think he's going to end up being a better pro than his sophomore year was.
Awesome. That's fantastic, Mike. Thank you so much for taking some time to talk about the draft with us. We appreciate your insight as always. We hope you enjoy the first 3 rounds on Sunday night.
I will, and I hope you do too. And I look forward to hanging out in Atlanta.
All right, guys, that was awesome right there. Mike and Greg just doing some awesome stuff. And we're kind of transitioning into our next segment here in the intro. And we have a bunch of questions that we need to answer, but we're going to welcome a super special guest. And that is one, Jake Bardry from our draft team, amateur side. Jake, how are you doing, man?
Doing great, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Thanks for doing this. Jake has been an absolute MVP on the draft side the last couple months, man, just putting out a bunch of great content and helping us finalize our big board. So we wanted to bring you on to actually talk about our big board and where some risers, some fallers, where you see some people going, and kind of let you take the reins on what you're seeing in this draft. So why don't you start off with just kind of the top 3 for the Prospects Live big board and what you're seeing out of those 3?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun building the board this year. It was a real group effort from everybody. I don't want to, take all the credit here, but it was a full team effort, and I had a lot of fun doing it. So at the top, we have Cade Anderson at the top. I think, for the most part, our entire group felt that he's pretty much the safest player really in the draft this year. He's probably a 2 to 3 starter in any rotation wherever he lands, whether it's 1 or 2. And he's probably going to make it up sooner rather than later. He's one of the few guys that's in the class this year that you can kind of bank on being able to fast track to the pros, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he's got the big fastball, top 96. He's got the curve, slider, changeup. He can command all of them. What's interesting about him is that he's pretty young to be a college player coming out. Also, there's still that projection there. He's good mover on the mound, and for us, he just stood out above everybody else.
Absolutely.
At two, we have Hernandez at 2. He's a guy that's he's one of the higher floor prep right-handed pitchers that we've seen in a long time. And he's got potential to be the best player in the whole class if everything comes together for him long term. He's got the electric fastball, top of the class changeup. He's also got a pair of breaking balls as well with the curveball and slider. He's just a really good athlete on the mound. He's like I said, he's probably one of the higher floor, low risk prep righties. I know that's the thing a lot of people worry about is taking these high school right-handed pitchers, and typically they don't work out. They don't have a great track record of working out for most teams. But I don't think you have too much to worry about with Hernandez. I think he's a pretty safe pick. And then at 3, we ended up with Willits at 3. There's a lot of people that have him at 1. There's a good chance if had he not, reclassed for this year, he has a chance, potentially being the number 1 pick next year. There's a lot of, I think he's gaining some steam of being number 1 this year as well. He's the youngest player in the draft, switch hitter, polished bat already. I'd say out of all these top prep shortstops that's at the top of most people's boards, I think he might have the highest floor out of all of them. He's got a good chance to stick at shortstop. I don't see anybody thinking that he's going to move off of shortstop anytime soon. And he lands at 3 for us.
Absolutely. Yeah, Will, what do you got right now?
Yeah, so Jake, a lot of the talk, and Mike Farron talked about it in his interview with Greg as well, is that how strong of a class at the top as far as prep shortstops that it is for this year in particular. So when you were putting together the big board and you were comparing guys like Willits and Carlson and JoJo Parker, can you kind of just walk us through those 3? Well, you already walked through Willits a little bit, but as far as Carlson and JoJo Parker and how you view those stacking up against each other and why you felt comfortable going Willits is the top prep shortstop, followed by Billy Carlson and JoJo Parker.
Yeah, for sure. So we ended up with Carlson at 8 on our board and JoJo right behind him at 9. I think the thing that sets them apart is so like right now, if you look at JoJo, I mean the bat currently looks a little bit better. If you're plugging them into a game right now, you probably are a little bit more confident that JoJo is going to be able to hit better than Carlson today. But like preseason, there were some people considering, Carlson being, I was hearing, best player in the class talk at the beginning of the cycle. And with Carlson, it's a crazy arm. Some people are putting a 70 defense at shortstop. I don't think you can take that lightly. He's and like I said before, he could be the best player in the draft if the bat comes together, and it's not like the bat's like a liability either. Like I think some people have been talking down about his bat, saying that's holding him back. It's not like it's a bad tool. I think when he gets to the pros and gets a real development, I don't see any reason why that can't develop into being up here with the rest of these guys. As far as JoJo goes, like I said, we have him right behind Carlson. I don't think there's too much to worry about with him. I don't know. He'll get an opportunity to play shortstop, of course, but a lot of people I see him moving off and either playing third or second base. His profile is I'd say similar to Holiday. It's just it's not quite as loud tools. He doesn't have like the 40 home run power. Potential, but he could land somewhere 20, 25, 30 home runs in the future once his body develops a little bit more. But yeah, he's got a smooth stroke at the plate. He really hits it. And another guy that, like Carlson and like the other guys that we have in this range, I could easily be convinced that he belongs in the top 5 on our board.
Absolutely. I love that. And I love just getting a peek behind the curtain because you are so well researched on these guys. And we've had about 1,800 people come through this stream in the last 2 hours or in the last 30 minutes. So I want to update them on what's in store for them the rest of the stream really fast. And I want to show you guys our guest list for this stream. You've already heard from Mike Farron, but coming up really soon, you're going to also hear from Rock Chalowski in an interview I did with him. And then you're going to hear from another first-round pick next year, Cameron Flukie from Coastal Carolina, who's going to come on right after his teammate Caden Bodine is picked and talk about the kind of player that Caden is. And we're going to check in with Cameron as well. Tomorrow, you're going to see some names like Kevin Griffin, the dad of Connor Griffin. You're going to see Doc Eisenhower on both days, one of your favorite Twitter follows right there. Ross Jensen might make an appearance, who knows? And so many more people. And I saw we had a comment a little earlier that said, talk about the Mariners. Well, today we're going to have two different Mariners podcasters and content creators come on this live stream and talk about the Mariners selections in the second and third rounds. So I hope that's enough for you guys, but I just want to give you guys a sneak peek on what's in store. And now I'm going to turn it over to Rhys. Rhys, do you have any questions for Jake regarding our draft board and the process of making that board?
Yeah, shout out to Jake. Jake and I, Friday night, were grinding out some of the last couple of reports and everything like that. Jake was up super late handling the high school guys. I handled as many of the college guys as I could. About when in this like board did you start to think, like, you know, obviously we know that there's not the high end talent at the top of the draft like that there has been in normal years. There's not a generational guy. But about when do you think that the talent sort of takes another step down? Like, is it like, because it seems like we're viewing the shortstops in the middle, like 20 to 30, are all sort of the same. When do you think that the talent takes a step down in this draft?
Yeah, I think you kind of said it. I mean, we have our top guys here with with Carlson and JoJo here at 8 and 9, and then we landed Steele Hall. I think he's kind of the end of that top tier. I think he kind of breaks that top tier up of the prep shortstops. We landed him at 14 with Fiend right behind him at 15. I think, after those two guys go, it really kind of starts to open up with the prep shortstops. We have Cunningham at 17, and then some other guys down the board a little bit more. But I think once we get past Hall and Fiend, it really starts to trickle down, and then you can again make arguments that that all the next tier of these prep shortstops belongs in the tier above them, right? I think there's a lot of variation when it comes to that.
Awesome, guys. I actually am just receiving word from our boots on the ground that we have some news updates. So let me get these in here. Will, do you kind of want to walk through what Greg and Drew are doing in Atlanta right now?
Yeah, sure. So Greg and Drew, have boots on the ground in Atlanta at the draft, and so they're kind of our eyes and ears. So all of us, me, Nate, Rhys, and Jake, of course, we're all in different places wherever we might be, but they're keeping their ears open. They're talking to whoever they can talk to try to bring us and the listeners of what they're hearing, any sort of trends, and certainly as the draft goes on and a certain guy starts to fall, maybe there's word that a certain guy that, hey, this guy, and we're hearing that someone could potentially go a little earlier than anyone previously thought, or that any of the mock drafts really had. So Greg and Drew, they're boots on the ground. They're our eyes and ears, and they're listening to everything that's going on, everything they're hearing to provide this for the listeners and for us in this live stream.
Yeah, so we're going to kick it to Greg super fast, who I don't actually know what he's going to talk about here, but it's our source, right? And then after that, we're going to get some questions that you guys have been asking in the comments. Okay, so here's Greg.
Hey guys, I kind of feel like an insider here. I was talking to a Blue Jays source, and it looks like the Blue Jays are targeting a high school shortstop, which was no surprise to any of us. So possibly JoJo Parker, but if either Carlson or Willits fall, the Jays are going to be looking at it. So that's what I got here from now. Thanks.
Wow, that was pretty awesome. If we're honest, Jake, when you hear that from Greg, who's the first name that comes to your mind? High floor shortstop.
High floor shortstop. I mean, it's Willits for me. He's the top guy. He's the top guy on our board. He's the top guy. I think potentially in the whole class, and especially among these shortstops. I think he's the most polished. He's the most ready to play pro ball.
Absolutely. And I want to remind you guys, get your draft questions in now, because we're going to have about 15 minutes to answer these questions before we start getting into the actual picks themselves. And I got one more video here from me and Rhys's buddy Drew, who let's see what he has to say.
Hey everybody, Drew Wheeler from Prospects Live, right here live on the floor in Atlanta. We're hearing a bunch of interesting things. What we're knowing right now is that on Twitter there's a lot of smoke screens regarding Boris clients at Washington. Don't believe anything you read on Twitter right now, because I think it's all going to come more clear at 6 o'clock. We're also hearing Eli Willits to the Angels, if he's still available, might be a little bit more than just a rumor, so stay tuned. We're going to bring you all the updates we can as soon as we can. Thanks, and back to you.
Wow. I mean, that's a big one right there. Willett's at 2. That's not something that we necessarily saw coming. I know it's been getting floated in the last couple days, but I chose not to believe that based on their draft trends. Their Ellingson's Edge would never say a Willett's is going at 2. What do you got on that, bud?
No, not at all. I mean, I think that's a case where the Angels are potentially looking to save some money and spread it around for later in the draft. And Willett's being that high floor shortstop that we've talked about, sounds like that there's a lot of teams in that top 10 that are viewing him and targeting him. So it seems Willett's was the top prep shortstop on our board, and it seems like that's going to be the case and how other teams and executives view it. Of course, you never know until the picks are announced, but it seems like there's a lot of heat with Willett's, and ultimately the teams who pick first, they're the ones who hold all the cards. And if the Angels want to make that move and screw up all the plans of the teams below them, then that's certainly something they could do. And another question I have, and another interesting point to bring up, Liam Doyle has been the guy that has been consistently mocked to the Angels at 2. If in fact the Angels are going to or leaning, or they end up taking Willett's at number 2 overall, what does that mean for Liam Doyle? Does Doyle maybe slide a little bit towards that 9-10 where Cincinnati and the Chicago White Sox are at the back end of that top 10? It could have major ramifications for what's going to happen later in that top 10. So that could be fascinating and could really shake up this draft here from the start if the Angels elect to go with Willett's.
That's the kind of shakeup that happens only 15 minutes before the draft happens, right? So we're gonna get down to it, but let's go over some comments here. We're gonna round table this for now, and we have our first comment here is from Garrett. Who should the Reds target, and why is it Ike Irish? I have Ike Irish mocked to the Reds, but Rhys, I want your opinion on this comment from Garrett.
I think that the Reds are probably going to go. I mean, if Kyson Witherspoon is still there, he sort of fits the exact sort of archetype of pitcher that they've gone with in the past. It's good stuff, and then, but I mean, I could see them going Ike Irish. I kind of see them being like Avia Arquette could also be there, just depending on how things fall. I mean, if Willett's does go 2, I think this draft sort of really takes a fall, and it could be really interesting. I mean, then all of a sudden we're talking about the Mariners having any of the pick of the college lefties. It's not Kate Anderson, or the Mariners could have the pick of the college lefties if Ethan Holiday goes 1. So I'm going to just say that's probably Avia Arquette's floor. I think Witherspoon sort of comes into the play around there, especially if the Blue Jays are targeting a prep shortstop. So that means that maybe they'll get one of the good college players to fall to them. And I think the Reds are in one of the better positions in this draft. They kind of just let the board fall to them, see how it goes, and then make a quick reaction and move after that.
Thinking about what you're just saying there, it makes me think that none of these prep shortstops, these top 3, might not make it out of the first 8 picks now, with teams like Miami, Pittsburgh. Like if Toronto's going prep shortstop, they're all going to be gone by 8, and then you got a team like the White Sox who've been linked to the prep shortstops. They might be out of luck there. But let's go on to our next comment. Jake, we're going to have you respond to this one. Is Holiday going to demand number 1 overall pick money regardless of where he's picked from James Osborne?
I mean, there's definitely that option. I think there's definitely potential for him to want that. But I don't. If he goes to the Rockies at 4, which is where most people, if he doesn't go at 1, most people have him going at 4. With the number 1 overall pick, with the slot being at 11 million, I don't see him asking for that much. And that's going to be quite an overpay if he falls to 4 to the Rockies. That put them, over 2 million more than what their pick slotted for. And if he goes at 1, obviously there's a little bit more money he could demand from like the Nationals, but I don't think, regardless of where he's picked, I don't think he's going to be able to demand number 1 overall pick money.
Absolutely. Moving to another comment. We just kind of talked about this one. I don't know if you'll read this, but where do you think Liam Doyle from Tennessee goes? Now let's operate, crazy username, by the way. Let's operate in this world that Liam Doyle doesn't go to number 2. What are the other landing spots for him? I have previously mentioned that the Mariners and Cardinals could both get weird with Liam Doyle and put him in the bullpen on a contending team. I've also noted that the Reds might be that team. Where's Liam Doyle's landing spot?
Well, I think if he doesn't go number 2, and by the way, number 1, I don't know if you'll read this. Yes, we read this. And number 2, if Doyle doesn't go, you're right, Nate, that they could maybe Seattle or St. Louis or one of those teams could take a look, and teams that are going to be in the playoff hunt down the stretch. I mean, probably not Toronto, as we've heard that they're probably looking for a prep shortstop. But hey, I think Cincinnati, potentially the White Sox. I think those are guys that are those are two spots that I would better probably looking at Liam Doyle. So I mean, he could go above that, but there's not a ton of landing spots if it's not the Angels that are home run slam dunk fits. I think in the middle of that top 10, especially if Toronto is going to go the prep route. I think Cincinnati and the White Sox is where you would look at for Doyle, and if not there, then we'll have to see what happens after that. He's the real wild card, and we'll have to see what happens. He's going to be a fascinating story to keep an eye on here with the draft starting in about 10 minutes.
It would be very hard for a monumental slide to happen with Liam Doyle, because when I look at Reds, White Sox, Athletics, Rangers, Giants, one of those teams is going to like Liam Doyle. So it's not like he's going to be like some major faller, but even then, talking about Liam Doyle to even like the Rangers at 12 was not something that we had in mind heading into tonight. So Eli Willits at 2 would really shake up this draft. Let's find another comment here. Rhys, and this is a tough question because we don't necessarily know every single Boras client out there, but what is the notion with these Boras clients in the MLB draft? How does it affect teams that are picking these guys?
So they don't have medicals because Boras just won't, it's a bit of a negotiating leverage, right? That's what, a good agent does. They don't give away leverage for nothing, right? So that's one of the big things with a Boras client. I don't know how many Boras clients are projected in the first round. I don't know who's on their roster or whatnot. I do know Holiday is pretty safe because his brother is represented by Boras. So there's that going on. I don't know how he's gone about this draft. Honestly, I don't really pay too much attention to the agents and everything at this point of the draft, but Boras doesn't give away negotiating leverage for free. And by doing so, they don't tend to report to the combine and do their medical process. So that's just a big thing that like Boras clients don't do. And I think people are more likely to avoid an LSU commitment than a Boras client.
Tyler Jennings checking in from the draft. I think he might actually be there with our boys. Said doing a great job, guys. Miss y'all. Enjoy the night. Well, we hope you're having a good time in Atlanta.
He's right next to Harold Reynolds, I believe.
Oh, Ryan Slayton, day 2 sleeper. Isaac Goddard. I've actually seen this name quite a bit and done a little research. Good JUCO arm. JUCO arms are the most exciting thing for me. So we'll have to see where some of those guys go on day 2. Who should the Jays target and why? I feel like we've answered that already. Let's check out this one from Patrick. A's could end up picking between Witherspoon and Bremner at number 11, which could be an interesting decision. Seems like they could go for a pitcher now, but I'm still scared with the potential injuries. Jake, I'm going to let you kind of answer this one for our buddy Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, when you're picking an arm, there's always the injury risk with literally any player. I don't think. Witherspoon, you mentioned Witherspoon and Bremner. They don't have like a long history of being injured, but I don't think that's something you can typically worry about unless, like there's been some people say that Gage Wood has had some shoulder issues that could potentially hold him back, but he's still consistently getting recognition in the top 15, even 12, 13 picks. So I think it's a concern with any pitcher that you draft, to be honest. But I don't think it's something you should be overly concerned with these top college guys that the A's might go after.
And if I could add on to that a little bit too, with Witherspoon specifically, I think this year, in the way that he was able to sustain a full starter's workload, he threw just under 100 innings at Oklahoma. He threw 95 innings. He showed that for the first time he could really sustain a full season starter's workload. He held up well. His velocity held throughout his starts. So I think you can't always predict injuries. Certainly there's, Jake mentioned the Gage Wood injury that limited him to around 35, 36 innings this year in total. But I think with a guy like Kyson Witherspoon, the thing that was really impressive and leading him to where he is in the draft is the fact that he was able to throw strikes consistently and keep that workload for a whole starter's workload as an SEC Friday guy.
Absolutely. So, Jake, before we let you go, we're actually going to see you later tonight again. But before we let you go, I want to know, who is your favorite player in the first round? Who do you think a team is going to be just getting an absolute stud in the first round today? Before we catch up with you later on tonight.
So I mean, outside of these top guys that we've gone over quite a bit, a personal favorite player of mine is Devin Taylor from Indiana. He's been getting some first round buzz quite a bit. You know, he's not really he's not necessarily the consensus first round pick everywhere you look, but I think he deserves to be. You know, it's 55-60 raw power. You know, he's got a chance to be one of the even the best pure, you know, college bat in the draft when it's all said and done. It's crazy bat to ball. You know, he doesn't chase pitches. And he's got the track record that a lot of these teams look for. You know, he performed not just in the Big Ten. I know some people are, kind of put a knock on him because he hits so good in the Big Ten. But, you know, he hit good on the Cape. He hit for, Team USA last summer. What everybody's saying about him, you know, he's left field DH. But I mean, he has experience playing the outfield. I don't think he's going to just be a liability in the outfield. I think his athleticism could hold him back. But in my opinion, you know, he should be a first round pick, and every team should be looking at him. I think, you know, back into the first round, I think he's definitely a name to pay attention to.
I know that we absolutely love that pick. I was lucky enough to interview Devin at the Combine, and Will was lucky enough to coach Devin in Katuitt. But we're going to let you go for now, Jake. We'll check back in a little later on tonight, and we'll see where Devin Taylor lands, because that's someone that we all have a little bit circled over here. Yeah. So thanks for joining us, Jake. We'll see you later.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, we're going to pivot now, and we're going to talk to Rock Chalowski. I got about a two-minute segment here with Rock that I want to share kind of before we get into the actual draft. We're going to be on the clock here in a couple minutes. So let's check in with Rock Chalowski and what he's been doing as we kind of look at Rock as next year's 1-1. So maybe we're a year early, but let's
talking about this year's draft class. Were there any pitchers that you faced this year that are going to get drafted on Sunday that are kind of notable in your mind? The guys who you know maybe did challenge you in the box.
I thought Anthony Ianson from LSU was a very good match. You know, when people ask me about him, I just say he's a very advanced mixer. Throws few pitches for strikes, and it's all above average stuff. I mean, it's very good fastball in the zone. The curveball slider plays very well off of it. I'm not sure if I got a changeup or not. But just watching video, going in the scouting report, he was a guy that I knew that I was going to have to strap it on for. And, you know, I think I had one or two at bats against him, but, you know, he had very good stuff, and I'm excited to see where he goes on Sunday.
Absolutely. And now on the flip side, were there any hitters that you saw this year on opposing teams that are going to get drafted this year that you were like, all right, like this guy can swing it a little bit? Was there anyone who kind of stood out in your mind, kind of like an Ianson?
I was very impressed with Devin Taylor from Indiana. You know, the first at bat on Friday night, I think he had a 7 or 8 pitch at bat, spoiled a few very good pitches, got to 2 strikes. And then I think we threw him a fastball above the zone and he hit it over the batter's eye. And that was on a Friday night in Westwood, which it's kind of hard to get the ball up there. It's a little thick once the sun goes down. And, you know, he stayed through a heater above the zone, kept his hands inside of it. And it was a very impressive weekend to watch, just because how good he is at controlling the strike zone, spoiling pitches with 2 strikes until he gets some that he likes, walks a bunch. And then, you know, he still got that little bit of thump in his bat with 2 strikes. He was very impressive to watch. I liked him a lot.
Well, there you have it. Another shout for Devin Taylor from Rock Chalowski, which is an impressive shout. And then there's the Anthony Ianson shout out as well. Rhys, I want you to talk a little bit about Anthony Ianson before we get into some comments. Give me oops, sorry about that. Clicked on the wrong button. Rhys, give me like a 30-second scouting blurb on Anthony Ianson.
Anthony Ianson, he trained LSU, and obviously it worked out well for him. He won a national championship. We're talking about, you know, the slot's a little bit, there's nothing crazy about the slot, but it's a good velocity fastball, good breaking ball. Changeup, I think that it's just some feel for that taking a step forward. But yeah, it's my quick little scouting blurb on Anthony Ianson. I do think there's a little bit more reliever risk there, but, you know, I think that he's going to be a perfectly fine cromulent, some might say big leaguer.
Let's go through a couple more comments because, guys, we just passed the 2,500 viewer mark, and we are not even an hour in. Pretty impressive stuff, guys. Keep on watching. Go share us. Maybe give us a retweet on X or whatnot, and get some of your buddies in here too. Let's go straight to Trevor Huth. Rhys, in your Tigers' opinion, do they still go prep, or does that position change the strategy?
So let's say that, we're talking about all these prep shortstops have sort of risen today, right? I think that there's still a chance that there's quite a few interesting preps because this is where the draft is a little bit deep. It's prep shortstops and college arms. So I think that we could still be seeing, someone that we all know and love on deck in Prospects Live in Xavier Nyan. So there's Josh Hammond could still be available. Steele Hall could be available. Slater DeBrun is an interesting guy. So I still think that they go prep for sure.
A little shout out from Mitch Steele Hall to the Tigers. I've seen that one a lot. And another
Mitch
comment
loves
from
Steele
Mitch
Hall.
here. And we love Mitch. If Holiday goes 1 and Wilt goes 2, would Nate rather have his Mariners take Anderson or Hernandez? This is the question I've been hoping nobody would ask me because I don't think that there's a right answer here. The upside of Hernandez is the more intriguing thing, but the sure thing in Anderson, I think you'd be stupid to do anything but take Anderson in that spot. As much as I would love to see Seth Hernandez flourish in the Mariners pitching development system, Cade Anderson is the best player in this draft, in my opinion, and he's a year away from being an SP3 on a big league squad. So that's where I land on that. Let's go over to Nick. What would your hot take prediction be for the biggest shock pick in first round? Let's go like 20 seconds of this one, guys. Round table. Rhys, we'll start with you.
Oh, I did not want to go first. That's such a good question. I didn't even prepare for it, even though I know these questions beforehand.
I'll take
I'm
over
going to go first, so I have a little bit of time to think.
I'm going to say Jaden Foskey from Nazareth Academy. The catcher outfielder is more of an outfielder. I think that he could go as high as 20 in this draft. Will, what do you got?
I think he's projected towards the back few picks of that first round, but I think Andrew Fisher might go a lot higher than people think because he is ready to. You hear so much talk in pro ball about pull and lift. Andrew Fisher's got that on lock already. I think there's a decent shot, especially with an underslot and a safe college power bat. I would bet. I think Fisher's going to go higher than people think he is.
Rhys, what do you got?
Fisher would have been mine too. Dang it. I'm going to go with. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's great.
You didn't want to go first.
Exactly. No, it's my fault. I'm not blaming anybody but myself. I'm going to go Quentin Young. Quentin Young could be a really surprising first round pick, not because I don't think that he's talented, but because I think that if he's your first selection in a draft, I think that increases the risk, but the upside's pretty crazy with him. Like we're talking about maybe plus power and plus speed at the end of the day. So we're talking about one of the more electric gambles of this entire draft.
All right. So the draft has officially begun. The draft coverage has started on these other networks. And guys, this is my plea for you to stick with us over at Prospects Live. All right. We're going to be giving you detailed analysis on all of these picks. And a big part of it is the next guest I'm going to welcome right now. Max Ellingson is here, the founder of the Ellingston's Edge. Max Ellingson is one of the smartest guys in college baseball right now. And we got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be joining us for the first 43 picks today. So get used to that face. Max, how are you doing today, man?
I am better now that I'm here. I'll tell you that. I am absolutely pumped. It's a big day for, I know all of us, we put in a ton of work, but payoff's finally here. So yeah, as my boy Nate was saying, please stick around. We'd love to have you.
I think we are all a little bit giddy to have you, Max, because we love your insights so much. And Will, how about you talk about what Ellingston's Edge is and what we did for Max here and what he's been posting? Kind of walk us through this process so people know what we're referring to when we talk about Double E.
Sure. So you're gonna hear Ellingston's Edge all night, and what basically Max Ellingson he's been writing articles for every single team leading up into the draft, and it's not sourced. It's saying I think they should pick this guy, or I think I'm hearing that they're going to pick this guy. It is strictly looking at trends the past 3 years in their draft. What have they done? What type of players do they like? Not only prep, college, bat or arm. We're also looking at what types. Are we talking more athletics, hit over tool? Maybe a team prefers a carrying tool and figures out the rest later. Plenty of teams like that. And so Max Ellington's going to bring us that all night long, and also he has some fits that he thinks that based on recent trends, a team might look at. So it's a lot of great stuff, and he's put an article out for every single team. So, and I told Nate and Rhys, I think it was a little bit off stream before we started, but if there were betting odds for which Prospects Live staff member is going to take home the mock draft championship, If I was a betting man, Max Ellingson would be right at the top of that list.
We
You
should have
just
made
jinxed
an
me.
odds
You set
board.
me up here. I'm screwed now.
Yeah, I just did that so I end up winning. So
It's like
long
how
game.
the worst guy in fantasy football always drafts the best team somehow. It's like Ross is going to end up winning this despite not being a college baseball guy. That's normally how it goes.
You said that Ross has the worst mock. That's what you just said live on.
I don't even know
YouTube.
if he submitted one. I'm gonna pivot to Smada. Smada, you
literally
will have
went with the contrarian mock.
the
He
best
said it
mock
himself.
because it was the most contrarian. There you go, right there. So we're kind of peeking out of our eye, keep up with the television coverage, so we're on pace when the draft picks come in on the TV is when we will also announce them over here. No Twitter cheating for us over here.
No Twitter.
But I'm trying to think of where we should go with this now. Max, pick number 1. Where are you at right now for Washington Nationals?
Yeah, I think I am still on the Cade Anderson train. I've been on the Cade Anderson train for quite some time. I've been fairly low on Holiday throughout this entire cycle. I don't love players of that profile generally. Obviously, he has some traits that a lot of people just don't have, and that makes him more attractive. But personally, I've been on the Cade Anderson train. He's unbelievable. The season he had, he's still young. I don't know how much weight he's going to put on, but he still has some room in his frame where you could dream on, hey, maybe this instead of sitting 93, sitting 95, left-handed, super clean operation. And obviously the numbers spoke for themselves after running through the SEC all year. So I think I'm on him. I think he fits their window really well. If it's not him, I think I'd prefer Eli Willits, honestly, which is maybe I don't know if it's a hot take. There's been some buzz this morning. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I think that's where I'm at with Washington. But honestly, I think they could still surprise all of us and just go with something crazy. But Anderson's my vote.
So, guys, this is a call to action for all of our viewers right now. We're hosting a giveaway over on Prospects Live, and I should have shouted this out a couple minutes ago, but if you go to our Twitter right now and go find this post, it's probably about a day behind. We'll go retweet it right now, actually. And we are doing an MLB mock draft giveaway where you can win a 1-year subscription at Prospects Live at our highest tier. It's a $300 value. You're getting anything you want and more. Dynasty baseball, pro side stuff with the great Rhys White, college coverage, draft coverage, whatever you want. All you have to do is follow us on X, retweet that post, and comment your top 10 prediction for Sunday's MLB draft. And someone who's watching from Prospects Live is going to go retweet that right now and get it to the top of our feed. So you guys can go enter that. Comment your top 10 prediction for today's MLB draft. And moving on, Will, Nats are officially on the clock, is what you've just told me.
Yes, they are. Rob Manfred just went through his whole spiel leading up to the draft. So now that is done, and the Washington Nationals are officially on the clock. And I think that, again, we've talked about it. The two names that we've been talking about and looking for in this spot: Cade Anderson, Ethan Holiday. In my personal mock, I had Cade Anderson, but I had this weird feeling they're going to go for upside and shoot for Ethan Holiday in the power bat. But we'll have to see. There's drama right from the start.
Is the MLB draft better than Christmas morning is now the question I'm asking our viewers, because I feel like once you get past maybe the age of 12 or 13, the MLB draft is pretty much Christmas morning for me. I'm excited to see what happens here. We're going to go through a couple more comments while we kind of wait for this first pick to come in, because we've talked about Washington a lot so far. Nathan Hoover, what scenario would make you react with confusion and negativity? Let's put this in the terms of the top 3. I'm going to swing this over to Max. I love this question because it's so open-ended. What scenario, the top 3, would make you react with confusion and negativity?
That's a very open-ended.
I kinda like
it's
it.
Almost existential in a way.
Yeah.
Confusion and negativity. I think I'm gonna go with. I think an underslot player at 1 or 2 that isn't a player that's like kind of consensus top 10. I think Ike Irish, you could maybe argue that, okay, maybe this is fine, but I would be shocked if like we saw kind of a, Kyson Witherspoon at 5 or Tyler Bremner at 3, like something like we just haven't heard any rumors on. I don't know about negativity because I am a little bit of a glutton for some chaos at the top of the draft. So I think I'll still be pretty pumped about it. But yeah, I don't know. Confusion and negativity is a very strongly worded statement. So
I just
It's a
like
great question.
I want Nate
It
to
is a great
comment some
question.
more weird things because that's
Yeah.
totally what I'm about.
keep those coming in. I like those.
Keep the weird questions coming in. I'm in for all of them. I'm going to jump in real quick. Ike Irish at 2. That might cause me to be a little confusion and negativity, although it's not that far out of the realm of possibility because I've heard, for a little while now that the Angels have talked about the idea of going underslot at 2. Does it actually happen? I don't think so. With the rumors going on today that Eli Willis is going to be their pick, I don't think that we're going to see Ike Irish at 2. So that would definitely be one. Ooh, Laviolette top 3. Would it be met with derision? I think that it would be met with more than that. I think Pitchfork should be out for one of the top 3 teams. But that's just me personally.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one. Moving on to some other questions. We've been getting so many comments, guys, and we will answer them. You'll just have to give us time because we got flooded a little bit earlier. Manny Ramirez Jr. looks like a sleeper pick. Kid seems to work hard and seems to like it. He's a 22-year-old JUCO product, so the bloodline will carry him a little bit, but he is kind of an older JUCO prospect, right? So we'll see. He was at the MLB Draft Combine, not the best showing in my opinion, but there's clay there to mold, and a team will definitely take a chance on him. Who do you think the Diamondbacks will pick at 18? Will, I'll let you answer this one.
Ooh, so for 18th, it's and we know from the Ellingson's Edge, of course, with the Diamondbacks at 18 that they're more of a model team, and they're kind of looking prep. They're looking prep up the middle. Sometimes they can go college as well. They went Slade Caldwell last year. Potentially looking at a guy like Brendan Summerhill or Ethan Conrad. I think those are the two that you could look at. If you're putting me on the spot, I'll go Brendan Summerhill.
Patrick with a great question earlier, and now he's saying greetings from Poland. He hopes the picks go by quick so he can get some sleep. Patrick, you are a real one. Thanks for being here. And just so you know, this live stream will still live on our YouTube channel, so you can catch up tomorrow. If you guys need to go to bed, if you're East Coast or whatnot or overseas, you can catch up tomorrow morning before the day 2 action starts and watch this on the Prospects Live YouTube channel. Rock, we're getting some rock chants in the chat. What odds do you think the Angels will go with the Willits over Doyle? Reese, give me a percentage.
Okay, good. I'm glad I don't have to set betting odds. I don't know how those work. So I'm going to say right now, I'm going to say 50-50. Yeah, so 50-50 right now is what I would go with right now. I think that we could go either way, Willits or Doyle. I think that's where they should go unless Anderson's somehow still there.
Someone is here for Billiam and Billiam alone. Will, you got friends out there?
Will has friends.
Number 1 pick is
Hold on,
in.
let me play our sound.
Play it.
I heard a rumor that's crazy. I'm not going to say what it is, but
With the Nationals have taken Eli Willits.
Yeah.
Let's
Number
go.
1 overall.
What is happening?
just tear him up.
We
Tear
are.
him up.
You know what? First of all, Curtis Swenson, hello. That's my guy, Curtis. But man, Eli Willits going first overall. I think that he's 17 and a half. And so he's a little bit younger. That hit tool with a high floor, that's something he can really hit. He can really run. The power's developing a little bit, but still developing a little bit, but that can come on. This is a fascinating pick right off the bat for the Nationals and Eli Willits. Wow.
So, Max, I want to get your immediate reaction to this, my man.
Yeah. I think I am very curious to see what the bonus number on this is, because I think this is clearly going to be a deal, some sort of deal cut. How big is the question? Obviously, they have a massive number 1 overall pick allotment there. Wow. I heard there were rumors, obviously, but rumors on draft day are, they're everywhere. Like everybody has a source and everybody's trying to put out misdirection. I kind of love it, honestly. I think obviously if the Nationals, obviously they've departed with their GM and manager, I think this clearly signals a reset, or at least to some degree, because their prospects on the farm right now, I'm not enthralled with. I think they've kind of had some rough goes of it. And I think this is their scouting crew saying, we are departing from the Rizzo era. We're done with kind of his oversight. We're going to go our own direction. They're going to have, assuming there is a deal, which there's going to be a deal at 1-1. It's just how big. I am fascinated to see, because they could do a ton now with, if they free up an extra $2 million or something, they could be huge players in this draft. It's going to be super fun to watch.
That pretty easily opened them up to take a lot of prep talent early in this draft. Rhys, what are your
100%.
thoughts on the Willits pick here?
I'm kind of shocked. I did not expect this at all. Honestly, makes me think, like Max was saying, that this is probably going to be a pretty sizable, underslide deal, which allows them to maybe, buy a commitment from a really good prep pitcher at their next pick. Because I think that where their next pick is, that's where the prep pitching sort of is pretty strong. So, I mean, we're seeing that the Nationals are free from the shackles of Mike Rizzo and his, he no longer has a job, so it's okay. He won a World Series. Antiquated scouting style. So I think that this is a really interesting pick for a team that hasn't really gone with someone like this. He's a good contact guy, so there's not like the fears of Elijah Green, Brady House in the past. So they've always drafted the biggest upside guys with very unrealistic probability of ever hitting those upsides, although Brady House is a major leaguer. Shout out to him. So I'm really excited to see how this goes and what this means for Washington Nationals, their draft class. Because now I think, just off the top of my head, I think they get their second best prospect in the system now, assuming that they sign Eli Willits, which why would you not sign Eli Willits? If you don't, then the organization malpractice, and maybe you should be relegated to AAA. So yeah, I'm super shocked by this.
We weren't prepared for that one, guys.
No,
we were not prepared for that one, but I love it because that's the kind of chaos that Max was just talking about. I mean, he's number 3 on our board. It's a perfectly reasonable pick. I mean, we had him over the likes of Ethan Holiday. So this was the pick that we almost would get behind at Prospects Live if they did go off the board, in a sense. So I'm absolutely loving what's going on here. Now this comes back to the Angels at 2. What are the Angels going to do when it sounded like they were probably targeting Willits at number 2? Max, I'll start with you.
If this isn't Cade Anderson, I will be stunned. Well, maybe not stunned, because there have been a lot of rumors that they want to cut a big deal, and Anderson is not going to afford you that. Now, if they do pass on Anderson, given how badly Perry Manassian wants his first-round picks to be playing in the major leagues by, May of the next season, I would be stunned. I think Cade Anderson is easily the most polished starting pitcher. He's going to move exceptionally fast, and he could be in the rotation by May, June of next year. I mean, it would floor me if they skipped on Cade Anderson and took a Doyle or an Ike Irish or even like a JoJo Parker and cut a deal with Cade Anderson on the board. I think that was their go-to if Cade went 1. Obviously, the Willits rumors were buzzing this morning, but that's off the table. But I think I would be very surprised if this was not Cade Anderson.
And so we are all 0 for 1 on our staff mock draft so far. So the chaos is happening. The great Trevor Huth is keeping up and actually updating those in real time for us. So thank you, Trevor. And we're getting close to the Angels pick here. And it looks like it's actually
Whoa.
This is insane. Tyler Bremner to the Los Angeles Angels.
Oh,
this is the greatest draft ever.
What is
this is the greatest draft ever. You just cannot beat it.
What? Are you sure they don't realize this isn't a mock? Like, you never know with the Angels.
We got that from Drew Wheeler on the ground.
Yes.
Tyler Bremner is in. And he's a Los Angeles Angel. He's like the 5th pitcher on the board. How much money did they just save, Max?
They saved all of it. I mean, that's going to be a 75% slot. I mean, what's their slot bonus? 10-2 or something? So, I mean, probably 7.5, 7. So
they saved so much money.
So they're going prep heavy soon. Wow. So that must have been the
11th round prep pitcher is going to go wild. I'm so sorry. Like, that's going to be crazy.
Wow. Anderson is on the board at 3. Holy crap.
Ooh.
I mean, look, I like Bremner. I like Bremner a lot. I mean, he's low effort delivery, a really projectable frame. He's athletic. That changeup, the changeup is a potential double plus pitch, and that's something that I've been a huge fan of at school this year. It was a 48% whiff rate. He used it around 35% of the time, and he throws it to righties and lefties. Especially, he threw it against right-handed hitters this year at UCSB. How about a 50% whiff rate for a right-on-right change? It's a lethal pitch, and so I don't hate it. I like Bremner, but then they saved a lot of money if they really believe in him.
So
Yeah,
now
I actually had Bremner as my third best pitcher or college pitcher on my board. I like him more than Doyle, but still, that's a crazy out of left field pick. I mean, it seems like the compromise between Perry wanting someone that can move fast and the scouting department wanting someone that can spread this bonus pool out. But wow, that's insane.
I've seen Bremner twice this year, and that changeup does play to right-handed batters. And honestly, like, doing a little bit of reading of other places, he's added 2 inches of vert on the fastball just in the middle of the season. He's had some personal stuff going on. I don't want to speculate that. I don't know if it's out there publicly, but he's had some stuff go on in his personal life. So maybe that explains the down season. But yeah, like Will was talking about, it's double plus changeup. It might be one of the single best pitches in this entire draft. I do just worry about if the fastball gains are sticky or if it was just a blip in the for him. And the slider shape is a little bit inconsistent. But I mean, we're getting a guy who's going to be quick to the majors, pretty solid, safe 5-starter type, maybe 4.
Yeah, and it's all about if the Angels can develop that, which we haven't necessarily seen them develop these fast-tracked guys as well as they could, because they are in fact skipping the minor leagues almost altogether. So now, Max, we are both Mariners fans. Cade Anderson is on the board for the Mariners. We would have never I think we talked about this earlier in the show. This was never an option for us.
No.
But now we have our pick, right? Seth Hernandez, Cade Anderson. I prefer Cade Anderson. I'm wondering what you're thinking.
I prefer Cade Anderson as well. Listen, I go back and forth on this because I have Seth as the most talented player on my board, but I have Cade at 2, and the variance that Seth Hernandez brings in, it's the find. I think there is a lot to be said about having some security and or to this pick. I mean, Anderson's amazing too. I mean, he's a dog, but I don't know. I'm kind of, I don't even know what to say right now. I'm floored. I kind of am curious if they're going to be able to pivot. Like, I feel like they had a plan, and from people I'm talking to that are in the war room, they did not expect this at all. Like, they are like, I think the quote was Andy McKay was, "How is this happening right now?" So we will see. I am very curious, but yeah, I think this is a big deal for, like some people are saying, like Cardinals, Pirates, Blue Jays, Miami. Miami to a lesser degree because I think they wanted some of these shortstops, but there's some teams in the back half of the top 10 that are going to get a really, really solid player.
Holiday to Colorado feels like a really sure thing at this point.
Who knows at this point, though?
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. And my buddy Kyle Rass, his hometown Mariners going Holiday. I don't see it at this point. I think you got your pick of the pitchers, and you take your pick of the pitchers. That's what we're good at doing. With this chaos, the A's could get a top 5 prospect at number 11, as they don't have to go underslot. Great point. We are big athletics fans over here, and I'm all about the A's getting that. And we have another pick, guys.
Yes.
Will, I'm going to let you announce it.
It looks all right. Well, with the number 3 pick, the Seattle Mariners are taking Cade Anderson, the left-hander from LSU, national champion, the guy that a majority of mocks thought was going number 1 overall. Cade Anderson falls to the Mariners at 3, and I think this is a guy that where there's not a whole lot of I don't think any SP1s in this draft, at least not without some pretty significant development. But I think Anderson, as you mentioned, Nate, he's a pretty safe SP3. Like I think of Casey Mize as a comp, obviously from right-handed versus left-hander, but in that way he's not going to become an ace, you wouldn't think. But Anderson had obviously a marvelous year at school, and he's a great fit for what the Mariners are looking for at 3, and they got to be floored that he fell to them at number 3, and they have plenty of money to pay.
And now, Rhys, let me bring it to you here. Why would the Mariners draft pitching in this spot when it looks like they have, 6 or 7 cromulent major league pitchers right now?
I love that we're using the word cromulent. Shout out to Simpsons. Shout out to our boy Drew Wheeler, a biggest Simpson fan out there. I think that they just, you can never let you need to continue making a strength to strength, right? I realized this recently, like, when you watch the NFL draft, right? Like if you have a team that can really run the ball, make that strength, just continue to add a strength to the organization. And pitching is, and that is their strength, right? You can argue about, they need to invest more in their hitters and everything like that, and maybe sign some bats for the major league squad. But Cade Anderson provides them the highest floor with a really good ceiling. Don't get me wrong. Like we keep talking about, if he's your playoff number 3, this is a fantastic pick. I think that the Mariners have done a fantastic job. I mean, we're talking about a 3,000 RPM. I was about to say fastball. That would have been a pretty outlier. 3,000 RPM breaking balls. He has good command. He has good control. He has everything that you sort of want. There's not a lot of meat left on the bone developmentally as far as like you don't have to worry about rounding the command up. You got to worry about maybe getting a tick or more velocity. But if that's really the only thing you have to worry about, that is a great bit of developmental play for an organization that continues to show they can develop pitching at a high rate.
There are like weird like SP3 Bryce Miller vibes with Cade Anderson, like in my weirdly twisted mind. In my opinion, I think he's just the perfect fit in this rotation that's going to be good for a long time. They've set themselves up to now move a guy like a George Kirby or a Bryce Miller for the bats that they so desperately need. And I'm just over the moon. Looking at some of these other comments here, Colorado or St. Louis for Holiday would be interesting, right? I think either one makes a lot of sense. We'll see what Colorado does here. What's our opinion on Daniel Dickinson, LSU? We had him on the show. One of our favorite guys. We think he'll be a day 1 selection for sure. Rockies better F this up and let the Cards get Holiday. Will, has the pick come in on the TV yet?
It says the pick is in, but we have nothing on the TV yet.
We will wait for the TV coverage to catch up then. And W Mariners, man. I think that's the pick of the draft so far. I mean, you got the guy who slid. Max, any thoughts that you've collected right now?
I'm so pumped. Like Cade Anderson, since I watched him, I think it was Arkansas and Alabama back-to-back. I can't remember the exact teams, but I got to watch 2 of his starts back-to-back. I fell in love with the dude. He pitches with some attitude, but he's like cool. He's collected. He just strikes out the world. But anyway, look, sounds like we got another pick coming in.
Yeah, I think it's in. Will, what do you got for us right here?
No.
I love the sound.
Well, it's a great sound. Well, number 4 looks like Colorado is actually making the pick that that people expected them to come out with. Ethan Holiday, in the same organization that his father Matt started out with. Ethan Holiday is going to be a Colorado Rocky at number 4, and he's a guy that when you talk about the two Holiday sons, Jackson and Ethan is a lot closer to his father Matt's skill set than Jackson was. But I mean, I'm a big Ethan Holiday guy. This is a potential 30 home run hitter in the big leagues if everything works out. So I mean, there is some swing and questions with the hit tool and swing and miss. It can get a little bit long at times, but he had a great year in the prep circuit and a little bit of a slow start. But talked to a scout who said he switched to a toe tap as well. Start about the third of the way through the year, and then he really took off and started driving the ball. We got big power potential, and especially it's hard not to dream on Coors Field with the power. The potential future power of Ethan Holiday. I think this is really exciting. You would think the Rockies are probably going to pay a little bit over slot. It's similar to what they did with Charlie Condon last year at this spot when at least the best bat on their board fell to them. So I think this is a good pick for Colorado. I'm really excited.
So we're going to jump ahead right here and start talking about the St. Louis Cardinals. And we actually have our very own Drew Wheeler, who caught up with the first-round pick of the Cardinals last year, J.J. Weatherholt, just a day ago at the All-Star Game festivities. So we're going to check in with those two right now.
Down, then we'll rock and roll.
5, 4, 3, 2.
And here we go.
Hey everybody, Drew Wheeler with Prospects Live here in Atlanta, Georgia with your friend and mine, JJ Weatherholt. JJ, it's so awesome to be here with you, man.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking time with us.
Absolutely.
So obviously, one of the big things going on this weekend, the MLB draft. I was curious, 1 year ago, you were sitting where a lot of guys are right now, waiting to be drafted. Can you walk us through what that's like from a player's perspective, that waiting and anxiety and excitement? Like, what's all that like?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty unforgettable experience, number one. And I had, the privilege to be in person at the draft, which was super cool. It's an experience I'll never forget. But yeah, there was a lot of emotions going through. Trying to keep my family in check because they don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Agent doesn't really know what's going to happen.
Right.
So you're just having all these conversations and you're kind of seeing everything happen real time. Whatever their window is of how long they're going to pick. I'd get a text and the agent would be like, hey, they went here. Next team might go here. If they don't, maybe you. Then maybe the next team. And so all this stuff, you don't know what's going to happen. Thankfully, unfortunately, I didn't have to wait too long. But, heard my name called, the Cardinals, and was just super, super excited, and I'll never forget it.
I can't imagine two things. First of all, it must be insane how quickly your phone dies on that night. Got to have external battery.
Yeah, no, I definitely almost put it to death just trying to get back to texts.
It happens.
There's a lot of people that I probably hadn't spoken to in a long time that were kind of reaching out, but at the end of the day, they were reaching out, and I was thankful that they were at least paying attention. So for the most part, I tried to respond to every single one, and that's across text messages, Snapchat, Instagram, every social media platform. So that whole night, I'm trying to just put it down. I need to stop.
I got to stop that.
Yeah.
If you didn't get a message from him, it's nothing personal. He's busy. He's a busy guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so what advice would you give to the guys, like you said, that are waiting and it kind of feels like endless and everything all at once at the same time? What advice would you give those guys?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing is the draft is not the end-all be-all. I mean, you're going to hear all those stories of guys who are drafted super, super late. I mean, you think football and Tom Brady is the one that jumps out of the page.
Yeah.
It's how many teams passed on him. Nobody thought he was going to be anything. Greatest player of all time.
Greatest of all
So, I mean, on the baseball side of things, there's a lot of picks and there can be a lot of waiting. But, I mean, you just need a chance. That's what it is. The work doesn't stop once you get drafted. So it's the biggest thing for those guys to understand, hey, just give me that opportunity. I'm going to work and continue to develop as a player and really get to the big league level. It's completely doable.
So that was awesome perspective right there from JJ Weatherholt. And I believe we have another pick in. So I do want to address something first in the chat, guys. So we are going on our own speed here. We do not want to be the spoiler for picks per se. So we're going to get the picks as they come in. We might be slightly ahead of TV, slightly behind, but we're going to make sure we give analysis for all of these picks. So with that being said, Rhys, do you have anything left on the Ethan Holiday to the Rockies before we go to the Cardinals selection?
I think that this was the pick that was probably the easiest in the mock if he didn't in anybody's mocks. I don't think this is probably the only one that people have gotten right so far. Looking at it, going through the stuff and everything. Ethan Holiday, fantastic, 30 home run bat. I do think that he does touch passive at times, but I think that he's going to be, this is the sort of environment that you want him to hit in. He's going to play in offensive environments. Honestly, I might go out and see him if he does get assigned to single A. So I'm very excited to see how Ethan Holiday is developed in the Rockies organization. Plus there's that really cool, human side of it. His dad played for the Rockies. There's going to be some video montage of some sort. It's going to be beautiful, and I think it's going to be. It was a fun pick.
Absolutely. So, our pick at 5, Will Thompson. Do you want to announce this for us? It sounds like it's in.
The pick is in. So, I just love this. It's like the best draft, the best draft music you can come up with. But it sounds like at number 5, the Cardinals are going to go the college pitcher route that a lot of people thought they would, and they're going to take Liam Doyle, the left-handed pitcher from Tennessee, second in the nation in strikeouts with 164. He is a big-time competitor. The fastball is insane. He's got a flat approach angle, nearly 20 inches of induced vertical break as well. 40% whiffs on both the fastball and the splitter. It's a very high-effort delivery, so a lot of people so some people are questioning, is he a starter? Is he a potential filthy option in the back end of the bullpen? I tend to think he's a starter. I think he's got the command for it to be a starter. I think he's got the pitch mix to be a starter. And I'm really excited to see what the Cardinals can do with this pick. And so Doyle, some people thought, if it's not 2, then he might fall to 9 or 10. That's ultimately not the case. The Cardinals go with him at 5.
Max, what do you got on Liam Doyle here?
Yeah, so I think if you look at Liam Doyle just based on production and metrics and strike throwing and what have you, you see a really fantastic pitcher that, should have every reason to start and should be a really productive player in this league. If you watch Liam Doyle on video, you see a super high effort, over the top, kind of he flies his hip wide open. It's kind of a very herky-jerky, lot of effort in the delivery. So I can understand people that, see him as a potential, 5-win starter with that fastball and the splitters, shown really well. The slider needs some work, but, it's been there at times. He throws a lot of strikes despite his mechanics. So I think he's, there's no reason to believe that he shouldn't throw strikes. I do worry a little bit about, okay, well, if his mechanics break down at all, does that command start to waver? As he climbs the minor leagues, do hitters start spitting on that fastball? Chase fastball up in the zone or split down? Does he have to dial it up and lose a little bit of command? I don't know. It's a very high risk, high reward when compared to, say, Jamie Arnold, another college lefty. I personally thought they would go Arnold, as the Cardinals are fairly risk averse in the draft, but obviously with some new what is the word with Kyan Bloom? I don't know his exact role, but he's obviously playing a role, and they're kind of shooting for something. I do want to ask Nate, though. You kind of alluded to this with your all relievers thing. I'd love to hear your thoughts here.
Yeah, I released a YouTube video the other day that was about 20 minutes long talking about how Liam Doyle could go directly into an MLB bullpen this year for a playoff race for a team like the Cardinals, who can compete if they want to this year, and I think that they should, and then look to move Liam Doyle back to starting in a couple of years. It is a super risky maneuver, but the only two lefties we've ever seen this tried on became Garrett Crochet and Chris Sale. So why not give it a chance, in my opinion? Because he's not ready to start. Right? He's not ready to start at the big league level in the next year, in my opinion. There's too many things you need to clean up with him. The pitch mix needs to, be less fastball heavy, but the splitter and the cutter and the sweeper all show really good signs of life. The splitter is going to be leaned on heavily in pro ball, and that is the key to him becoming a starting pitcher, but it's going to take some time. I think the Cardinals can do it, though. Rhys, I believe you had Liam Doyle at number 1 on your personal big board. So talking to our Cardinals fans out there who we don't know how they feel, right? Matt, Adam, we got a bunch of them watching. What are you going to say to him about Liam Doyle right now?
Adam's probably in shambles right now. He's probably yelling at his mock trial stuff that he probably does. I just imagine that he has a courtroom set up in his house that he just argues with 24/7. So yeah, we're talking about one of the best fastballs in the entire draft. Honestly, he touched 100 from the left side. We're talking about pretty nutty stuff there. And then the splitter's really good. He needs to get that, like Max mentioned, the breaking ball needs to be tweaked a little bit. Does he go with a more? How does the slider shape look? Is he a guy who develops a cutter at a certain point? But there's the raw tools here for, a Garrett Crochet-esque career, like you mentioned. I really like that, break him in the bullpen and then slowly, ever so shortly, lengthen him out and make him a starter. I'm really excited to see what Liam Doyle can do in this St. Louis Cardinal system.
Absolutely. And I want to shout out some guys here. Kevin, great coverage, guys. Really enjoying listening to this. The best free broadcast right now. Man, thank you. Please share the love on social medias. We want to get as many of you guys in here as possible, and we want to keep answering your questions. If we did skip over one that you really want to get answered, please say it again. As things start to settle down, as we get a little bit later in this draft, we'll be a lot more interactive with you guys. And here's one right here. Could Chase Shores sneak into the first round? In this draft, I think anything could happen, Max. Do you agree with that?
I love Chase Shores. I think Chase Shores is really underrated in this college pitching market that's kind of weak as you get past the first 35, 40 picks. That fastball is nutty. He's got obviously crazy velo on it. But I really like the slider. I think he's a relatively good mover for how big he is. He's obviously 6'8" or however big he's clocking in these days, but I think he's a pretty good mover. I like the arm slot for how tall he is. I think, I don't see why not. I mean, I don't know about maybe top 27, but I could totally see comp round or maybe even, 40s, those few picks in the end of the comp round. 100%. I would think he more than warrants that. So yeah, I would,
absolutely.
Why not?
AD wants Fiend to the Sox quite bad. Will, yeah, is that what you're feeling right
So
now?
do I. So
Who knows,
so
man?
do I.
He might be the pick at Miami for all we know at this point.
I'm done trying to guess at this point. But I certainly would love Gavin Fiend in Boston. I think he's a great fit as a power bat, and the bat path has got to be tweaked a little bit. He's a little bit stiff and rigid in his swing, but the Red Sox and bat path, two things that go together pretty well. They do as good of a job as anybody with that. So I hope Fiend to the Red Sox happens.
Our good boss Matt, Liam Doyle fans rise up. If Liam Doyle has no fans, I am dead, and Rhys is also dead, because I think that we have been rooting for him with our buddy Drew, because me and Rhys are the same person. A couple more questions here. We're going to announce the Pirates pick. It looks like it's coming in right now on social media, but not on the draft stream quite yet. Best available late first round pick. Okay, I'm going to give you guys about 10 seconds to think of this, and all I want is the name here. Okay, once you're ready, let me know.
I got mine.
Okay, Max, what do you got?
Patrick Forbes.
There you go. Will?
Can I stick with Andrew Fisher? Is that possible?
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh, stop taking my pick.
Rhys, you got anyone?
I was gonna go Andrew Fisher, but yeah, I'm gonna go with Andrew Fisher. I want to be on the same side as well.
I absolutely love it. I love all those picks. How about who's the best power hitter in this draft? Any ideas there, fellas?
Quinn Young.
Right?
Young.
How about Compton?
Schubert.
We had someone talk about Compton in the chat earlier, saying that they trained Compton, and he was a former draftee. I hope that guy's still hanging around. I missed his comment earlier. Brandon Compton is one guy who could go way sooner than people expect in this draft. Rhys, you got a best power hitter?
Yeah, Schubert from Oklahoma State. That's all he provides. He might have 70 power, but he also might have a 30 hit tool. So is he ever going to get to that power in game? That's a real serious question. Andrew Fisher, also really high up there as far as like top power hitters in this draft. So that's sort of the guys that I got.
All right, Willie, what do we got, my?
All right, at number 6, some people are going to go a little bit earlier, but with number 6, the Pirates, they stay prep and they take Seth Hernandez, the right-handed pitcher from Corona, California. He's a guy. He's one of the more polished, one of the more polished high school arms that you will find as well. 97 fastball. He's going to add some strength with a solid frame. That changeup, though, I mean, that changeup is bread and butter. That's a double plus pitch right off the bat. And so I think Hernandez, and the end of the secondary is going to get a little bit better, but the changeup is a potential 7 pitch, and he's got a very high spin slider and curveball. He's got the ingredients and probably the highest ceiling of any pitcher in this draft, I think. So Hernandez to Pittsburgh at number 6.
And the Pirates get another super high potential guy. Mitch says Pirates get best player 2 years in a row. And I don't disagree with him. Seth Hernandez was the number 1 guy on my board. He's the closest thing to a 60 in this whole class. Rhys, any analysis here on the Seth Hernandez pick in that Pirates pitching lab?
Yeah, that Pirates pitching lab got, they've gotten a really nice piece of clay right now. They've got, the fastball shape is a little bit questionable, but that's something that can be tweaked, right? We're talking about a really good changeup. I mean, he's been up to like, I believe up to 100 in short spurts. Like it's been pretty nuts stuff like with him. And I mean, honestly, of all the players in this draft, he has the highest potential. If anyone's going to be someone who's, competing for any sort of award, I think it's Seth Hernandez. And he's got the right head on his shoulder. I've been watching a lot of interviews with him recently. He just seems like a really, really good guy. And I'm really excited to see what the Pirates are able to get out of him, because this is back-to-back years where the Pirates get guys who have really high potential. And this is a team that needs to invest in that sort of demographic, because they're not a free agent landing spot by any means. So if they're going to get these 5 to 6 to 7 more players, they have to draft and develop them internally.
Max, I just saw an interesting note, and I know you probably want to talk about Seth Hernandez too, but whatever you want to talk about here, the floor is yours.
Yeah, no, I'll touch on Seth here, because I love Seth. He was the number 1 player on my board. He has the best feasibility of anybody in this draft to be the best pitcher in baseball. Like, obviously that's lofty claim. I'm not saying he's going to be the best pitcher in baseball, but he has the clearest route of, this is a 6'4", super projectable kid who's already touching triple digits. As you guys have mentioned, changeup it's either him or Bremner as the best overall. And they're truly, I think they're both potentially 70 grade at the professional level. I think people have kind of talked about his fastball shape where, it's kind of not ideal or whatever. Kid's 19, he's super wiry and he's already thrown as hard as he is. I'm really not overly concerned about it. I mean, he could even, if he wanted to switch away from kind of a dead zone 4-seamer and go, even like a sinker if he wanted to and throw both or 2-seamer, I think it would play. I love the pick for Pittsburgh. I think obviously it will take, quite a while for him to get to the big leagues, and there's been a lot of pressure on their ownership and whatnot. But I think this is the pick they had to make if they were, going best player available and capitalizing on things falling to them in the draft. I think reaching on a college bat or maybe even one of the prep bats, it just didn't make sense in this situation. I think Seth Hernandez is a slam dunk pick, and Pirates fans should be thrilled. I'm sure they're not going to be over the moon about taking a guy that's probably not going to play for them in 4 years or more, but he's a total stud. You should be pumped.
On the floor of the MLB draft, our Drew Wheeler is hearing that this next pick is either going to be Billy Carlson or JoJo Parker from the Miami Marlins at 7. So as we hear this come in, we'll keep that in mind from Drew and what he's hearing down on the floor. I'm going to go rapid fire through some comments here just to catch up with what some of you guys have been saying. Do you think the Mariners missed by selecting the pitcher from LSU with how little history he has pitching and passing the Holiday kid? I think that's a super valid point, and I think that almost adds the allure of Cade Anderson is that he hasn't pitched a whole lot after having that Tommy John surgery. Some other questions here. I mean, that's an excellent pick for the Pirates. Will the Giants ever be good again? Rhys, I don't know if you got anything there. I don't know if
that is such a good question. I don't know if I can answer that one, man. I hope so. I mean, the Rafael Devers trade is a heist for them. I don't want to hear any nonsense about the contract or anything like that. That they got the superstar bat that the lineup surely needs for nothing, really, if we're going to be honest. James says is a good prospect, don't get me wrong. So, yeah. Oh, the pick is in for the Marlins. If we want to transition to that.
I'm going to the music then, and then we'll get back to some comments.
All right, so with the number 7 pick, Miami, they do take a shortstop, but not a prep one. They take Iva Arquette from Oregon State, and it goes against what they've done in the past. They love prep guys. They love guys with a carrying tool, and they try and refine it later. Iva Arquette is not that. And honestly, given the way that the Marlins position players have kind of developed recently, I think this is a good move because Arquette is polished. He's 6'4", super athletic, had 19 home runs at Oregon State this year. He's got a rifle for an arm. He can drive the ball to all fields. He's a little bit hit over power for now, but the power is growing a little bit. The bat to ball skills are excellent. The in zone contact rates are really, really strong as well. So Iva Arquette, I was a huge fan of coming into this draft and one of my favorite prospects. Just a really polished shortstop. I think he can stick there too. You look at the frame and say, oh, maybe he moves to third, but I think he stays at short. I think he has the instincts and the skills to stay there. I love the Marlins taking Arquette, even though it's gone against what they usually do in the past.
Absolutely. And we are now hearing from Drew, who you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Drew. We still love you. Is hearing Jamie Arnold at 8 to the Toronto Blue Jays. I think that makes a lot of sense. And the prep shortstops, though, are still on the board here, right? We still have Billy Carlson and JoJo Parker. Max, any thoughts on this pick of Arquette to the Marlins?
Yeah, I love it. I actually almost mocked this. I went back and forth with Billy Carlson going 6 and Arquette going 7, and I ended up doing the opposite. I love Arquette. I think he's awesome. I think he is. I think he's a really good hitter. I think he's going to absolutely stick at shortstop. So, slam dunk pick. He'll be up quick and should be a really nice piece for a Marlins system that's kind of needed some security and some floor.
I don't know if I'm zigging right now. I do not like this pick at all. And I'm just trying to be as honest as possible. I do not think that the Marlins needed a college bat, especially not that of Iva Arquette. I think there are a lot of teams that could take him in this range. I would have loved to see Miami go prep and let someone develop because they've got a mixed bag, but they've got a strong farm in my opinion, but they needed some more young hitters. We'll see about Arquette. How much more is there with a guy like him? But Rhys, any thoughts on the Arquette draft?
I think that it's for a team that has had some mixed results developing hitters. I think just grabbing the safest guy and hoping that the power does take a step forward is a really good gamble for them.
Absolutely. Now, looking at some comments in here as we get ready for the Blue Jays selection, and it looks like that selection is in. Will, on your TV, is that pick in?
Not quite yet. They just came back from commercial, so.
Okay, so we got some time to answer some comments. Vahiva Aloy is a dark horse in, I don't know what he's referring to, but I would say yes. Vahiva Aloy is someone that I've heard is moving up boards as we speak. I know it's a scary profile. Max, what do you think of Aloy?
I think a model team will really like Aloy. I think there are some obvious concerns about the hit tool. The chase is quite high, especially for a first round shortstop. It's quite high. That being said, he's no doubt going to stick at the shortstop position. He's got at least above average power and really good frame. It's an exciting profile, but it's certainly more of a, let's swing a little bit and let's go for a player that, could be a really good starter for us versus let's get a guy, say Gavin Keelan, give us a really safe floor, really just, we're going to get a big leaguer out of this. I'm not saying Vahiva is not going to be a big leaguer, but it's a floor versus ceiling in the college shortstop department. So if you're shooting for a little bit higher, I think Vahiva is an awesome choice.
AD asking, what's the biggest strength of the 26th class? The fastest answer you're going to get is college bats. Rhys, this one's for you right here. What do the Yankees need? What area do you see them target?
I think that they need to draft just what they can develop well. They haven't done a really good job of developing hitters, so I think just keep staying in the college realm. That's where Anthony Ianson sort of plays well, I think. I think they're an organization that can get that next little step out of him. I think that's what the Yankees should go.
The pick is in for the Blue Jays. Will Thompson, what do you got?
The pick is in with the 8th pick in the MLB draft. The Blue Jays, they do go prep shortstop, and they go JoJo Parker from Purvis High School in Mississippi. Parker, one of the out of the prep shortstops, probably had the biggest offensive upside. He's the most pro-ready hitter out of those prep shortstops. Toronto gets him hit over power slightly, but he can really swing it. I love his swing, elite bat speed there, and he's definitely has the highest offensive upside. Out of the prep shortstops, he goes to Toronto.
Well, we just got a whelp. This sucks in the comments. So maybe you're a Blue Jays fan, but if you are a Blue Jays fan, this pick does not suck. JoJo Parker is a very good player. Rhys, what do you got on Parker?
I think that he's a really good combination of tools. I think that this is a really nice pick for the Blue Jays. I mean, last time they went with a pretty toolsy shortstop, it turned out well. I mean, Matt and I are debating, is Arjun Namala the best Blue Jays prospect? I think it's too savage, but I think Namala is definitely very close. If you want to go hitter over pitcher, I don't blame you. But JoJo Parker sort of slots in there. It's a high upside gamble for an organization that's doing really well. I mean, the Blue Jays are right there in the American League East. So why not take a swing? Because if you're going to get someone like this, I think you have to draft JoJo Parker this highly.
Absolutely. Max, what do you got on Parker?
I think this makes a ton of sense. It's been rumored for a while. They've been in on the prep shortstop market. I think JoJo makes a ton of sense. I don't know if he's necessarily the biggest lock to stick at shortstop. I think it's a more than reasonable shot he ends up as a third baseman. That being said, the combination of hit tool, I've seen several people say that he is the best pure hitter in the class, period. Now, with that combination of power that he has, it's not going to be, light tower power or anything, but if you can get a guy that can play up the middle somewhere as an above average to plus hitter with above average power, that's going to play 8 days a week. That is an awesome player. So I think it's a really nice player for Toronto to bet on. It gives them a really high upside guy to pair with, as Rhys was talking about, with Savage and Namala. I think it's a great pick. I think some teams were hoping he would slide, and Toronto capitalized.
I think the White Sox were definitely hoping he would slide. I absolutely love this pick, and that Blue Jays farm is getting really fun after a year ago it looking extremely bleak. One of the worst farm systems in the league to now a very interesting one that is clearly good at developing pitching, and now we will see if these bats can continue to develop with the likes of JoJo Parker heading over across the border, some might say. let's address another comment here. How does this year's draft class stack up compared to last year? Quite a few players already in the majors. The easiest answer is going to be that this draft class is worse. But Max, I'm going to go right back to you as our Ellingson's Edge guy. What do you got here comparing this year's draft to last year's?
It's a little different, obviously. I think last year's draft had a better top end, but I do think that there is some real merit to thinking that the prep shortstop class and the prep arms, and there's a lot of interesting guys that are going to be available in the second round. I do think this class overall is a little bit weaker, but it's just kind of a year-to-year thing where, like we're seeing early with Willits and Bremner, teams are capitalizing on this depth that they do have in these kind of 30s, 40s, 50s, even into to a lesser extent, the top 100. But the top of the class is a lot weaker. I think the top 5 last year with Burns and Condon and Hagen Smith and what have you, definitely a lot stronger. Even if you go down to, Caglione and the guys that kind of went outside the top 10, Braden Montgomery. It was a lot better at the top, but there's some depth to this that I think is compelling for sure.
We are currently hearing from Drew Steele Hall might be an option of the Reds. That would be a large jump from where most people have him on boards, above of someone like a Billy Carlson, who was thought to be the next best prep shortstop available. So we'll see how that plays out, and Will let me know when that pick is actually in. Adam is counting on us to keep him sane and remind him that the Brewers are smart. I promise you, the Brewers are going to play their money games, but it's going to work out in the end. Guys, who do the O's take? I can guarantee you Jace Laviolette isn't Baltimore Oriole, or maybe Devin Taylor. One of those two has to be.
Cam Canarello will be one of their picks later on. They're going to keep drafting these toolsy guys in the college ranks.
Ike Irish to the White Sox, Teal Cara, but you never know what'll happen down the road. Good for you. Ike Irish is an outfielder. I can nearly guarantee you that one. So you're going to get a great outfield prospect in Ike Irish. Mitch said a bad word. Come on, Mitch. Hoping the O's are not going to take an arm. 5 picks, 5 hitters. That's how it's going to go. Thoughts on Nyans? Heard he's unreal. Will he get picked first round? I do think he will get picked in the first round. He might slide to the competitive balance picks. However, the best power potential in the class. He's a really good third baseman. We've had him on our podcast on deck. He's a great kid. He's actually been interviewed by us 3 times in the last year of Prospects Live. So he's one of our guys. We believe in him almost more than anyone. Who has a higher power upside? Eric Houston, Steele Hall, or Billy Carlson? Also, do they all stick at shortstop? I think the pick is in. So we're actually going to pause that question. We'll come back in just a little bit. Yeah.
All right. Well, the Reds at number 9, Drew Wheeler, right on the money. They take shortstop Steele Hall.
Wow, that is underslot.
It definitely is going to be an underslot. From Alabama's with Tennessee commit. He's one of the younger shortstops in this draft class. He's only 17, but he's a quick twitch athlete as well, and as he's a guy who can really stick it short as well. He's got a very good range. Love him defensively. Hit over power, and he's got good bat speed. There is some swing and miss, but but the athlete is real. That's what the Reds are betting on. They're betting on the athleticism. They're betting on the defense. And they are going to saving some money here with their first pick, taking a prep shortstop they believe in. They take Steele Hall.
Steele Hall was number 14 on the Prospects Live big board. And just to jump in before we get into some more analysis of this pick, Jamie Arnold is still on the board. Billy Carlson, Kyson Witherspoon, Brendan Summerhill, and Caden Bodine are our top 5 available. Jamie Arnold is 4th on our board. This is an unexpected slide for the left-hander, and I'm wondering where he's going to go. White Sox here, athletics next. If Jamie Arnold gets the athletics, that is an absolute slam dunk pick. But don't let me get ahead of myself. Rhys, Steele Hall, what are we thinking to the Reds?
Really good athlete. I think if he doesn't stick at shortstop, I think he can move off to center field and be an impact player there. I think we're talking about good like I said, good athleticism, good swing decisions. I think that this is I don't think it's a puzzling pick, because obviously I assume there's going to be some slight savings here that opens up certain things for the Reds down later in the draft. Because I think they have like a middling bonus pool, if I remember off the top of my head. But yeah, it's an interesting selection with some of the players that we mentioned that are still on the board. But, I mean, I don't hate it. It's not like it's that far out of, he was 14th for us, so 9th isn't that crazy.
Absolutely. Now, Max, I'm going to ask you this one right here from PGD. Any chance the White Sox don't go prep shortstop? What are your thoughts there?
I think there's definitely a chance. I've heard they were looking at Witherspoon. I mean, obviously Arnold, as you were saying, is sliding down the board relatively fast. He's on there. I mean, Hagen Smith and Noah Schultz, and they've taken the weird arm slot lefty before. So it would not shock me at all. That said, I think they probably should be going, but I think they should be going shortstop. But I would love Jamie Arnold in the White Sox. I think he fits what they do really well. And obviously, you're just taking what the draft gives you. He's a really super talented player. He's number 3 on my board. So, yeah, I love Arnold.
There you go. We just got 2 Case and Cunningham questions, so we're going to answer them right here. What do we think about Case and Cunningham? He might have been projected to go a little higher, but he's been RJ Plays YT has been hearing that his stock has fallen quite a bit. And with that, you are totally correct, my friend. Case and Cunningham is in danger of sliding into the 20s, in my opinion. We'll see what a team like the Rangers or the Tampa Bay Rays decide to do, but Case and Cunningham, maybe there isn't quite enough power. The defense could be a question mark, likely a second baseman. The hit tool is good, but is it elite? If the hit tool is elite, we'll see him go soon. If it's not, we're going to see him slide down some boards. All right, so we have the White Sox coming up here. Guys, we're 9 picks in. I need to take a breath, if anything. How are we feeling about this draft? Insanity. I got to check in on our mocks because I don't think we've gotten much right at all.
It's going to be a lot of red.
A lot of red.
Greg has 2 correct selections. Max Arterburn, Max Ellingson, Jake, Owen, and Smada all have 2 out of 9 picks, guys. I'm 1 for 9, and I'm supposed to know a little bit, right? Max, you're in the running for best draft, still tied at the top, going 2 for 9.
Yeah,
that's how
limping
hard
over the finish line.
Yeah, that is how hard this thing is, man.
I mean, look, the White Sox are in a really good spot here. They got the pick. They got their pick of the litter. They want to go college pitcher. They have the Cunninghams and the Arnolds available. If they want to prep shortstop, Billy Carlson's still there. This is a really good spot, and I think the White Sox didn't expect to have all this talent available for them at 10. So it's going to be really interesting to see where they go here.
Billy Carlson is an absolute slam dunk pick. Skip Donald. I love that name. Are any of the college pitchers capable of contributing at the major league level in September / the playoffs? It's Liam Doyle all day long, right? And we see that with the Cardinals. He's probably the only guy I could see doing that. At the same time, Cade Anderson, in the craziest world ever, you never know. But I would say that Liam Doyle is your sure bet to debut soon, depending on how the Cardinals choose to develop him if they want to go that relief to starter route. And then, of course, you could see a reliever pop in the fall late, maybe a September call-up, but that's a little bit more rare. We got Red Sox take Cunningham. Yeah, I mean, Casey Cunningham's going to be an interesting guy to follow as we move ahead. Will, is that pick in? It looks like it is.
It is.
All right, let me get our music.
Oh.
Well, Nate Rasmussen throws up a lob to the Chicago White Sox, offering them a slam dunk pick, and they slammed it down for sure. Billy Carlson is going to the Chicago White Sox at number 10 from Corona High School. I mean, first of all, what an insane Corona team that had. I would not want to play that team in high school for the record. But Billy Carlson, he fell a little bit lower than a lot of people thought. But if you're looking for a guy who can stick at shortstop and has a very good arm, this is Billy Carlson. He was committed to Tennessee. Power's a little bit average, but it's getting better. He's got a lean frame. He can add on some juice as well. But this is Carlson. You're getting a surefire shortstop that he's going to stick there. So I'm fired. I love this pick by the White Sox at number 10.
This is an A+ selection in my eyes, but it doesn't just matter what I think. It matters what Rhys thinks. Rhys, what do you got on Billy Carlson to the White Sox?
I love Billy Carlson. I honestly, the more maybe I hang out with Drew a lot, we record twice. Actually, Drew and I record 3 times a week. What am I talking about? Billy Carlson is like Mason Wynn-esque. And I think if you can get Mason Wynn-esque player in the top 10 of this draft, I think you're doing pretty all right for yourself. I think it's obviously the floor is so high with him because of his ability to play a really good defensive shortstop. The defense isn't going to take days off. There's a really good arm. I'm really excited. Oh, Mitch, man, 0 for 9. Rough looks, my man. But Billy Carlson is a really good pick here. And I'm surprised. The White Sox must be on a heater. They finally got their first high school drafted first rounder to the majors in 30 years. And you know what? We're going to do it again with Billy Carlson.
Max, what do you got on this pick?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of parroting here, but it's a slam dunk. Like, this kid is so professional. The floor, considering he is a high school shortstop with some non-insignificant questions about the bat, the floor on this kid with the glove is so high. He's a special defender. I think it's a fantastic pick. It's a system that needs kind of some of these higher profile bats, but if you told me in 6 years that Billy Carlson was putting up a 4-win, 5-win season with plus defense up the middle and contact, good contact rates, I've seen varying opinions on the power. I think there's some twitch there. I don't necessarily think he's going to be the strongest player, but I think there is some twitch there where he's not going to be, swinging a noodle at the plate. He's super fun player. I love the player, love the kid. I think it's going to be a really, really, really nice pick for a Chicago White Sox team.
Rhys, I want you here to update our listeners on who else might be coming on the stream later. We got the graphic pulled up right now.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about just today, right?
Yes, sir. Or tomorrow. There's plenty of reason to stick around.
We have, I want to, make sure that people stick around. We have Gavin Heel of the Up West Sports Pod. He's going to be joining us later. Jake is going to be jumping back on with us. We have Lucas, one of my favorite guys from the Dynasty crew, is going to be joining us later. We have Brady Farkas joining us after that. And then we have Greg Zumak, one of my favorite people on all of Twitter. Then we have Adam joining us, I guess. Harris will be joining us as well. Owen Hurd will be joining us. We have the man, the myth, the legend. Switz will be joining us. That's just today. We have a lot of really good guests coming tomorrow as well. We have Ross Jensen will probably stop by at some point. Doc will stop by. Connor Griffin's dad will be stopping by at a certain point, and he has relationships with not only Connor Griffin, but he also has relationships with JoJo Parker and other prospects as well. So it's going to be really good, and there's so many more people going to be stopping by tomorrow. It's going to be a great time.
Okay, so now talking about this Athletics pick right here, guys. Jamie Arnold is still on the board. Let's talk about why is he sliding? Why is he sliding down boards? This is a top 10 guy. Will, what do you got for Jamie Arnold?
Well, I think if there's a spot for Arnold's slide to stop right now, I think this has got to be it. I think the A's certainly looking for. They like to go college, and they need some pitching in their system as well, and guys who are a high probability to be a starting pitcher down the road. As far as why he's dropping, I don't know exactly. I mean, he had a really good year at Florida State. I'm a big fan of the Arsenal. Seems like he got jumped by the other college arms who just performed a little bit better by the end of the college season. But I think this is where the slide stops. I think the A's got to be sprinting to the podium. The fact that Jamie Arnold is still available here, and they got to go grab him.
It makes a lot of sense, man. But there's a lot of talent on this board. I mean, the Kyson Witherspoon, Brendan Summerhill, Caden Bodine, Gage Woods out there, right? Ike Irish is just hanging around. That was a guy who a lot of people had in the top 10. And then we have some really fun prepsters still hanging around, right? So we'll just have to see where this kind of goes. And it looks like the pick is in, Will. Is that correct?
It is. With the 11th pick, as I mentioned and we just talked about, the slide stops here. And the Sacramento, Oaklamento, Future Vegas, whatever you want to call them, they take Jamie Arnold at 11. So the slide finally stops. He's a guy at an ERA just under 3, a low launch delivery, release height of just 4.4. But that fastball, it won't blow you away with velocity, but it's got really strong carry up in the zone, really good with pretty good arm side run too. The sweeper, the changeup has improved a lot. The changeup had a 52% whiff rate, and we know from this playoff he is going to compete for sure. And so he is one heck of a competitor. So the slide stops here. The A's get Jamie Arnold to follow them.
That's incredible. Max, what are your thoughts on this pick? I love it.
Yeah, it's an awesome pick. I feel like I've been saying that every time, but Arnold, I think the reason Arnold slipped is because he's not really the best at one thing in this draft. Like, he doesn't have the best stuff. He doesn't have the best projection. He doesn't have the best production. but the dude is just so solid at just everything in the pitching game. He's done it for 2 years. He came into this year as arguably the 1-1, but definitely the best college pitcher. It's a profile that didn't shock me slipped because of how unique it is and how maybe not stand out everything is when compared to the other top arms. But I think Oakland will or I guess it's not Oakland anymore, but I think they just secured one of the best players in this draft. I had him at number 3 on my board. I really like the stuff. I think the fastball with a little bit of refinement is going to pick right back up to where it was in 2024. I think they just got a stud. This is an awesome pick for them.
Rhys, what do you got on Jamie Arnold here?
He's someone who I really think you should be throwing that changeup more. Metrically, it's really, really good, like Will mentioned. And I mean, we're talking about a unique arm slot, fastball slider plays really well from it. I'm excited to see what the Los Sacramento, whatever they're going to be called in the next couple of years. I don't even know if they even have started on their stadium in Las Vegas. But that's neither here nor there. We're talking about honestly, I thought he was the second or third best pitcher. Him and Cade Anderson were kind of close in my mind. I thought Liam Doyle was the best player. So I'm really excited to see what Sacramento does because they've done a really good job. I mean, we're seeing what Gage Jump just is doing in their organization. So it's another left-handed pitcher for them to play around with. Maybe he'll want to stick around. So I'm very excited to see what happens with Jamie Arnold.
Absolutely. Now we got some people talking about what the Rangers might do here. Irish to the Rangers, right? Feels like Irish should go soon unless there are catcher doubts. Well, there definitely are catcher doubts. I hate to break it to you. Irish to the Rangers could make a lot of sense, right? That's a good bat for them to add. Trevor Huth forgot to upload my mock, but I'm 100% so far. I believe you. Please heavens, don't let Braves or Cubs get Wood. Gage Wood is the guy I have circled right now. Where is he going to land? But first up, we got Kyson Witherspoon hanging around. Texas, I think, could easily go Kyson Witherspoon here. So we'll have to see. Will, the pick is in?
The pick is in.
All right. Go for it, my friend.
So with the 12th pick, the Texas Rangers, they do not take Ike Irish, and they take who I wanted the Red Sox to take at 15, Gavin Thien from California. Guy probably more meant for third base, but this is a big-time power bat and a guy that I am a huge fan of. And the swing path the swing path is a little bit rigid, but this is a guy he has really risen up. He's a model darling as well. And the power is for real. Pretty good contact skills too. You're not going to get a great defender out of Gavin Thien, probably slightly below average, whether that's third, whether that's first, maybe a corner outfielder or something of that sort. But you're betting on the bat, you're betting on the contact of the blend of contact and power. And I think this probably they cut a little bit of a deal here, but Thien at 12, one of my favorite players in the draft.
Generally, at Prospects Live, we have been big fans of Gavin Thien. He was a top 8 player on my personal board. And I'd love to hear, Rhys, kind of what your thoughts are on Thien and what the fit is like with the Rangers here.
Travis Scott's favorite player, Thien, just got picked, and I think it's a fantastic pick. I'm a super big fan of the power. I've been working on some of these workshopping some of these like little tidbits and everything. But we're talking. I know, great stuff on my part. Shout out me. But yeah, Thien, we're talking about pretty ridiculous power. I don't like Will said, not a shortstop, but that's fine. Moves over to third base and kind of just this 30 home run upside, and even in Texas's ballpark, maybe even 35 home run upside. They can get him all the way up to the majors. It's a really interesting divergence from what they've normally done in the past. They've normally been pretty safe, vanilla up in the in the first round, and then maybe they'll sprinkle some things later on. But I think Thien is a really good opportunity for them, and we're seeing these prep players are flying off the board.
Prep guys dominating the draft, Josh. You can't say it better myself, man. And we'll see which one's next with some teams that like to go prep, like the Rays and the Red Sox coming up soon. Max, where are you at with Thien in the state of the draft right now?
Yeah, crazy draft. I actually had Thien at the number 12 spot on my board. I can't say I thought he would go here, but he made his hay last summer. He was arguably the best prep hitter on the summer circuit last year. He had a very weird spring where he was kind of just up and down all year, and it was kind of a rough one for him. But I think teams can see the production against the best of the best competition at the high school level, and see a player that could easily blossom into a power hit combo third baseman. He's definitely not a shortstop. He's probably drafted as a shortstop. He's not going to be there. The swing's a little. It's not necessarily as orthodox as maybe a lot of these other guys have, but I think he's going to hit. He's a very fun player. I know Boston and even I think the Giants, like some of these right in here, are going to be kicking themselves that they didn't get him, but. Yeah, he's a really solid player. I really like him.
Our good buddy Trevor just posed a question to us. With all the surprises so far, who would be a shocking player mocked outside of the first round to get taken? I don't think there are any shocks anymore, but if I'm looking at our big board, I mean, I would be surprised if a lot of these names went high, but I don't know how to answer this question because there's just so many interesting developments going on so far. What if I phrase this a little bit differently? Who's a guy that you guys think is going to go next that maybe we didn't think was going to be in the teens here? I'll start with you, Rhys.
Oh, you always start with me. I hate it so much.
I'll start
Honestly,
with myself. Daniel Pierce.
No, that's okay. I was gonna say like Marcus Phillips. I think he's like a second round-ish sort of talent, but he might get. I think that with the way in which this draft might be going, we're expecting the unexpected, right? Or Ryan Mitchell. I think that we could just see prep guys just start flying off the board because in this part of the draft, like you mentioned, there's a lot of teams that love to draft prep guys. So like we could really start to see after the Giants, just preps just start flying off the board.
Yeah, it's getting thin. We've had a couple Astros questions here. Astros are fine. Hopefully they bypass Wood. He's needed at Mets or A's. Thoughts on who the Astros may take? Maybe Wood, Bodine, or Laviolette. The Astros and Laviolette definitely makes a lot of sense. Bodine as well. I'm really wondering when Caden Bodine is going to get picked. He is the third best player left on the board, according to our Prospects Live big board. So Caden Bodine should be coming up soon, and that means you get to hear from Cameron Flukie. When Caden gets drafted, his teammate, a great pitcher, is going to get drafted next year super early, is going to come on and discuss Caden Bodine. So for now, we are on to the Giants, and we're waiting for that pick to officially come in. What are we thinking the Giants are going to do here, guys? Max, I'll start with you.
I would be very surprised if this wasn't Ike Irish. I could see another college bat, maybe Gavin Keelan, maybe Devin Taylor even, a little bit down the board. I'm expecting a college bat. That said, it'll probably be Daniel Pierce or Xavier Nyans or something crazy, and I'll just be completely wrong. But, I think it could be I think a nice, safe bat is where my head's at least.
Will.
With the 13th pick, the Giants do take a college bat, but it is not one that I thought was going to go this high. That's Gavin Keelan from Tennessee. So it's his second time was being drafted. He was drafted by the Red Sox a few years back. But you're betting on the hit tool. He had 15 home runs at Tennessee this year. The approach got a little bit better as well. A little bit of a smaller frame, but he's pretty stocky. He's strong, and there's strength there. Now the question: does he stick at shortstop? Is he probably more moving to second? I'm more in the camp that I think he's going to move to second. I don't think the arm is great, and I think probably where he ends up. But Gavin Keelan, he's the pick. He is Buster Posey's first round draft pick, and he goes at number 13 overall.
Yeah, I think you summed that up really well. And some people are asking why not Irish. Rhys, why would the Giants go someone like Keelan instead of Ike Irish?
Because Keelan can at least play up the middle. I think that the bats are somewhat similar. Even if it is second base, that's more valuable than Ike Irish being a left fielder.
Absolutely. Max, any thoughts on the Keelan selection right there?
I think it makes a ton of sense. I think the floor is so high here where it's in up the middle. I do agree. I think it's second base long term, but he was playing some shortstop for Tennessee at some points. I think the bat's pretty safe. I like the contact ability. I think the power is at least average. It's a high floor pick. I'm curious on if they saved any money here or not. He did have some suitors in the teens, but very high floor. I think they'll probably go big with their next pick or two and try to shoot for some upside with any savings that I assume they have in this pick. So,
yeah. So kind of continuing on this point of savings, did you see Cade will get underslot money at third? And Trevor saw that Cade was rumored to sign at 8.8, which saves the Mariners about $700,000 to put towards some picks later on in the draft. And boy, do they have a lot of picks. They have the second most bonus pool money in the whole draft. So we could be looking at the Mariners at 35 and 57, start doing some over slot things. So as we get these kind of slot value rumors coming in, we'll try and update you on those to predict where teams are going to go with their next picks. But yeah, man, I thought that was going to be Ike Irish for sure to the Giants. And I'm a little surprised that Keelan went that high, but that's what we've been hearing all week, is that Keelan's going to go higher than you think. And they weren't wrong. Will, you got anything?
Well, I don't, we mentioned, I'm not the biggest Keelan fan myself either, but I was surprised that it's not Irish at this pick. As far as, Tampa next and the Red Sox, I don't really see Irish as a fit for either of them. So he's sliding. So Irish is definitely sliding a little bit. Another guy who's sliding, Kyson Witherspoon. Witherspoon is a guy that I thought was going to go in the top 10, really high on myself, but he's sliding a little bit. Someone here, whether it's Boston, Minnesota, the Cubs, who like those college pitchers as well, coming up. I'm wondering when's Witherspoon going to go. I'm surprised that he's still on the board.
Absolutely, me as well. And so some things that we're hearing from Drew on the ground is Daniel Pierce to the Rays and Kyson Witherspoon to the Red Sox. So we'll see how those develop, but that's what Drew's hearing, and he is there. So I tend to think that those might be pretty good leads for us. I'd love to see some more comments from you guys talking about these next couple picks coming up. What do you think the Rays, Red Sox, Twins are going to do? When's our boy Caden Bodine going to get drafted? Kyson Witherspoon, what's going on there? Max, any thoughts on the Kyson Witherspoon slide?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't really see it as a slide. I think he profiles much better in this mid-teens range than he did top 10. That said, he's still one heck of a pitcher. I mean, he's obviously unorthodox with his arm action. It's very, very short, very, very short. Some jerk to it, but the stuff speaks for itself. He dominated at Oklahoma. He holds his velocity incredibly well. He's a really good athlete. Not a ton of projection in the frame. He's a little smaller than you'd maybe typically see. I've seen him listed at 6'2", but I'm not totally convinced he's that tall. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, obviously really, really good pitcher. He's got the whiff rates on the stuff. I think he's a talented guy, and I think he makes a ton of sense for Boston at 15, if that is true. I think they've done well with guys that have that big stuff. Peyton Tolley last year, Brandon Clark, similar. I think it makes a ton of sense if that does end up coming to fruition, because I don't think he's an option for Tampa at 14. I think he would still be on the board there.
Yeah. And now, Rhys, I'm going to pose this question from Morgan to you. Do you think Root has a chance to enter the first round?
I do. I like this stuff quite a bit. I think that it's, the fastball doesn't get as much chase as you would like. That's fine. I think there's a really good curveball here. There's a really good changeup. I think that Zach Root sort of has, I think that everything sort of plays well from him. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's I'm a big fan of Zach Root. I would take him. This is the portion of the draft that I think he should go. Or
Will, what's the pick?
All right, so Drew Wheeler was right on the money. The Rays do go prep shortstop. They take Daniel Pierce from Mill Creek High School in Georgia. This is a guy that what we've talked about, defense first, shortstops. He's another one of those guys. He's got a plus glove, plus arm. The bat has come along a little bit more this year that has kind of catapulted him up into this range. Probably more of a power over hit guy, but he's a good athlete, a good quick switch athlete. The hit, when comparing him to the other shortstops, I don't think the hit tool is as good as the other prep shortstops that really went before him. But I'm a big fan of this pick. I think it makes a lot of sense for Tampa at 14. And so Daniel Pierce is the pick for Tampa.
It was kind of this or Kason Cunningham in my eyes. Rhys, what did you have on this Rays selection here?
I think that the Rays just sort of sat in a spot and they just get, the Rays, we always, what is the famous tweet? Who did the Rays get? I love this for them. They just get a really good defensive shortstop. And I think that they get a really good, athlete for them to gamble on. And they do a really good job with these sort of players. They continually draft shortstop and center fielders. And Pierce is just next in a long line of those guys.
Max, what do you got on Pierce here?
Yeah, super great glove. Makes a ton of sense for Tampa here. They love their up the middle prep guys. The bat's been trending positively all spring, and that's kind of why he's been entered into this first round conversation. Obviously, he goes in the first 15 picks. It's similar profile to Steele Hall. I had Steele Hall going here to the Rays. Very similar. I think obviously Steele Hall is exceptionally fast, and while Daniel Pierce is a good runner, probably plus at times, but Steele Hall's in a different category there. But yeah, really good glove. Just the org fit, the player fit, it makes so much sense. So I think it's a great pick. Really can't complain about that if you're a Rays fan.
Absolutely. And now, Will, what are we thinking for these next couple picks here? This is kind of your spot here, buddy.
Yeah, I think the fact that Witherspoon's still here, I think this should be the pick for the Red Sox. They do such a good job, at least recently, with developing pitching and helping with stuff. Max talked about it with Peyton Tolley and Brandon Clark from last year's class. They did an excellent job with. And the Red Sox was actually one of my favorite Ellingson's Edge articles of all of them, because the reason is because, and just to quote Max or paraphrase a little bit, the Red Sox get players to fall to them and take the best player available and somehow convince them to sign underslot. So I don't, if they can pick Kyson Witherspoon and convince him to sign underslot, like I'll just tip my cap to them. Congratulations. I don't know how you do that, but that's been what they've done. But I think Witherspoon is the pick here, and he would be someone I'd be really excited for in the Red Sox organization.
Absolutely. I'm going to open this up to a question from Connor. Which college bat should I be happy with the O's taking? And I'm going to ask everyone to think of a name here. We can double up if we have to. And I see one guy that's glaringly still on the board, and that would be Brendan Summerhill. Feels like an Oriole, your classic fourth outfielder, if Rhys wants to say that. Someone like Laviolette as well. But Rhys, do you have a name that sticks out to you for the Orioles here?
Yeah, I would love for them to go Caden Bodine. I think Caden Bodine in that organization would be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Will, what do you think about the Orioles at 19?
I think I like Devin Taylor there potentially, because I mocked Laviolette there, but I'm not the biggest Laviolette fan myself. So if the question is which college bat, the specific question is which college bat should you be happy with them taking? Devin Taylor for me. I love the all fields approach, and he's got some really good opposite field juice. I'm a big fan of Taylor. I think I would be happy if that was the pick.
Max, what do you got for the Orioles?
I think if they wanted polish, I would go Taylor as well. If they wanted to shoot for the moon, Laviolette. Obviously super risky with the swing and everything like that. But personally, I'd go Taylor. But I think they'll kind of go Laviolette, honestly.
Yeah, it feels like it's becoming more of a reality. And Kyson Witherspoon's still on the board here for the Red Sox. I'm thinking that's the direction that they're probably going to go unless they really like one of these prepsters hanging around. But it's a pretty college-heavy board remaining. All of our top 5 best available are from college ranks, right? Ike Irish, Gage Wood, Caden Bodine, Brendan Summerhill, and Kyson Witherspoon at number 1. So we'll see how this plays out. But it is interesting. Most of the guys that we were somewhat down on at Prospects Live, like a Kyson Witherspoon, a Brendan Summerhill, even an Ike Irish in a sense, are waiting a little longer to hear their name than we might have thought. And then Caden Bodine, we all wanted him early, but we'll see. These next couple teams could have a good chance here. As Drew is also telling me now that the Twins are looking at Merrick Houston at 16. I think that fit makes a lot of sense. Max, I think you even alluded to that in your article.
Yeah, I think, just in terms of, playing up the middle, I would have expected they go. It's not a totally shocking pick, but it looks like we've got a pick in. But I can touch on that as we get there. How about that?
There you go.
With the 15th pick in the MLB draft, the winners of 10 straight baseball games, the Boston Red Sox, they take the man who fell to them, Kyson Witherspoon, right-handed pitcher from Oklahoma. I am enamored with this pick. I love this pick. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, this is a guy that proved he could handle a starter's workload. 124 strikeouts. He filled the strike zone as well. The fastball is 95 to 98. Talked to a scout who said this fastball absolutely explodes out of his hand, and that's something the Red Sox do a great job with. Cutter, slider, and curveball, they're all above average. He got 54% whiffs on that curveball. And so I'm a really big fan of this pick. And with the way that the Red Sox have been able to develop pitching in recent years, I absolutely love this pick. I cannot wait to see what they do with Witherspoon. This fires me up. This is awesome. I'm excited.
Let's see how far under slot they get him. That's a joke. By the way. And he
I would
does.
be floored.
He goes to the Driveline Red Sox, as AD just pointed out. Max, what do you got on this pick?
Yeah, I if he signs under slot, I'm sure he will. But it's like I was writing that article and I was like, how are they doing this over and over and over? It's just like it doesn't make any sense. No, obviously, if you're a Red Sox fan, awesome pick. I do think he'll move. He could move relatively quickly with their pitching dev. I do think this is a good org fit generally. Yeah, obviously he fell to them. I had him actually as my 15th best player, so this is right where I kind of think he is talent-wise. I think it's a great fit. Yeah, I no complaints if I were a Red Sox fan, that's for sure.
Yeah, and now our eyes turn to someone like Gage Wood and Patrick Forbes next. But Rhys, what do you got on Kyson Witherspoon to the Boston Red Sox?
Yeah, the 54%, swing rate or whiff rate on the curveball is pretty crazy. Honestly, he could stand to throw that more. I think the fastball curveball cutter combination is just lethal for him. I'm excited to see what the Red Sox are able to do to get a little bit more out of him. I don't think that he's like the most projectable guy by any means, but I think that there's still a little bit more tinkering on the edge that they could do and really unlock some more with him.
Yeah, I mean, he screams SP4 to me, which is not a negative thing on a team like the Red Sox, who should have a very good SP4 in the next 10 years during this window that they've created for themselves. I'm going to pose a question to you guys right now. For the Twins at 16, what are the odds that they pick either Merrick Houston or Caden Bodine? And is it like 80 or 90%? Rhys, I'm going to go straight back to you. What do you think the percentage is that one of those two guys gets taken at this pick?
I think it's a pretty 90%. I think those are guys that sort of fit their profile to a T. Like we're talking about, Merrick Houston can just be a pretty safe, healthy shortstop for them, which they kind of need at certain points. So I'll go, and then Bodine, I think he's just the best contact hitter left at this point in the draft. Especially when you factor in the position that he plays as a premium defense position. So them getting one or two of the most important defense positions plus getting good bats from them, I think that's a really good fit for this organization. So I'm going to say 85%.
Max, what's your percentage there?
I'm going to say lower than that just because I think Brennan Summerhill will be in the mix to some degree. That said, I think if of those three, I would be very surprised if it wasn't one of those. This is a cop-out, but I'd be very surprised it's not a college bat. And I think Merrick fits their profile really well. Bodine, obviously, they've drafted plenty of catchers in recent years. They've gotten weird with some, even converting players to catchers to some degree. So I'd expect a college bat. Summerhill's the top one on my board, but Merrick Houston's not too far behind him. And, maybe get even crazy. You throw in Devin Taylor or whoever into the mix. So, and obviously Bodine. So I think that three makes a ton of sense.
It sounds like this won't be the sexiest pick, Max. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not going to be. We're not shooting for the stars here, but the Twins don't usually do that with their first pick. They'll probably snag a prep left-hander or right-hander in the second or comp B round, or they'll be just fine.
All right, Will's giving me the word.
With the 16th pick, Rhys's 90% chance wins out because they pick Merrick Houston, the shortstop from Wake Forest. He's a guy that what stands out to me immediately is defense. He can really defend. He is a no doubt above average defensive shortstop. The power did improve quite a bit this year. I got to watch him a lot on the Cape last summer. He was playing for the Bourne Braves. We got to play him against them a lot. And he was really good bat to ball skills. Not a ton of juice, but that started to come on a little bit more at Wake Forest. I mean, a lot of people hit for power in Winston-Salem, but it's a nice compact swing. The power is probably below average, and the exit velocities aren't great, but this buys you a lot when the floor really changes as well. If you have a guy that is going to stick at shortstop, that's Merrick Houston at 16 to Minnesota.
It's an incredibly Twins pick that we kind of called out. Rhys, any thoughts on Merrick Houston as a ball player?
I've recently become a big fan of him. I think I was texting, was it the group chat that me, you and Drew are in, or me, you, and Will? I think it was me, you, and Will. I've been texting between that group chat all day today. But we're talking about a guy who, at the very worst, is a good defensive shortstop, and that just provides such a high floor.
Absolutely. Max, do you kind of agree with that, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably at least above average glove, shortstop position. He's going to stick. It's probably 40 power, like you're hoping to get that at the big league level. But if you've got an excellent defender up the middle that's going to make contact, and even if the power's fringy, you're going to get a pretty damn good player. So maybe not the sexiest pick, as we said, but he's got a very safe floor with his defense and performance in the ACC. So yeah, solid if unspectacular pick, I would say.
Yeah, and Trevor's keeping us updated on our mock drafts, guys. 3 for 16 is what the leaders are in right now, and that would be
Wow.
Nate, Max, and Jake. 3 for 16, and I just got boosted by calling that Merrick Houston pick. So not the greatest showing, but mock drafts are extremely hard. I'll be interested to see who won our Prospects Live giveaway for the top 10, because you might have only taken 2 correct picks to win that $300 value giveaway.
Yeah.
AD's coming in with thoughts on Slater DeBrun. Rhys, I'm going to go to you here. What do you think about Slater?
I love that you always go to me first, but I don't need to stall here. Slater DeBrun is, it's a really good contact, probably one of the better pure contact guys, if not top 5 contact guys in this draft. He's a good defensive center fielder. The power is questionable with him. I believe he's listed at 6 foot. That might be a hinge 6 foot, but we're talking about, good defensive center fielder with good contact skills and maybe some emerging power. I see you guys like that comment, by the way. I'm glad.
A hinge 6 foot is great.
A hinge 6 foot is one of my favorite things. We'll start putting that in our scouting reports.
What is Rhys, so what is the minimum actual height you can be to be a hinge 6 foot? Like, what are we talking?
The minimum height is 5'9", you're a short king. But you round up to 5'10". So I'm gonna say 5'10" is when you can start rounding up the 6, be a hinge 6 footer. Not that you have to worry about that, Will. Will is like 6'8", 6'6", but
I think Will's like 7 feet tall.
Yeah, I think we're just adding an inch every single time we talk to him.
It was 6'7" like last week.
Yeah.
So Drew's got Ethan Conrad to the Cubs here. That's what he's hearing. Our best available is Brendan Summerhill, Caden Bodine, Gage Wood, Ike Irish, and Kason Cunningham. So we're getting to this kind of weird spot here. Some guys like Ike Irish are sliding. Brendan Summerhill, Bodine we knew could slide, right? That's always a realistic option with a hit first defensive catcher. And we got a question from Mitch here. Rhys, how are we feeling if DeBrun goes to our Tigers?
Oh, if he goes to our Tigers, we're doing fantastic. We're talking about tools, really good contact, and really good defensive center fielder. I think we're talking about a really good player. I'd be pumped if he was there. Honestly, I don't think there's any of the prep players at this point in the draft that I would be super upset if they went with it, as long as it's a prep hitter.
Couldn't agree more. So as we wait for this pick to come in, guys, we're starting to relax in the first round. A little less to talk about, not as much craziness going on. We're looking at I'm trying to look at slot values here, and it looks like just a whole bunch of underslot early is really the vibe that I'm getting, is that teams are prioritizing financial freedom. Max, do you have any kind of insight on how the money's looking for some of these teams right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly a strategy. This underslot vibe. I was looking at that Tyler Bremner pick. I mean, that's insane. Clearly the middle of this draft is where teams think they're going to make their hay. They're trying to move money around. Not that Bremner or Willits or whoever are bad players, but it's definitely an emphasis to spread the love a little bit and take as many dart throws as you possibly can. So looks like we might have another pick coming in here.
All righty, Will, let's play that music.
Let's go, William.
Once again, Drew Wheeler's on a hot streak down in Atlanta because he is on the money again. The Chicago Cubs at number 17, they take Ethan Conrad from Wake Forest. Had his season with the Demon Deacons cut a little bit short, underwent shoulder surgery. I love the player. I don't really care about the shoulder surgery much. It doesn't really change what I think of the player. He has got a great contact and power blend. I got to watch him on the Cape a lot last summer. He terrorized us. He hit 385 with a couple home runs in about half a summer. We couldn't get him out. And he can play the corner outfield positions. He has a chance to stick in center, but you're betting on the bat here. And I'm a big fan of Ethan Conrad at this point. Maybe a slight underslot, I would think, but this is a nice pick. for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, the Cubs were kind of a team that we all. I guess I don't want to speak in generalizations here, but I kind of had them circled to see what they would do, and I don't think that this is the sexiest pick, and it's definitely an underslot deal. Rhys, what do you got on Ethan Conrad to the Cubs?
So Ethan Conrad to the Cubs, it seems like the Cubs are going with a high floor sort of type, and I don't blame them by any means. I mean, we're talking about a guy who he barely swings and misses. Everything under the hood looks fantastic with him. The shoulder injury does provide a little bit of, a little bit of worry, but I think he'll be fine. Honestly, you can draft Ethan Conrad here, and it's like getting Brendan's like a little bit lesser. Not that that's a bad thing by any means. Brendan Summerhill, you kind of get the same sort of profile. There's some power here. There's good contact. So yeah, I think this is a really good pick for the Cubs.
Let me just read our Ellingson's edge because Max, you predicted this perfectly. Large conference performer with carrying tools, and the second name that you listed was Ethan Conrad. So you clearly had an inkling that this might happen. What are your thoughts on this pick?
It makes a ton of sense. The Cubs rely heavily, obviously they've got scouting, but they rely heavily on their model. They really like guys with tools that pop on their metrics and whatnot. Conrad makes a ton of sense here. He's got a really physical frame. I think his speed and defense in center is fine. I think it's not like stellar or anything, but I think they'll throw him out there in center field as he starts his career. The bat, very professional. Obviously, it's really tough to gauge because he missed so much time and because he transferred from a smaller school. He did get a ton of time against the elite competition, but I just think the tools you bet on with obviously some pedigree at Wake Forest, I think it's a really solid pick for the Cubbies.
With the 18th pick, the Arizona Diamondbacks, they take Kason Cunningham from Johnson High School in Texas. This is a guy you're betting on the hit tool. He's one of the best pure contact hitters of the whole prep class. He can cover all parts of the zone. He doesn't whiff very much. He sprays it to all fields. He's a little bit undersized and probably a second baseman, not going to hit for a lot of power. But I got to say, this pick screams Arizona Diamondbacks to me. Like as an athletic player up the middle with the more of the hit over power type of model. I think this makes a lot of sense. Cunningham is the pick for Arizona at 18.
I love this pick. I was notably not the highest on Kason Cunningham, but this is a team that knows how to develop this kind of player, and he is going to develop really well in that Arizona system, in my opinion. I think that this is just a match made in heaven, and this is about as early as I wanted Kason Cunningham to go, but it's a perfect fit. Rhys, I don't know what your thoughts are, though, on Kason Cunningham.
I don't have a lot more to say other than that. It's a perfect fit. It's an organization. I've seen the Diamondbacks affiliate here in Single Lake quite a bit, and it's a lot of these shorter guys who make a lot of contact. And yeah, I think this is a fantastic pairing between team and player.
It makes a lot of sense, right, Max?
Yeah, I think between the size, the contact profile, the speed, I think he's a second baseman long term personally. But that being said, the hit tool, it's hard to argue with getting the best contact hitter from the high school ranks. Usually that guy's a pretty darn good ball player. So, this makes a lot of sense organizationally for the player. I think it makes a ton of sense because I think he gets a better payday than maybe he could have banked on. I'm very happy with this pick if I'm an Arizona Diamondbacks fan, and I'm very happy if I'm Kason Cunningham.
And now we are getting to the first of many Orioles day one selections. So there's a million different ways that they can go here, but they're going to take a little bit of everything. I think I have a graphic here. It's the most day one picks. Baltimore Orioles with 7, Tampa Bay Rays with 5, and alongside the Cleveland Guardians, Kansas City Royals, and Milwaukee Brewers. So the Orioles have a clear advantage both in bonus pool money with $19 million and 7 day one picks. So they can play some games here. Rhys, any prediction for this pick? And is it Jace Laviolette here?
I think they'd have to take Summerhill here. He's fallen enough. They have the money if there's been some pretty crazy bonus demands. I don't know. I'm not privy to that sort of information. But this is with our best available players, Brendan Summerhill, Caden Bodine, Gage Wood, Ike Irish, Aloy. All these guys really scream Orioles because they're college players. Outside of Gage Wood, they haven't really shown a propensity to draft college pitching very early. So honestly, any of those 4 high school or college bats, will be a fantastic selection for them.
So here's what I'm thinking right now is that they floated Summerhill or Ike Irish down this board. That's what it feels like to me. I think
Irish
that
is who I'm thinking here.
they floated one of them down the board to a team that, because none of these teams picking ahead of them had a bunch of money hanging around as far as bonus pools go. The Orioles are in prime position to get a guy through the teens into the late teens at 19 for them. But it sounds like this pick is about to come in or is already in. So I'm really interested to see what's going to happen here. And I mean, Irish or Summerhill, and I think it's going to be a pretty good slot value for those guys. Going to make a little bit of money here.
Play the music.
Play the music?
Play the music.
Play the music, sorry.
It is quite possible that the Orioles did float someone down to the 19th selection because they have taken Ike Irish. Now the position is a little bit of a question. Is he a catcher? Is he more of a left fielder? Is he a DH? Regardless, the man can hit. And he had a phenomenal year at Auburn as well. And so despite the defensive struggles, I mean, he's not a guy who struck out a lot. Maybe he needs to get the ball in the air a little bit more, but he can really hit 325, 871 OPS on the Cape last year. So he was he hit for quite a bit of power on the Cape. It trends. He had 19 home runs this year. The Orioles probably overslotted a good bit here, but they have a lot of money to do it. Irish goes at 19 to Baltimore.
And nobody had Irish going this late in the draft. Not in our staff mocks. Not anywhere could you find Irish 19. But it makes a lot of sense because they're paying him, more than $1 million overslot at this pick, most likely. But Max, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this Ike Irish selection.
Makes a ton of sense from what they look for outside of the positional value. I don't think he's going to be a catcher long term. I think he likely moves to a corner outfield spot. That being said, the metrics on everything he does offensively scream Oriole. I think there is a really, really good chance that they gave him a nice little deal to maybe turn some players away. But if not, which I could also see, I mean, maybe he's just not their other team's flavor. I think it's a great get for an Orioles team that likes betting on bats, and he's arguably the best college performer offensively that we have in this class.
And our boy Mitch is telling us, looks like Irish was drafted as a right fielder, which does matter in a case like this. But Drew is currently pointing out Andrew Fisher to Milwaukee, where our staff mock actually had Andrew Fisher going at number 20 to the Brewers. Good underslot play there. That'll be a really interesting one if they choose to go with Andrew Fisher, Drew's boy. I mean, Ike Irish, guys, I think that's a really interesting point in this draft where the money is starting to matter, right? The money is starting to really matter. And Ike Irish went probably 10 picks lower than he could have because he was getting money from the Baltimore Orioles. Do we have any predictions at number 20 for the Brewers? Rhys, anything? You think Andrew Fisher's a good move there?
I would love Andrew Fisher there because it would give me one of my few correct picks in this entire mock draft exercise. I think I'm having maybe one of the worst showings out of anybody. So yeah, Andrew Fisher. The Brewers like to draft first baseman. They really do. I mean, Batanti, Burke, Brock Wilkin, they have a tendency to like to do it. And because obviously they fit their model. They're a very model-based team. So I'm going to go with Andrew Fisher.
And yeah, actually, our buddy Will Thompson's doing worse than you in the mock game. Will, Ethan Holiday's the only correct choice so far, my friend.
Fight for last place.
I'm slumping. What, a 1 for 19 skid? It's not going well at the moment. But I assumed this was one of the drafts where you finish your mock and you just don't feel good about it. Maybe that's just how I feel, and maybe you guys all felt great about your mocks. But when I finished, I was like, but I'll take it on the chin.
I waited until last night to do my mock because I just wasn't sure, and then I restarted my mock 7 different times. I got to 16 or 15 or whatever. I don't like it, and I'm going to do it again, and I just landed on something random. So,
did any of them have Tyler Bremner number 2?
No, none of them had Tyler Bremner top 10. So.
I had him at 22, so I got the 2 part of it right.
Yeah,
do I get a point for that?
We have consistently been pretty down on Tyler Bremner as far as his draft value, so we'll eat that one. But for being honest, like if we're about 20 picks in here, the worst pick in my eyes is Tyler Bremner at 2, unless they got such a significant payday and they think that they can mold him so well. There was just so many better options on the table. Bremner is not the guy you fast track the same way you do a Cade Anderson or a Liam Doyle to the bullpen. It does not necessarily match the Angels' tendencies, in my opinion. I don't think Bremner is a guy who could be ready opening day next year. I think you're looking at just another disaster there. He still has too many things to work on. And like the fastball shape's gotten better. That's cool. Well, the MLB ball is going to take away that fastball shape progress. It has to be an elite pitch in college for it to transition to a above average pitch in the pros. Like it takes more than just adding a couple inches, because those are going to get taken away by the time he gets to pro ball. But that's the end of my rant for what I think the worst pick is. And it looks like we're at Andrew Fisher to the Brewers. But I'm going to play the music. Has that pick come up yet, Will?
Not yet on my end. So
I chime in on this Bremner pick because I'm seeing a report from their beat reporter that says they asked their scouting director if they expect Tyler Bremner to sign well below slot value, and he answered no, not necessarily.
What
would be wild?
What?
And that could just be a play. Maybe they don't have the deal officially out, but that is from the Angels beat reporter at The Athletic.
Wow.
Okay. We can focus on Milwaukee for now. Okay. So we already kind of teased and went with it. So no sense of keeping the drama, but Milwaukee at number 20, they take Andrew Fisher. They announce him as a third baseman. I think he probably ends up more towards first, but as we've mentioned a lot earlier, pull and lift is the name of the game here. He's got a lot of power, hit 25 home runs at school, and 22% walk rate compared to a 14% K rate. So the defense is a little bit limited, and I think it's probably unrealistic to assume that he's going to strike out at obviously not a 14% clip, but there's going to be some swing and miss in the pros, I think. But the approach is really good. Love the power. I love this pick here as a corner infielder, probably at first base for Milwaukee. I'm all about it.
I think that this is a match made in heaven, and our draft team came to that conclusion. Some of us were in on that conversation. Max, Rhys, what did you guys talk about when mocking Andrew Fisher to the Brewers at 20? I'll start with Max.
We're changing it up. We don't have to start with Rhys.
I know.
Yeah, I know, right? Thank goodness.
I think the conversation basically revolved around, this is a profile that Milwaukee has targeted, like you said, in the past. The fit, they've scouted. I mean, even Brock Burke, same school. He is a first baseman long term. I don't see any chance that he switches back over to third base, but really polished offensive profile. Lacking in the defensive value, obviously, but yeah, I mean, just a really solid pick. They're probably going to save at least $500,000-$600,000 at the least. They could maybe save even more. They're going to do their Brewers thing where they move a bunch of money around. They'll probably land 2 to 3 preps in rounds 2 through 4, and they'll probably have the best draft class of anybody when it's all said and done. They're pretty good at this, so I'm not going to question their philosophy too much.
It's a great pick. It's a really great pick. Rhys, what are your thoughts on Fisher there to the Brewers?
I think that it is. We're just talking about the same thing over and over again. It is a really, really good lift and pull approach, and I think that there is, like looking at his spray charts, like the when he takes something to the pull side, that's just a lot. It's just it's really interesting. Anyways, I'm super excited to see what the Milwaukee Brewers are able to do with them. Round out that hit tool, and honestly, they're a team that has been doing pretty well first baseman. I mean, they've revived Andrew Vaughn's career out of nowhere. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do with this pick.
Trevor with a great question here. Is Wood to Atlanta too perfect a match to fail? Yes.
Questionable medicals, great stuff. SEC arm that's falling. I don't. Yeah.
It's Atlanta Brave already.
The medicals thing seals the deal to the Braves because all of their first-round pitchers get TJ.
It's actually preferred at this point.
Yeah, they want it.
It allows them to save a little bit on the medical costs. So maybe they're playing the long game well.
We're seeing Xavier Nyans to the Astros here, according to Drew. That is something that's been talked about quite a bit. I think that makes a lot of sense. But we'll see what that pick ends up being. Okay, guys, we're 20 picks in now. I want a favorite and least favorite pick from the draft. So I'm not going to start with Rhys. I'll start with myself to not put any of you guys on the spot. I've already talked about my least favorite pick in Tyler Bremner. I think my favorite pick, it's got to be Jamie Arnold to the Athletics. I think the Athletics have a sneaky pitching lab thing going on down there in Sacramento, and I think that they can both develop him and get him up in about a year and a half. So I'm going to go Jamie Arnold for my favorite pick. Max, are you ready?
I mean, this is homer bias. I mean, I think everybody saw this coming, but getting Cade Anderson at
Saved
3.
it for you.
I mean, I did not expect that at all. I don't think anybody really did. If you want a non-homer pick, that's maybe not something that a lot of people agree with me, but I actually really like Gavin Keelan at 13. I think he's one of the safest bats in this draft. Obviously, it's not a shortstop profile long-term, most likely, but I think he just gives you such a good floor, especially if they save some money there. He gives you such a good floor that I actually liked him more than Ike Irish in this one. I think the offensive value in Irish doesn't necessarily play as much as the defensive value. I'm a big defensive value guy. I like guys up the middle. And yeah, I think Keelan at 13 was a really, really solid pick. I had him at number 15 on my board. So right where I kind of thought he would fall talent wise.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to go to the pick and then we're going to come back to that question. Okay, Will? So
All right. So in fact, it is true. The pick for the Houston Astros at 21, who they don't have a lot of money to spend, but they do go Xavier Nyans from Mount Vernon High School in Washington State. He is power. He has a lot of power. He's 6'4", 205. We're talking a big body here. He's third baseman more than likely could play some outfield as well. But he's got such a good frame. There might be more strength he can add and more power. The swing, it's a ton of loft. He's going to lift the baseball. You're not going to have a ground ball rate problem. I love the swing. He's got the arm to play third. And I think Nyans is a terrific pick for Houston in this spot. I think you got a lot of upside with this pick and a guy who's going to hit for a lot of power. So I am all for this pick for Houston.
I think this one's going to cost them some money. But talked to Xavier Nyans multiple times. Caught up with him at the draft combine. We had him on deck earlier this year. I've seen him play baseball in person up here in Washington, and it's a complete ball player in my opinion. I think it's overblown. Talk about poor defense and a bad hit tool. I think that those are more stable than people might think, and I'm happy for the Astros. I think that is something I never thought I would say, but this is a really good pick, and I wonder how the Mariner fan Xavier Nyans, grew up a Mariners fan, how he feels about going to the Houston Astros. That's like the one place where Mariner fans would be like, I'm not ever rooting for them. So they might have to pay him a little extra for that. But Max, what do you got on Xavier here?
Yes, I am unfortunately very annoyed that he went to the Astros as a Mariner fan. It's a great pick for them. They're also quite good at this drafting thing. They just keep churning guys out left and right. But I would agree with you on the kind of everything being overblown. I do think the hit tool is a little less overblown than the defense. I think he's more than capable as a third baseman. The hit tool over the summer was a little, you had a little bit cause for concern. I don't think it's like a major red flag or anything, but I think as we were talking about with the Fisher pick, he has this really innate feel of lifting and pulling the ball. And especially as a huge towering kid with a left-handed swing, I think it's going to play absolutely fantastically at pro ball. I think he's got a really good feel for it, and he should have no trouble. It's a really good pick. But I do agree, could be a little pricey, and without the biggest bonus pool, we'll see how much they have to give him to bring him to Houston.
That definitely handicapped a good part of the rest of their drafts, in my opinion, because that's an overslot deal at 21, unless they can do some crazy magic. Rhys, what are your thoughts on Xavier Nyans? You've talked to him.
Yeah, like him and I are also a big Lego guys, so I'm a big fan of that. I think that you can probably get it with cheaper in Texas, so good for him. But no, I'm excited for this. It is an interesting choice to go with this because we're talking about Houston, and it's going to cost a pretty good amount of their bonus pool. I mean, they only have just over $7 million to play with. They have 2 picks on day 1, so obviously they're going upside hunting. And I mean, we're talking about a guy with pretty elite power, and I think a good enough arm that if he doesn't play third base, if he has to move off the position, I think he's going to be a pretty awesome right fielder with that cannon of an arm. So I'm very excited to see Xavier Nines in this Houston Astros player depth system.
When I shook his hand in person at the combine, man, that's a big fella, and he could add more. He could definitely add more to the frame. He's like a lead, powerful 6'4". It's insane. No, he's not a hinge 6-footer at all. We're seeing Tate Southesine to the Braves here, according to Drew. That would be insane in my opinion, but I guess this draft has been insane. Does anyone have like any strong feelings on Southesine? When I saw him at the combine, I was not thinking first round for him.
Yeah, I'm not overwhelmed by the profile. It's kind of more of like a gritty grinder profile. He does have some like EV numbers that are compelling, but the problem with them is he's not a big guy. He's listed at 5'11", so the hinge debate continues. But he has a very big leg kick. He's got low hands. He has to put a lot of his weight into getting those EVs. Obviously, it's going to be a little exaggerated in BP. He's going to be trying to post some numbers, but yeah, it's an interesting play in the first round. I'm curious if they wanted to kind of switch up their philosophy with pitcher, and take a prep guy while also maybe kind of spreading it out so they could take a few shots. I don't love Southesine. I think he's a more than fine talent, but depending on the money, I'm more or less okay with the pick, is how I'll put it.
Yeah, I mean, Trevor just pointed out in the comments, no one on our staff mocked Tate in the first 27 picks. I think it's a reach, and I think if the Braves were going to go prep reaches, I think that there's more compelling picks, but that's just me. Checking in our board, guys. Brendan Summerhill, Caden Bodine, and Gage Wood are still on the board. Vahiva Aloy, too. And then you go to a guy like Jace Laviolette, rounding out our best available list. Some big college bats are just not going to get drafted. We knew that this was a bad college bat draft, but have we ever seen anything to this precedent before with this many college bats just not getting drafted in the first 22 picks?
Yeah, it's surprising. It's surprising, and we knew that it wasn't a great draft for college bats, but there have certainly been guys falling in that realm where I'm definitely surprised with. Yeah. Well, Drew is right again. The Braves, I assume, underslot. They're going to take shortstop Tate Southesine from Basic High School in Nevada, who's a USC commit. He's a guy where he doesn't have a super standout tool, has a pretty good arm, decent athlete. But as Max pointed out really well, the low handset. I don't love the swing of the setup, and we'll see if that maybe ends up getting tweaked and changed around a little bit once he gets into pro ball with Atlanta. But the Braves, they go away from the arms and potentially Gage Wood, which we all thought was a lock. They go Tate Southesine at number 22.
And he is our 55th ranked player on our big board. So that is absolutely a reach. Rhys, what do you got on Southesine there?
I'm not the biggest fan of him. I think it's fine. So obviously this has to be some sort of underslot deal. Probably $3 million-ish to free up almost $1 million to play around with later. This really is a complete divergent from where let's be real. The Braves have selected pitcher for what feels like, since the Obama administration. They've loved their pitchers, and the fact that they've gone away with that with Tate Southesine is a very interesting pick for all parties involved. I hope it works out for him. He's just, I don't think there's the powers, anything crazy. Like Max mentioned, he has to really get into it for the power to play. So I'm interested to see how this goes.
Well, we have Drew saying Sean Gamble to the Royals and Jordan Yost to the Tigers. Yost would definitely be an interesting one. Maybe not someone previously thought of for that 24th overall pick. But I think we've exhausted the South Scene conversation here, guys. I think it's surprising, but it's going to be under slot. It provides the Braves some flexibility to take some guys that they like down the board. And we're approaching the end of the traditional first round before the PPI and compensation picks. And, Summerhill, Bodine, Wood, Bahiva, Loy are all guys who we thought would go in the top 20, and they're hanging around the board. So it'll be interesting to see where those guys might fall with some contending teams in this range, able to get some really good college prospects, which we'll just have to see if that happens. And I mentioned that we're going to come back to this. Will, favorite and least favorite pick in this draft so far?
So my favorite pick is Iva Arquette with the Marlins at 7. I'm just a really big fan of the profile. I think he's gonna develop into some more power, but he's got the bat to ball skills already. I love the frame. Defensively, I think he's going to stick it short. Just a really polished player that can rise up in that Miami system quickly. And so I'm a big fan of Arquette. That's my favorite pick of the draft. I like that Miami kind of deviated from their norms to go get him at 7. At least favorite, I think Keelan and Bremner would probably be the two that I would mention. Has there been any update as far as this slot, or about the bonus that Bremner is going to get? Because if that's not a significant underslot, that's shocking. And so if it's a severe underslot, because I don't mind Tyler Bremner, but for the certain price, but if they're giving him, you wouldn't think he would get full slot value, but maybe around the 8 to 9 million range. That's a lot of money. So I don't love that, but I do love Arquette. So
I am still just simply shocked that the Braves took a bat. It just didn't seem like it would ever happen. Who did I miss for favorite and least favorite pick so far?
Me.
You, Rhys?
I haven't gone yet. Yes.
What do you got?
And my favorite pick is the best player in this draft in my mind, Liam Doyle going to St. Louis. I'm really interested to see what Adam thinks of that, because I know Adam was not a fan of that. St. Louis gets a ready, 260 pitches, maybe develops a third, average to above average pitch. And then my least favorite one is probably Gavin Killian. I just am not the biggest fan of the profile. The Giants kind of boring. Probably, does better. It just when you see him in person with the standard scouting eye, as opposed to the Giants have gone away from math. They've been afraid of it. So and with this new regime. So yeah, I think this is a really interesting. I think that's my least favorite pick so far.
Yeah, I think that's 100% fair, and I think this Tate Southstein pick is right up there for me now too.
Oh, yes, me too.
I just don't understand taking a guy 55th on our board, and I think on a lot of people's boards, he was not a top 50 guy, or at least he wasn't a top 35 guy. And going at 22 is just a reach when there's a lot of good talent on the board that the Braves could need, but clearly they need to reset the farm a little bit and get younger. So I suppose we'll see how that works out for them. And now we're looking at the Royals pick in Sean Gamble is what Drew is telling us. Let's see what actually happens.
So with the 23rd pick, the Royals do in fact go prep. They do take Sean Campbell from IMG Academy in Bradenton, Florida. Gamble is 19 already, was a Vanderbilt commit. You're really betting on the athlete here. He's a very good athlete. You kind of got to work with the swing a little bit. The bat speed's there for sure. It can get a little bit long at times, but he can really run. He can defend. Still a little bit of a question as far as where is he going to play. It's possible he can. Some people think he could be on the dirt as well as in the outfield and be that kind of utility type as well. So you thinking the Royals probably saving some money here, I think, but Gamble is the pick for Kansas City at 23.
It's a really raw player is the biggest thing that stands out to me. But Rhys, what are you thinking about Sean Gamble to the Royals?
Some left-handed power. Maybe he sticks on the infield. That's sort of what I got on him. It's a worthwhile gamble. No pun intended. So yeah, I'm going to see. I'm interested to see why the Royals went this way, because it just seems like they're a team that kind of needs. They've shown that they're not afraid to rush guys. I'm surprised that with some of the safety that's been tied into some of these college bats, I'm surprised that we did not see one of them take one of the college bats here.
Yeah, Max, what are you thinking about with Sean Gamble?
I'm relatively low on Gamble. I emphasize the hit tool a lot in players that I look for, and Gamble does not have that. If you want to bet on tools and the athlete and everything, yeah, absolutely, by all means. He is unbelievably twitchy. He's got crazy good bat speed, pretty good runner. I mean, there's a lot to like for sure, but I'm just not super convinced he's ever going to make a ton of contact, and that means the power has to play in game. I don't think it's a terrible bet by any means, but personally, I would not have had Gamble this high.
With the 24th pick, the Rhys White's Detroit Tigers, they take Jordan Yost from Sickles High School in Florida. I like Yost as a player. I did not think there was any chance he was going to be in the first round. I've heard a lot of good things about him. He's been a guy who's really burst onto the scene this spring in the prep ranks in Florida. The exit velocity is not great. I like the hit tool a lot. There's not going to be a lot of power in this profile at all. But you're betting on the hit tool. He's a plus runner, defender. I mean, whether shortstop, second base, probably more of a second baseman. I like the hit tool, and I like the player, Jordan Yost. I did not, in my wildest dreams, think he was going to go 24th overall. So I'm kind of mixed on it. But I guess, Rhys, the floor is yours.
I'm excited about it. I mean, the Tigers have shown an ability to draft and develop high school guys. I mean, they have two top 12 picks or top 12 prospects that they've developed from that demographic. I really like. I think that at this point, an athletic, wiry shortstop is kind of what they sort of are valuing. I mean, they've gone shortstop this year and last year, so I'm excited about it. I think that they can really do no wrong. They were obviously not drafting a college guy. So I just think that at this point, maybe there's a slight bit of savings here, which would be nice to get with a high school prepsters, and then maybe they dip back into the high school with their upcoming pick later.
There's definitely savings here. I just wish that a guy like Josh Hammond was the pick here, but I mean, I agree with Rhys there. The Tigers kind of do their thing, and you don't necessarily want to second guess it, but this is early for Yost. This is a guy who on our board, I believe, was 65th. I think it would be hard pressed to find him in a top 50 anywhere. And he's such a late bloomer that maybe the Tigers just had better intel than the rest of the community, and they think that this is the right pick. But Max, what do you got here on Yost?
I actually really like Yost. I think he's a plus runner. The hit tool, I think, could be plus if everything comes together. I mean, there's some projection there with the frame, but I mean, I don't think it's like a terribly dissimilar profile from Kevin McGonigal. And I think Kevin McGonigal obviously had a lot more polish, a lot more performance, but I mean, clearly it's a profile they like. They emphasize the hit tool a lot, and he's definitely got that. He's got a really good feel for the barrel. So I think it's a solid pick. I don't know. I'm curious on how much savings. I'm not convinced there's going to be a ton. But I think it's a really solid pick. I don't think it's a bad pick by any means.
Well, if you were betting on the San Diego Padres stopping the slide of some of these college bats, they were never going to. And they take one of my favorite prospects in the draft. That's because he's taller than me. Left-handed pitcher, Cruz Schoolcraft from the Sunset High School in Oregon. He is 6'8". He's got, in my opinion, 3+ pitches. He's 6'8". He's got a lead extension. But my favorite part is he stays pretty unbalanced. He repeats his delivery well. I think this is a guy that's gonna project pretty well. The changeup is better than the slider, but I think there's a real chance and a high ceiling here that there's a pretty high potential pitcher down the road with Cruz Schoolcraft with a big frame and the big time extension. The fastball is electric. I'm a big fan of this pick for the Padres, and I think this fits exactly what they do.
This is the most Padres pick ever. Rhys, what do you got on Cruz Schoolcraft? This is around the range that we were thinking he would go.
This is about where I think that he should go. We're talking. I think it's a good fastball. It's a good changeup. I really do worry about the breaking ball and how that looks. But I mean, a high school lefty who's 6'8", with a lead extension and a good fastball and a good changeup. I think that there's enough building blocks there to play around with the breaking ball.
Max, you kind of in the same boat there?
Yeah, very, very Padres pick. I do worry, just him being so tall and so lanky and everything. I do worry about repeatability in the delivery a little bit in that development track. The stuff isn't massive. Obviously, you can dream on it because he's just a massive human being. But yeah, I'm a little lower on Cruz Schoolcraft, but I kind of figured he'd go in the 20s to 30s range. I think this is a more than reasonable pick and screams AJ Preller. So yeah. Not all that surprising.
Absolutely. And we are 25 picks in to the MLB draft now with the Phillies, Guardians, and Royals coming up. The Royals getting that pick through the PPI system, which we'll talk about a little bit later once they actually make their pick. And so our top prospects are still just college guys, everywhere. Brendan Summerhill, Caden Bodine, Gage Wood, Hiva Loy, and Jace Laviolette. Brendan Summerhill and Caden Bodine were 11 and 12 on our big board, and they are now outside of the top 25. So we'll have to see how this develops. Clearly, teams were not as into Brendan Summerhill as others might have been. Rhys, talk to me about Brendan Summerhill a little bit, because you kind of notably been lower on him than others. So maybe you did see this slide coming.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, people keep telling me he hits the crap out of the ball, which is fine. He doesn't do it in game outside of the Cape. It was a weird season for him too. He did miss some time. I believe it was with an injury. I could be totally wrong on that. So many prospects that I have to keep an eye on. So yeah, and I don't think he's a center fielder. So then it's like the chances of him just being a contact first corner outfielder type. I just didn't see it. It just wasn't my cup of tea. And it seems like for once I'm being proven. The teams are showing me that if they thought that he was what some of the other guys on staff thought, then he would be drafted at this point. Not that I'm taking a victory lap on a guy. I don't want him to be falling by any means. I hope he gets a very nice paycheck. I was just lower on him the most because I didn't see the power in game as much as other people did.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at some teams that might have some money to work with coming up who have saved some money, I mean, my mind goes straight to the Mariners. The Orioles are right there. The Brewers could get some of these college guys if they want to. I think a lot of these teams look for prep with their second pick, especially if you're going college first. But there are some teams with money coming up that could pay these guys a good amount. And we're seeing Gage Wood from Drew to the Phillies. I think that would be a super exciting kind of combination there. We're kind of used to the Phillies going a little bit different. Max, what's your edge on the Phillies, and where would you normally expect them to go?
Yeah, prep. They've gone prep very heavy at the top of their drafts in recent years. They're not opposed to taking pitching, and obviously Gage Wood is a very risky college pitcher, all things considered, with his medicals. We don't have him in front of us, so we don't really know how they came back, but I have to imagine, considering he's fallen this low, they are not great. But if you want to bet, take a big swing, he's just as big of a swing as any of these prep guys. His stuff is absolutely massive, and obviously the no-hitter in Omaha is pretty cool too.
Yeah. All righty. Here we go.
The rumors are true. The Phillies go a little bit of a different route, but they got to be thrilled that this guy fell to them. They take the no-hitter in Omaha, man himself. That is Gage Wood from Arkansas. The fastball is electric. We've talked about that. Plenty. The secondaries are still developing a little bit, but the fastball's got a ton of ride as well. This is a guy that he battled some injuries, 37 and 2/3 innings. How about 7 walks to 69 strikeouts, which is just absurd. You got a 45% fastball whiff rate because of that flat approach angle. And my favorite part of his fastball, it's the command of it. It's great. It's great to have a fastball that profiles well, but especially in that Murray State start, it was just pounding right above the belt. He was just pinpoint, like he was shooting darts every single time, and Murray State just kept missing. He kept swinging and missing. So I love Gage Wood. He is a slam dunk big leaguer. Is he a reliever? Maybe, but if he is, this is a future back end bullpen guy. I'm a big fan of this pick.
Shelby is too. It's about time. Now get Vahiva up there next. I can't agree more, Shelby. But Gage Wood, it all depends on the health, right? If he is healthy and able to maintain a starter's workload, you have an absolute steal here. But will he get there? So I think that this is a fair spot for him to land, especially hearing so much about the medicals this past week or so. I think that this is a really interesting landing spot for the Phillies. Max, what do you got on Gage Wood here?
Yeah, I mean, stuff is big, as I said. Command, obviously, really impressive for how good the stuff is. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really fun pick. I do think it's interesting because the Phillies have shot for so much upside in their picks, but I mean, to me, this is just as good of an upside or a ceiling as you can get on this board right now. I mean, if everything clicks, he's not maybe the biggest guy out on the mound, but the stuff is just so big. So I don't know. I mean, there's a world where he turns into a pretty decent starting pitcher with his command and overpowering fastball. The curveball is really good. He's going to have to find some sort of third offering if he wants to stick as a starter. But yeah, there's a ton to like here. I know he was popping on models a lot. So yeah, it's a fun pick for sure. I'm so fascinated to see, how is that shoulder? How is that arm doing? Because that's ultimately what a lot of this is going to boil down to.
The Phillies are thinner at the pitching spot in their farm, so I think that this is a nice pick here for that reason too. Rhys, what do you got on Gage Wood here?
We're talking about like some of the best 1-2 pitch. Fastball, curveball is just electric. I think that we're talking about one of the better. Just honestly, if they wanted to throw him into the bullpen, I think he could get outs right now. Like I think he can handle an inning here and there. And yeah, I'm just a big fan of this sort of pick. I'm so in on Gage Wood. I honestly I think I viewed him as like a top 10-ish player in this draft. So the fact that the Phillies get him right here is fantastic for us and our friend Drew Wheeler.
Absolutely. And Trevor giving us the update on our staff mock draft. Down to the last pick, Max, you and me are tied with 4 correct. But if Bodine goes to Cleveland, you'll take it, and I could see that happening. I could absolutely see that happening. I think Bodine to Cleveland is a slam dunk pick, and we'll just have to see, I suppose. It sounds like the pick is in from Big Will.
With the 27th pick of the first round, Max unfortunately is denied the win. It is not Caden Bodine, but it is Jace Laviolette, a guy that there was a lot of thought early in this season or coming into this season that, hey, this is a guy that could go in the top 5. He falls to the end of the first round, has had some big strikeout problems, which is going to have to be addressed, but you cannot question the power. He's a huge frame, 6'6", 230. I mean, you're talking probably 65, maybe 70 raw. I'm not sure. I mean, he is that type of power, but making contact is going to be an issue. He struck out around a 24% clip at A&M this year. So it's a very Guardians pick, but I don't mind it at this juncture. It's an interesting pick to end round 1.
Absolutely. Rhys, what are your thoughts on Jace Laviolette there?
I mean, I'm surprised that he's not an Oriole, honestly. I've real serious questions about whether the guy can hit, but I think this is the Guardians. They've shown they're willing to do this. They did this sort of thing with Chase DeLauder a couple of years ago. The guy that was presumed to be the number 1 pick, maybe top 5 pick. He fell to them. They take him, they rehab him, maybe they get him to get a little bit better swing decisions. Obviously, he has the injury, which I think it was still silly that he played through, but that's neither here nor there. We're talking about a lot of really good tools with a lot of question marks about whether he can make consistent enough contact. But I think this is a good gamble for an organization that's shown that they're willing to do that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. Max, what are your thoughts on the Laviolette selection at 27 to Cleveland?
If I had to guess the team that ended Jace Laviolette's slide, it would not have been Cleveland. That is what I will say. The hit tool being as big of an issue as it is, Cleveland has typically targeted the exact opposite, where it's, they've got the hit tool and they just got to teach them some other stuff. So obviously a huge swing by Cleveland, a little bit of a diversion from what they do, but I mean, the tools are there. So if they can figure this out, they could have a really, really special player.
Absolutely.
With the 28th pick in the first round, the Kansas City Royals take a guy that I like a lot and a possible legit 2A guy, and that's Josh Hammond from Wesleyan Christian Academy in North Carolina. Was a Wake Forest commit. There's probably going to be more of a hitter, but he's got a lot of power as well. I mean, if he's going to pitch, it's probably more of a reliever profile, but he's got power. I'm a fan of the player. I think this is a solid pick at this spot for Kansas City.
This is my best remaining prep guy on the board. I had him, I think, 14 or 13 on my personal board. And the Royals go double prep, and I think that's an absolute slam dunk. I think they got two really good prospects here. But, Rhys, what are you thinking about Josh Hammond at the PPI pick? The first time we've seen a team pick twice in this draft.
Yeah, I think that the ability to get Sean Gamble and Josh Hammond is a fantastic 1-2 combo for them. Now, does this mean that they're going to have to start cutting and saving some money later on? I think that's probably going to be a realistic outcome for the Royals. But I do actually, when Jake and I were like grinding up those last little bits, there's some interesting senior signs that they're going to be later on in this draft. There's some relievers that I kind of like. So yeah, I think that right now this is sort of, I think if you're betting for the Royals, betting on this sort of upside with Josh Hammond and Sean Gamble is really interesting. Hammond has more power. Honestly, I think he's a better player than Sean Gamble right now, which I think makes things really interesting. But yeah, I'm super pumped to see Josh Hammond get picked here.
Yeah, maybe flip the order. But Max, what do you think?
Yeah, super fun pick. I'd heard that they liked Hammond a lot. They were in on him. I wouldn't have been shocked if they took him with their first pick, honestly. Yeah, Hammond's a pretty tremendous athlete. His ability to hit, I think he's hit 97 on the mound. He's got some pretty ridiculous power. It's a really fun player. I do think he's a third baseman long term, but I mean the arm plays. I think the hit tool should be fine. Obviously, he's got probably at least above average or plus power. It's a really fun player that it shows that they are really going for this prep demographic with Gamble and Hammond. So yeah, super fun pick. If you're a Royals fan, I think you got to be pumped because you got a ton of ceiling, and it's I mean, no complaints on my end.
Absolutely, and it sounds like we got another pick here.
Well, this is a really fun one at 29 because the Arizona Diamondbacks, with the Christian Walker compensation pick, they select Patrick Forbes from Louisville. He's a former two-way guy. Is now focused on pitching. The fastball is outstanding. It's got a ton of ride, ton of carry at the top of the zone. It's absolutely love the fastball. The delivery is kind of herky-jerky, a little bit, definitely high effort, but the sliders plus the field's going to need to continue to develop a little bit. But I do think that he's going to start, and I love the fastball. I love this pick. Patrick Forbes to Arizona at 29.
It's a pretty electric pitcher. Max, what do you got on Forbes, who's one of the better values left on the board, in my opinion?
Yeah, I love Forbes. I was really high on Forbes, I think, compared to most people. I mean, maybe not really high, but I thought he was a slam dunk first round talent. The fastball, the release height, the athleticism, it's just so good. Like, somebody needs to take a bet on him. I would not have guessed Baltimore was going to be that team, considering their history with bats. However, they really need some arms in that system. And if they were going to take a bet on a pitcher in early, I think Forbes really makes a lot of sense with his, huge fastball metrics, carrying pitch. He's similar to the players they look for in maybe rounds 3 or 4, but obviously just a lot higher ceiling there. So I think it's a really good pick.
Yeah, I mean, they go Cunningham and Forbes. I think that's a pretty fun mix there. Rhys, I'm going to kick it to you before we introduce our next guest right after your little analysis here.
Yeah, I think Forbes, it's probably a double plus fastball. Like, even just when you factor in the shape, you factor in the velocity, you factor in the arm slot, it's going to be one of the better fastballs in all of baseball. It is right now. And we're talking about a really good slider, and we have a pick coming up. So play the music.
All righty.
With the 30th pick, the Orioles take somebody that I'm a big fan of. We love him. Caden Bodine, the catcher from Coastal Carolina. Definitely a hit over power guy, but he is an excellent defender behind the plate. There's no doubt that he's going to stick there long term. Power was a little bit down. I believe had 5 home runs this year, but a switch hitting catcher. I believe in the hit tool. He can really defend. Bodine's a slam dunk at this point in the comp rounds and 30th overall. I think the Orioles got to be super excited with who they just got.
Absolutely, and that means that Cameron Fluke will be joining us any minute now to talk about Caden Bodine and this selection. This is about as far as we could have seen him sliding. Rhys, what are your thoughts on the Bodine selection here to the Orioles?
I know we were one of the higher publications on Bodine. Maybe just, the only people higher on him than us were probably his parents, himself. But yeah, we're talking about a catcher who might be a plus contact guy, plus defender at a premium defensive position. And honestly, there's emerging power. We've seen everything go. Shout out the Chanticleers. Great name, great colors, great uniforms too. I'm excited to see Caden Bodine in the Orioles system. They do a really good job of developing college hitters, and I think this is fantastic for him and the Orioles as well. This is great value at this point of the draft. Honestly, that maybe getting that extra pick, maybe this is what they plan. They plan on just picking off. Maybe they had it all figured out. They think that they're going to pick off some of these college hitters that were falling.
Did we see the Orioles float multiple guys down the board? Is that what's going on here? And we've got some Vahiva Aloy still on the board. Well, he might go at this next Orioles pick for all we know. That's kind of where we're looking right now, according to Drew, is that they might go Bodine Aloy back to back. But this Caden Bodine pick is an absolute slam dunk. It is one of the safest picks in the draft, in my opinion. I think you could get a Gold Glover out of him, and you could get a guy who can hit 280, 300 in the big leagues, which is pretty incredible. But looks like we have another pick.
In fact, the Orioles do go back to back great picks, especially this value. The Orioles finally stop the slide of Vahiva Aloy. Aloy goes to the Orioles at number 31. The name of the game here with Aloy is power. He's a guy who hits for a lot of power. I think he's a little bit more of an underrated defender. I think people look at the frame and say, "Oh, third base." I think he's got the hands. I'm a big fan of him sticking at shortstop. Now the question is, can he make enough contact? That's going to be something. I mean, he also chases a lot. A 29% chase rate. Struggles a little bit making contact against spin, a 39% whiff rate against sliders this year in the SEC. Definitely not what you want to see, but he is a power hitting shortstop who I think can stick there. So I think that's worth taking a gamble on, especially when you have as many picks as the Orioles do.
Absolutely. And with that, Aloy, I'm going to bring in a guest right now. I'm going to bring in Gavin Height from the Up West Sports Podcast, and he's coming in anticipation of the Mariners selection right here, and we're going to get Gavin's thoughts on Vahiva Aloy in just a second, right after I get Rhys's. Rhys, what are your thoughts on Vahiva Aloy going right after Caden Bodine?
Do you know what? If this is your third pick, you're doing really well. Honestly, it's a gamble on the tools. Is the hit tool a little bit unrefined? I believe so. But I think this is a really good third pick. And it adds, just that much more to this draft class. Is really good.
So we actually have a special guest joining us right now, and we'll wait for Gavin's thoughts as we get a little closer to the Mariners pick. But we have Cameron Fluke from Coastal Carolina talking live about Caden Bodine. Cameron, how are you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So your boy just got drafted. What's the emotion like for you after probably throwing, hundreds of baseballs this year to Caden?
Oh, man, it's an awesome feeling. I know he's worked really hard for it, and it's nice to see all his hard work pay off from this whole season.
Absolutely. So, I mean, one of the best defensive catchers in college baseball. How much of an absolute thrill is it to throw to a guy like that works so hard behind the dish? I don't know if you've seen like the charts online where all the pitches he's stolen this year for your staff. I mean, how much fun is it throwing to that guy?
Yeah. Trust me. I've seen the charts. I've seen it in real time. It's unexplainable. Like, it's kind of hard to say. I've thrown to him my 2 years at Coastal, so it's hard to compare to other college guys. I mean, he really is the best of the best. And like the whole staff will talk about it throughout the year. It's just like throwing to him it's just like, it's a pretty cool feeling. You can throw anything you want and he's going to stop it, or he's going to steal you a strike. Sometimes it even sucks because you throw a pitch and like you think it's a really good pitch, and then it's like, damn, I think you just caught that well. And you look at the report after and it's like 3 balls below the zone. It's like, all right, well, now I just look like an idiot.
If the ABS system gets implemented, man, I mean, yeah, who knows on that? But I want to swing it over to my other guys here, Rhys, Will, and Gavin. Do you guys have any questions for Cameron here? I mean, he's going to a catcher-led system in Baltimore that is great at developing catchers. So I'm sure you're probably over the moon at that. But fellas, do you have any questions for Cameron here?
Yeah, I'll go first here real quick. What's up, Cameron? By the way, very excited to have you on. I'm just wondering, like, getting to be around Caden for the 2 years that you've been there. How do you think of his preparation and everything like that? Obviously, you're talking about a great defensive catcher, but what does he do behind the scenes that people don't see that everyone likes to know? Like, as their catcher, how is he communicating to you? Before you go in, what is the process like communicating with him?
Yeah, I mean, I say this all the time, or I've said this in like a couple interviews before, is Bodine's the most like routine catcher position player I've ever seen. I mean, you talk about pitchers having routines, but Bodine's got as good a routine as anyone. Every time before the game, I don't know, an hour before the game, he's working on his warm-up catcher drills, warming up his wrist, doing all this stuff. I mean, he's working every single day on his craft. And it is impressive. Like, you don't really see, I don't know if about like what you guys have seen, but position plays, you don't see as much like truly routine guys before the game for like 2 hours, just doing the same thing before every game. I mean, it's impressive to me. That's one thing that I'll admire to him for the past 2 years, is he stuck to in his routine, truly.
I didn't even realize that Gavin was rocking the Coastal shirt. This wasn't set up to have you guys on together. Gavin actually was on a podcast as a guest as well. But so this is maybe the perfect timing ever. But Gavin, you gotta do, so what's the reason for it, for the shirt?
Well, so one of my best friends, Anthony Marks, played there on the 2016 team. Obviously, most of us remember him. Him and I coached baseball at a couple different schools together. Had to wear this and rock it for him. It was awesome to see Bodine go. Cam, great to meet you, man. Great to finally meet you and put a name to a face, man. You killed it this year. Excited to see your future and everything. And Nate, Rhys, Will, thank you so much for having me on. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah, just to update the viewers who are here for like, did my team just get a kid or not? It looks like Brady Ebel went to the Milwaukee Brewers, and we will analyze that pick a little bit later. Will, are we up to date on picks? Are we good?
Yeah, the Red Sox just took Marcus Phillips at 33 from Tennessee, but we can get to that in a second. But Cam, first of all, congrats on a great season. Thank you so much for jumping on. I wanted to ask, because you guys at Coastal this year played a ton of big games and a ton of big moments. The big moment that stands out to me when I think about Caden Bodine was in the Super against Auburn. So, and even though that maybe he didn't hit for a ton of power this year, of course, in a big spot, he comes up big, hitting that big home run in extra innings. Just what can you say about the way that he was able to calm himself down as a leader of the team in the big moments and perform his best when the spotlight was the brightest?
Yeah. I mean, to me, that Auburn game was the best game we played all year. I mean, that was nerve-wracking to the end, and to have Bodine come out from maybe a little bit of home run like drought, like he hasn't hit a home run in a little bit, but he was still hitting. To hit two that game, I mean, it was just like he had takeover or something. Like it was like we were down, and all of a sudden Bodine came alive and like revamped our whole team, it was really impressive to watch him do that then.
And Cam, if I could ask a quick question about that game as well. How did that feel for you guys? You got off to such a great start in that game, and then you have the delay for a couple hours. How did you guys keep the momentum back? And then Auburn and their crowd starts getting into it. How did you guys stay focused when it seemed like it was kind of snowballing for a little bit for you guys when you were on that winning streak?
Yeah, for sure. It definitely was. I think that was the scariest game. I was sitting in the dugout. I couldn't watch. Like you said, I mean, Bodine, our leader, took the role that game, and it was impressive to see. And yeah, I mean, they definitely had a little bit of momentum coming after the delay, but I mean, Bodine shut him down in extras, and we pulled out somehow.
So Cameron, kind of looking ahead, man, you're a year away from going through this process yourself, right? I mean, you're definitely a first-round talent. Like, you had an amazing year this year. You're heading back to Coastal Carolina. You're sticking with the boys down there. Kind of, how is watching this process from afar, knowing that you're going to be part of it next year? Is it kind of an exciting feeling?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit like a weird, excited feeling. Like I don't know. It's hard, like seeing some of the guys like you play against or you play with, like Bo, just get picked to a team, and now it's like, now you think about what's going to happen next year. It's definitely a little bit of like a weird, like anxious feeling for it to happen for me, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just for a second, I'd love for you to talk a little bit about Jacob Morrison right now, kind of your running mate, if you will. I mean, an amazing pitcher who we think is going to go sometime on day one, if not early day two. He's got a bunch of potential. What kind of guy is he, and what kind of pitcher is he? Since you've spent more time with him than probably almost anyone.
Yeah, no, I love Morrison. He's definitely a workhorse, and I think we both pushed each other to the limits this season. He does work really hard in the weight room, and obviously he didn't get to throw last year, but he came back and he had a little bit of a tough fall, a couple setbacks, but I mean, you can see in the spring that didn't affect him at all, and I think he deserves to go as high as anyone, and he really works his butt off to get where he's been this season, and I think he's just like a pitcher. Like he really knows how to pitch, he knows how to attack the zone, and he's a super competitor.
Absolutely. And it looks like Michael Olivedo just went to the Tigers at 34. Rhys, as our Tiger guy, we've been super high on Olivedo, the prep catcher, for a while now. That's an interesting pick for you there. We can talk about that in a little bit, though. Lastly, Cameron, I just want to talk about what the Omaha experience was for you guys. I mean, I know that's the question you've been getting more than anything, but everything I've heard from guys this year is that there's nothing like it, and there's no feeling. It's better than Disneyland, all these things. How was that Omaha experience, and how was it getting so close, but knowing you can go back next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still like, it's a really cool feeling, like walking in and honestly, just like the area around it, like how many people come out just to see like you guys play, the group of people play. But no, it really is baseball heaven. I mean, there's nothing like it, truthfully.
Absolutely. It looks like we have some Wi-Fi issues there with Cameron. So I don't know if you can hear me or not, but we're so thankful that Cameron joined us today and being here or whatnot. And hopefully sorry, it's a tough way to end an interview with Wi-Fi, but thank you, Cameron, for joining us. I don't know if you're there or not.
Thank you, guys. I don't know if you.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, no, you're there now.
There we are.
Thank you, my friend. All right.
Thanks for having me. Have a good night.
What's up?
You as well. Let me add Max Ellingson back in here, and Gavin. We just had the Mariners pick. Sorry to delay you from doing what you're here for, is to talk about some Mariners.
Yeah,
it looks like Luke Stevenson is a Mariner. Luke
Stevenson. Yeah. I wish I could sit here and lie to you, but we'll see where this one goes. He did have just a lot of swing and miss, and usually for a guy that you're taking a higher risk at number 35, you'd like to see the slash line be just a little bit better. There's still a lot of raw talent and a lot to like there. I did have some other guys I really liked here. I didn't see Devin Taylor go yet. That one was actually really surprising to me. And normally, this one surprises me just in general. Usually Jerry, if he goes with, I guess just in general, he goes with a high school guy. But with the amount of high school guys that left the board in the first round, it really kind of dwindled your options. So I was assuming he was going to go a bat, and it was nice that he finally went with a college bat, because in the window of opportunity that they have right now, it's nicer to have guys that are a little closer to the top, even whether you use them or you use them as trade chips. Like there's a lot that you can get from having guys that are a little bit closer to the top and everything. Luke Stevenson, one thing that he does add that the Mariners do have a huge lack of is power. Besides Laz Montez, there's not a whole lot of guys in the system that potentially hit 40 bombs. And as we've seen over the last 10 plus years, besides Nelson Cruz and now Cal Raleigh, you're just not going to see a whole lot of 40 bomb guys in Seattle. So it's nice to at least stack up on that. In all honesty, if I can give my opinion, Devin Taylor was my favorite pick. And in our mock draft, I ended up going with Devin Taylor as well. What are your guys' thoughts?
So I'm going to pitch it around because we've missed a couple picks here. I'm going to assign some picks to different guys just to catch the viewers up. Then we'll get back to the Mariners in just a second. Brady Ebel to Milwaukee. Max, what were your kind of thoughts on that pick? They went for the prep draft.
Love it.
Taking the college bet. Okay. Yeah.
Love it. Brady Ebel was my guy. I really like the swing, like the frame. Slam dunk. I think he's going to be a shortstop, and he's going to be annoyingly good for a Brewers system that does not need any more good talent, but they will find a ton more. So, awesome. Love that pick.
How about Marcus Phillips? Marcus Phillips to your Red Sox. How are you feeling about that pick?
Yeah, I'm a fan. It's a model play because he's a guy where the spin rates are really high. He's got a super high spin fastball and a lower slot. So I'm a fan there. The slider I like as well. And he throws a very hard and firm changeup. So it's not one that'll have a ton of tumble or fade to it, but it is a good off-speed pitch. So it's a little bit of a different type of profile, but I do like Phillips for the Red Sox in that spot. They're loading up on college pitchers, and certainly with the metrics and going for the pure stuff. That's what Craig Breslow has tried to do with the pitching in this organization, and I think Phillips fits that.
So Michael Oliveto, Rhys, this is someone who was a standout from the MLB draft combine and is going to your Detroit Tigers. We thought it would be hard to draw him away from a Yale commitment, would likely take a little bit of extra money, and they ended up drafting him at 34, which was above where anyone had predicted Oliveto to go. But Rhys, what are your thoughts on this pick? I mean, I'm excited for you.
I'm excited as well. I think getting a prep catcher who, I mean, what do we all think of the probability of him staying as a catcher is going to be the question. Because if he's an outfielder, I mean, it's left-handed hitting power outfielder, so maybe there's still some viability there. But it's an interesting pick because, you know, a Yale commitment is not. I mean, it's not easy to get into Yale. Let's be real. I definitely wasn't getting into Yale. That's for damn sure. So yeah, it's one of those things where I'm super excited to see how it goes. It's a little bit off the board. It makes me wonder if this is a slight under slot, like maybe they don't use the full slot here because, you know, so I'm interested to see what this means. I mean, we can't really judge a draft too much unless you pick like 80 million times like the Orioles have so far. So you can't really judge the draft too much just yet. So we have to see what the other picks are, but it's an interesting off the board pick. They do tend to like to dip into the Northeastern prep bats. I mean, it worked well. I mean, Kevin McGonigal is one of the top prospects in baseball, so maybe they know something that I don't.
Yeah, 100%. And Gavin, I'm going to bring it back to you here. Let's talk a little bit of Cade Anderson to the Mariners, right? Reportedly under slot signing. I mean, what was that emotion like? Just knowing you're a diehard Mariners guy, kind of like me and Max are. What was that?
I was about to say,
like?
We have a couple Mariners fans in here. Seeing Bremner go number 2 was wild. And I know you guys probably had the same reaction seeing Bremner go number 2. And you just got to think that Jerry was either running or sending somebody to run to the podium as soon as he heard Bremner's name, because there's been so many links to Cade Anderson, and no one thought he was going to fall to number 3. I'm elated. I think this is probably the best pitcher in the draft. I really like Jamie Arnold. I really like Liam Doyle. There's a couple other names like Seth Hernandez. There's some really good pitchers in this draft, and I think Cade kind of tops them all. I'm really excited for this one. Answers another question too. Their lack of left-handed pitchers depth that they have in their organization, and especially young left-handed pitchers. Brandon Garcia is pretty much it. They got Adam Seminaris, who's I think 26, and he's doing well. I don't want to take anything away from him. They got guys that are doing well from the left side. They have a lack of it. So Cade Anderson made a ton of sense. I think it was a home run pick. And then, signing for under slot. Now you got $700,000 to kind of go spend. I think it's $700,000. Is that what it ended up being? Yeah. That's what I thought. At least that's what I thought I read. So now you have that money, and who knows what Luke Stevenson's going to go for. So we'll see what that kind of shapes up to be. Maybe your second round pick can be, top high school guy. I got Miguel Cime Jr. as a potential pick for that spot where you can, spend a couple extra bucks to take him away from LSU. That's who I really like. He's also, prep guy that's up to, 98 to 100. Man, he's another good one. So the left-handed pitcher, Cade Anderson, I couldn't be more. That was an all-star pick.
It feels like the Mariners have some money to play with still, even after this Luke Stevenson situation. Max, do you just want to talk about the Mariners at all and kind of what you're thinking about these first 2 picks?
Yeah, I would love to talk about the Mariners. I could talk about the Mariners all day, every day,
right.
But I'll try to keep it brief. Stevenson surprised me. I'm not the highest on him, but I do think that they need catching depth. They've always had a real dearth of it in the system. He's got the power, he's got the glove, he's got the arm. It's just the contact ability is a very big question mark. If they are able to cultivate that, which it's interesting because they've typically targeted similar to like the Guardians and Brewers, where hit first and then we'll figure out the power. This is the exact opposite. So I am curious on the bonus number here. If it's an overslot sign, I'm not necessarily I love it. He is a draft eligible sophomore, so he's got a little bit of leverage. Curious on the number there, but Yeah, I mean, he's a catcher in this system that is a legitimate prospect, and frankly, there's not a ton of that in this Mariners system. So it's interesting for sure. I'm curious on where they go from here.
Yeah, if it's a 40 hit tool, it's a win, right?
Oh my God. Yeah, if you got a 40 hit tool out of that, it's crazy.
Absolutely. So, Gavin, any more guys you want to shout out looking ahead to some of these next Mariners picks? I know we're going to have Brady on for the next Mariners pick, but just trying to get any more guys that are like you've got your eye on for future Mariners picks.
Yeah, a couple that I had actually for this pick. Riley Quick was one, then I think he went the very next pick to the Twins, I believe. Slater DeBrun was one of the high school guys if they decided to go the high school route. Brendan Summerhill's another one that's really fallen in this draft for me, and there's a lot to like there. Mason Neville, Anthony Ianson, and Alex Lodis. I couldn't believe that he's still available.
Yep.
For somebody that was batting 400 going into the last couple of weeks. Crazy to me. So yeah, I like Luke Stevenson. I like the route that they went, right? They went with power. They went with college, somebody who's a little bit closer to the top. So ultimately we'll see kind of where that raw talent takes him. But yeah, there was a couple other guys there looking ahead to the next couple of picks. If, however, Jack Bauer for high school guys, Jack Bauer, Ryan Mitchell, and Quentin Young potentially, if they fall to that level at I believe it's 57. Jaden Fosk is another high school guy, and then Miguel Cime Jr., who I mentioned earlier. Some college guys I really like that could fall are the one I picked in our mock draft. I got Ryan Weidman. Really like James Quinn Irons out of George Mason, JB Middleton, and Cade Obermuller. And I got to give a shout out to two more guys. I know I've been kind of floating through a list here. Joseph DeZerwa and JD Thompson. I like all those guys at the next pick. I think most of them will be picked up, but I mean, I was wrong on a couple of them right now. So we'll see kind of what happens over the next, 20 picks.
A couple of those guys will certainly be available, and I'm excited to kind of gauge your reaction after this first round and even tomorrow heading into Tuesday about how this kind of draft turned out. But thank you so much for joining us, Gavin. Please shout out your social medias and shout out the podcast really fast because it's a great time. I'm going to be over there from time to time on some Mariners talks, and please shout yourself out.
Yeah, no, thank you. And honestly, it's been a pleasure to be on here. You guys do a phenomenal job. Was delighted to be on here. Up West Sports, we handle all the all your Mariners stuff. I'm really big in the college game too. I used to coach college baseball. I used to do be involved in player development. So anything that kind of runs along that, we also kind of dip into as well. That's kind of how I ran across Nate. But Up West Sports on YouTube and pretty much every platform, just at Up West Sports. And I'm Gavin, Nate, Will, Max, and we'll tell Rhys when he comes back. Thank you so much for having me on. Go M's, and enjoy the rest of the draft, guys.
When we have a Mariners episode and on deck, you and Max you're there already.
Let's go. Fire it up. I'm
love it.
Thanks for coming, my friend.
All right, boys. Take it easy.
Yep.
Thanks, Gavin.
So, guys, we have a lot to catch up on, but I thought those were two guys I just really wanted to talk to. I think those are two very well-spoken guys. Yeah. I mean, fluky, man. Cool guy. So I'm going to catch the viewers up on the picks that we have missed, and we'll get into some analysis, but we're going to be playing a little bit of catch up. All right. So after Luke Stevenson, Riley Quick went to the Twins. That is a very interesting draft pick. I'm super high on Riley Quick, and I think you guys are too. So I think we're all in favor of that one. Slater DeBrun going to the Orioles in that pick that was traded to from Tampa Bay. And Slater DeBrun, obviously everyone thought he would go a little earlier. So really good value there for the Orioles. I'm not sure how they have so much money left. Mitch Voit to the Mets is one of my favorite picks. Mitch Voit is a guy I've been ride or die on for a while now, and I thought he would get picked early, and he did get picked early. Me and Will have talked about this guy a lot, so we'll talk about him in just a second. Dax Kilby goes to the Yankees. That's a more interesting fit. I was expecting pitcher there, and we'll talk a little bit more about that fit later, but Dax Kilby is a really good prep player. So let's go straight to Riley Quick to the Twins. Who wants to talk about him? Anyone want that one?
I could take Riley Quick. I mean, the name of the game with Quick there is he's got a huge frame. He's 6'6". He's bulky. I think he's like close to 240, 250, something of that sort. So big frame. He's got a huge fastball, and it's been up to 100 before. It probably plays down a little bit. It's not dominant, but the changeup is sharp. It's changeup over breaking ball. Breaking ball is probably average at the moment, but it's not I think it's something that the Twins can work with. I really think this is a guy in Riley Quick. You think a lot of similarities to where Ben Hess was last year with the Yankees, kind of that big from Alabama as well. And so I'm a big fan of Quick. I think the ceiling's pretty high here, and you try and super projectable frame at that big 6'6", 240. You can play tight end in the NFL.
It's a really fun pick. Really fun pick for the Twins there. Max, what do you got on Slater going to the Orioles?
Slater is a ton of fun. I thought he was a surefire first rounder. I'm surprised he slipped a little bit. He gets comped to Slade Caldwell all the time because they're undersized, left-handed, up the middle outfielders. But it is that similar profile where it's a spark plug at the top. He is undersized. If he was listed at 6 foot, I think that's insane. But yeah, he's got a lot of twitch. Like the power isn't huge right now, but the hand speed is pretty impressive. So I do think he could get, that maybe doubles gap power. I don't think he's going to have a ton of over the fence power because his swing is so flat, catered for line drives. But yeah, I mean, he's going to be a tremendous asset at the top of any lineup. I think that's a great get. And I think it shows that I don't think the Orioles really had to do much floating on these college guys. I think they just took what came to them. And they could still be going, crazy in this next few rounds. So very curious to keep an eye on them because they could be major players in the next few rounds.
Absolutely. Before I get to Mitch Voit, no, Bauer did not get picked yet. Voit and NYC, LMAO, I agree. Have any of us got picked? My phone is on. I'm draft eligible.
I'm ready.
These guys are technically draft eligible too. I guess everyone's kind of draft eligible in a way. But yeah, I would sign for $0 in the 20th round if someone wants me, and they'll get 82. So that's your option. Take it or leave it. Mitch Voit to the Mets. I mean, Mitch Voigt's one of the most explosive athletes in this class. I mean, power speed combo, just an explosive, twitchy guy. Obviously with the TJ surgery, moved to second base, stopped pitching, things got a little weird for him. But I think Mitch Voit is an absolute slam dunk pick, under slot for sure for the Mets, who needed to save some money because they don't have any money this draft. But Will, I want to give you a chance to talk about Mitch Voit because I know you want to.
Yeah, Mitch Voit is a guy that has really risen, that he had a monster year, and one of the biggest arrow up guys college in this draft. There's teams that absolutely loved him. He's strong and athletic. I mean, he's probably a future second baseman, but you got a potential for above average power. He can run. He's got a good arm. And the biggest thing for me with Voit this season is that last year strikeouts were a big problem. Approach was a big problem. This year, and in 1 year, you don't usually see this often from just one college year to the next. The approach got way better. And the swing and miss was way down this year. Like, for example, last year struck out 23% of the time at Michigan at the Big Ten. Certainly not great. This year down to 13%, walked 12% of the time too. And maybe part of that is the fact that they did at least draft him as a two-way player. He's not going to be. He's gonna be just a bat. But I think the fact that he was able to focus on just the offense this year at Michigan is a big thing. I could not love this. The Mets are a really smart organization. David Stern's at the top. They do a great job. Voigt's an outstanding pick. It's one of my favorites of the draft.
So talking about Dax Kilby and now Zach Root going to the Dodgers, Max, I'm going to head to you for that analysis there. Dax Kilby and Zach Root going to two of the better teams in baseball. There's a really interesting picks there. What are you kind of thinking about both of those?
Yeah, so Dax Kilby, I actually had as a first-round talent. I had him going to the Phillies a little earlier than this. He's got a really smooth swing. I believe he's committed to Clemson. He's got a little bit of pop in his bat. It's not his primary, carrying tool or anything, but just a really sound player. Just maybe not going to jump off the page in any one tool, but just a really sound player. Got some projection. Think he'll stay up the middle. It's a very for taking a prep shortstop, I think it's a relatively safe a pick there. And then Root to the Dodgers. I mean, Root's just one of the highest floor college pitchers in this class. He's got good command. The stuff is I think it's solid. I wouldn't say it's spectacular. I like the curveball. I like the fastball. When he gets mad, he seemingly throws it like 4 miles an hour faster. So he's touched 98, I believe. But it's seemingly he just reaches back sometimes. And
when he plays the balls.
Right. Yeah, exactly. When he's facing Andrew Fisher, he can touch 102. So so we'll see. But he's typically in the low 90s. It's a very high floor lefty starters look. I do think he will start. It's a relatively safe pick. I'm curious on if they've got a big plan next for their next pick, or maybe they want to spread it a little bit to round 2. But I don't think he'd be a major saving at this point. I think he was getting some relatively credible buzz a little earlier than this. So I think it's a safe, very fun pick. I think the Dodgers, if they unlock anything in his profile where they get him thrown harder or anything like that, maybe increase spin, he could be a monster.
Sounds like that root pick is not confirmed yet. So we are.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like it just has been confirmed as we were
Rob
saying.
Manfred is speaking currently, and he said Zach Root. Now it's good.
Sorry, yeah, a little bit of confusion there. But looking ahead, Dodgers will have another pick, and we caught up, fellas. We caught up after being behind for a little bit there. But I mean, I can't begin to say how cool it was having Cameron Flukie on here. I mean, that is a first-round pitcher next year. In my mind and should be in yours as well. And then getting Gavin in here is really smart Mariners guy. So really glad that we got both those guys in there. And this is about the time where we're going to start seeing guests filter in and out throughout the rest of this episode. I mean, we got Jake coming up soon, Lucas Morel, the prospect professor. I cannot wait to talk to him. Brady Farkas from the Refuse to Lose podcast, another Mariners guy. We're getting Grade Zumach and a bunch of other guys coming in. So stick around. You'll see us kind of filtering in and out as we've been on for 4 hours yet, and I need a bathroom break at some point. So, and we're going to say goodbye to Max here in just a second. So, Max, when you're looking at this draft in a well-rounded view, are there any key takeaways that you kind of have for the 2025 draft?
Yeah, I think the story of this draft, it was influenced obviously heavily by the top, but prep shortstops. I mean, who doesn't love a good prep shortstop? I think 5 of them went off in the first, however, I don't have the board pulled up, but I mean, it just shows there is a premium put on young, talented hitters that are going to play up the middle in some capacity. Obviously, the Bremner pick kind of defined this class to some degree with them just going way off the board. Cade Anderson obviously falling. It's been wild. It's been crazy to keep up with, but I do think it's been a ton of fun to follow. And I would not be surprised if we see a lot more prep shortstops coming on in the next 20 picks or so. I mean, there's a lot of talented guys that are going to come off the board very soon. Obviously, the top 5 or the first 5 shortstops. I mean, top 12 picks, 5 shortstops. It's kind of crazy. So. To me, it's the Bremner pick and the prep shortstops.
Absolutely, man. Rhys, I got a question for you here. Have you been drafted?
Yeah, actually, I was in the middle of negotiating with the Rays. They weren't going to meet my number, so we gotta, it's fine. I did go in. My girlfriend bought fruit. She bought grapefruits. I thought they were oranges. I'm glad that I wasn't filming because I spit a lot of grapefruit juice on the floor. So yeah, I got that going for me. That was fantastic.
And it looks like pick 41 is here, and it is Charles Davallon. Max, I see you nodding. I'm going to go to you first.
That's awesome. Double Arkansas for the Dodgers with Root and with Davallon. I love Charles Davallon. He's absolutely going to hit everywhere he goes. I think the power is enough where, it'll play. It's obviously not his carrying tool. I mean, he's pretty little. I think he's listed at 5'9". But compact lefty swing, just never strikes out, takes a ton of walks. He's a left fielder long-term, but it's just the contact. I love guys that make a ton of contact. I think it's a really fun pick for the Dodgers, and especially going teammates back to back early is pretty cool.
It's insane. Yeah, that's actually, it doesn't happen very often, obviously. Rhys, what are your kind of thoughts on the 2 Dodgers picks right there?
I mean, it was probably a 2-for-1 special when they went scouting. They're probably just like, well, we're just going to, no, I'm just joking. They wouldn't do that. They're probably just having back-to-back on their boards. Davallon is a really high contact guy. The power is not a big part of his game, which is interesting because the Dodgers have kind of made an effort to draft maybe a little bit later in the draft, so the power upside. And Zach Root, really good pitcher, really high floor, a little bit of a hothead, and I kind of enjoy a hothead out of a pitcher.
He's a wild man, and Shelby, our resident Arkansas fan in the chat, is having a time. Finally, the guys are leaving the board. It took a little while. It felt like Charles Dallin. Will, do you have anything on some of these guys we've just been talking about?
Well, I do have a lot on Davallon because is another Katuitt guy, and so yeah, I got the chance to know him really well last summer. I echo a lot of what Max said. I'm really high on him. The power is not the carrying tool, but he hit for a surprising amount of power this year at Arkansas, and even with a wood bat on the Cape, he hits for more power than you think he would with the frame he has. He's pretty stocky as well. His swing's got some good natural loft to it. The other thing that I love about Davallon, he can run as well. The other thing I love about Davallon is he can hit left-handed pitching, because when he faces lefties, it becomes more of a contact kind of slap and dash, like punch the ball the opposite field approach. And that's why a big part of why he doesn't strike out. So I'm not worried about him being a platoon risk because I'm confident in his ability to hit left-handed pitching. So I'm a big fan of Davallon.
Absolutely, man. And I'm actually going to just pat my own back really fast. I mean, Donnie just saw my tweet about Murph Gray, a heck of a ball knower. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do over there. Murph Gray is someone I would love to see go day one, but that's beside the point. I want to welcome back a guest to the pod, or not the pod. My goodness, it's getting late for me apparently. Welcome back to the live stream, Jake. It's been a while, my friend, and we gotta get caught up on what your thoughts are with this draft and whatnot. But I'm gonna take my mandatory break right now. It's been a little while, and I'm gonna let these guys talk to you, and I'll see you soon. But Will maybe announce this next pick, and I'll be back with you guys in a little bit.
Sure. All right. So I guess before we get, which I guess we'll bring this right into the first question with Jake. The Rays at number 42 just took Brendan Summerhill. Brendan Summerhill finally, the slide stops at 42. Jake, I guess your initial thoughts on why you think Summerhill fell this far? Are you surprised? And what do you make of the value the Rays picking here at 42, getting Brendan Summerhill?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's crazy good value there. I mean, we had him at number 12, I think, on our board, or was it? Let's see, where was he at on ours? Yeah, he was at 11 on our board. So I mean, you know how highly, as a group that we value him, and I wish I had a good reason to tell you why I think he maybe fell this far. To be honest, I don't. I don't know if I know we had like a hand injury earlier in the year. I don't know if they think that that's kind of lingering on him, and like. Some were saying that could be a reason why his power didn't really show up. I don't know if that's a legit reason or not. But no, I mean, I love Summerhill. I mean, it's probably I would put a 60 on his hit tool. I mean, he's a really safe hitter. Center field upside, he probably doesn't stick in center field, but I mean, he played it in college, and I think he can. Good runner. I mean, I don't know if it's the power or what made him fall, but. I think they got a steal with this pick, obviously.
Yeah, and so Summerhill finally off the board. I know Rhys isn't the biggest Summerhill fan and made his thoughts on it earlier. I guess Max, for Summerhill at 42, do you like the fit with the Rays? Or are you surprised that they were the team that eventually took the swing on him?
I think obviously big Summerhill fan. I think the frame and the contact ability is obviously excellent. And I think he's gotten to better power in the past. Obviously, this year was really an abnormality. I think they'll get him back to that. And I could see him being just a super underrated pick in this class. In terms of organizational fit, yeah, I mean, I could see it. I think he makes a lot of sense for these kind of metrically inclined teams like the Rays. I thought the Dodgers might have taken a shot on him. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. I really, really like the player. I had him pretty high on my board, and I think this is a steal.
And Rhys, I know you don't. I know you're not the biggest Summerhill fan. Do you like the value here at this point?
Yeah, at this point of the draft, I love the value. I think that we're talking about, a contact first right field sort of profile. I just didn't like him as a top 10 sort of pick, like in the 40s, especially in the down draft. I think that's perfectly fine value. I think the Rays got a really good pick here. So I mean, yeah, I just didn't enjoy him at the when people were talking about it as the top 15 pick. I didn't see it.
The pick is now in with the Marlins at 43. They take a guy that's really interesting, and Jake would love to get your thoughts. Cam Cannarella goes to Miami, the tooled up center fielder from Clemson. What are your thoughts on Cannarella here at 43?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Cannarella. I thought he had a good shot at going a little sooner than this. I mean, there was a few mocks out there that had him going around this range. There were some that had him sneaking into that top, 27 picks there. But in the end, I mean, it's a good hit tool, easy plus runner, plus center fielder. He's got a good track record at Clemson. He's gonna, you have to expect him to be able to hit at the next level. I mean, I don't know if the power's ever really going to get there, but if you're playing as good of a center field as he does, I mean, that's really good value for Miami there.
And we certainly, because we had you on before the draft started, Jake, I guess when you look at how the top 3 ended up shaking out with Willits at 1, and with Willits at 1, and then of course the big surprise, the draft, Tyler Bremner at 2, and followed by Cade Anderson kind of falling into the lap of Seattle at 3. I don't think anyone saw how this was going. Were you shocked that, or I guess we'll start with Willits. How surprised were you that Willits ended up going 1?
I was shocked at how the first 2 picks obviously played out. I don't think anyone was expecting Bremner at 2. But yeah, you asked about Willits. I mean, I know as we got kind of closer to this, to the first pick, I think more and more people started bringing Willits' name back into the conversation. I don't think many people actually thought it was going to happen outside of obviously the Nationals, but I thought. I was less surprised about Willits going at 1, just because he was high on our board, high on everybody's board. There was multiple places out there that had him as the number 1 overall player. But I want to take a great call on you guys for when the Bremner pick came through. It was electric in the stream here. It was awesome to watch. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, for Bremner, I mean, there was people that had him outside of that top 27 picks. And I don't remember where we landed with him on our mock, but it certainly wasn't close to 2. And I don't think we ever even had a conversation about him going at 2, to be honest. I think he's a good player. I think. I mean, obviously they're trying to save some money there, so you can't really argue the strategy, I guess. But yeah, I was definitely shocked, and the Mariners must have been ecstatic to see Cade at 3.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that certainly Anderson and we've talked a lot about, and all the Mariners fans of the stream were extremely excited to see Anderson fall. I guess. We've asked everyone else the same question, Jake. Is there a pick? And we've already talked about Bremner, so I guess putting him to the side, was there any pick that, whether it was fit or just like a real reach, that you didn't like in that first round?
I think for me it was South Asine to the Braves. That was a pretty big shock to me. I know he was down on our board. But I think he was down on most everyone else's board as well. I get they're probably playing money games too, but I don't personally love the swing. Maybe the Braves think that they can tweak it a little bit and make it turn into something. But I feel like they I guess similar to the Angels, I guess they're just kind of getting their guy. They don't have another pick till a little bit later, but it just kind of feels like they could have waited and maybe picked him up later in the draft.
So now we are about to start round 2. The compensation picks are done here in round 1. I guess, Rhys, when you look at the players that are the best players that are still on the board, Devin Taylor to me certainly stands out. Who are you looking to potential that has maybe fallen that most people thought was going to go in round 1? Is there anyone that you're really looking to see come off the board early in round 2 that you didn't think was going to be there?
Well, so guys that I didn't think, I think they're probably going to be here, but like we're talking about, this is where the high school pitching starts to come into play. Appenzeller, Landon Harmon on our list, Jack Bauer on our list, 2 Mississippi State guys, and then like of the guys, Devin Taylor still on the board. That's kind of shocked me. I'm surprised that Anthony Ianson is still on the board, 43 picks into this draft. This is kind of where Alex Lodis sort of probably slides in, safe second, third, for some teams, 4th pick. So yeah, and then we have an interesting bunch of college outfielders as well. You have Dean Curley, and then you have Max Bellew of Texas, and then you have Mason Neville of Oregon. So you have some interesting guys that are going to be on this draft. And honestly, the one player I'm really surprised is Brant Compton. Like, we're talking about someone who lit up the combine. He has good power. He has good speed. I think he can play a good defensive right field, left field sort of thing. I'm surprised that he's still on the board.
For sure, and at least for me, the fit that I was thinking with Compton was the Dodgers, a team that heavily relies on their models and analytics, and Compton's a guy that you're right, lit up the combine with exit velocities, and a guy that has had a consistent track record of hitting really everywhere that he's been, whether it's at Arizona State, even though he didn't have, I guess I was predicting a monster year at Arizona State, and that didn't fully materialize, but he was a guy that hit well in the combine, raked on the Cape last summer as well in the Northwoods League. He's got a consistent wood bat track record and that as well. So Compton's certainly a guy that I'm looking to see. And as you mentioned, the high school arms, I guess, Max, outside of for those high school arms that Rhys mentioned, or is there a couple that you really like that maybe you think are better than second round players that you think, especially the teams that have money to spend at this point in the draft? Who do you think some teams could be splurging on here pretty soon?
Yeah, I mean, I know he was already mentioned. Harmon is my favorite prep arm outside of Seth Hernandez in this one. I think he's really good. Obviously, super lanky, super projectable, but he really repeats his stuff well. He's a personal favorite. Beyond that, I don't know necessarily if I saw them as being, first round guys, but I think there's a handful of arms that will be drafted either today or maybe early tomorrow that have some interesting metrics that I think teams will like. I think Uli Fernsler, maybe a little bit of a deeper cut there, but he's kind of got this invisible fastball as a 6'4" lefty, similar to Sean Sullivan in my eyes a little bit. I think he'll get drafted. Where, I don't know exactly. But yeah, I mean, the prep arms are, I think, slot in a little better later, but there's a lot of prep hitters that I really like. I'm shocked that Jaden Fauske has not been picked yet. I think he was really, really good. I love the hit tool, love the power, love the speed. I'm very surprised he hasn't been picked yet. And guys like, Coy James, let's see if I've got any others. Should we Quentin Young to a lesser degree? I'm a little lower on him, but I mean, there's still plenty of talent out there. There's going to be some early second round picks that get paid like first rounders for sure.
Well, Max, I got some news for you, because the first pick of the second round is in, and it is Jaden Fauske for the White Sox. So he's a guy that had an excellent campaign. I guess, Jake, when you looked at Fauske, or I guess number one, or are you surprised that he's available now? And just what do you think of the player in general?
Yeah, I definitely thought. I mean, there's definitely a chance he could have went sooner. I was kind of expecting somewhat in this range. I feel like that's around where we had him ranked, was in the 30, 40, 50 range, something like that. So I'm not necessarily shocked that he was still available, but I do really like the player. The notes I have for him, it's a clean lefty swing, easy bat speed. He's likely going to be, I feel like, an outfielder over catcher. I feel like he might have a chance to catch, but it's a mature approach at the plate, big raw power. Like I said, I do like the player. I'm not overly shocked that he's still there, but there's definitely a chance he could have went sooner had we not gone on this run of college players here.
So now the pick 45 is in. The Colorado Rockies have picked a guy that I was really high on coming into this draft, and that's J.B. Middleton from Southern Miss. He's a guy with, I think the fastball shape has to be tweaked a little bit, but the changeup is excellent. The changeup is an offering of his that I'm really high on potentially, and the slider is more of a cutter shape than a true sweeper. But I guess Rhys, when you look at JB Middleton, I guess number one, what do you think of the player, and number two, what are your thoughts about the selection of him the fit of him going to Colorado? Dude. Are they the one who can optimize him?
Poor guy. What kind of? I mean, honestly, Joey Middleton kind of buys him a little bit more money too. He's a little bit lower ranked down the board. So maybe Ethan Holiday costs a little bit more than we thought. But yeah, the guy is gonna have to go pitch in some of the most rough offensive environments in the minors, and then he has to go pitch in the worst offensive environment in the majors if he makes it up there. But it's a worthwhile gamble because, like we keep talking about, the Rockies cannot sign pitchers in free agency, and if they do sign pitchers in free agency, they're not the sort of guys that are difference makers. So they have to sort of draft them. And Middleton sort of provides a little bit of an upside. You mentioned it; the slider's a little cuttery in shape. I think that could take a step forward. Is that with the Rockies? Probably not, but is that with an outside organization? Yes, I think that could definitely be a realistic thing for him.
And now number 46 is in, and it is a player that we talked about, a player I'm very familiar with, that is Brandon Compton from Arizona State. So he is picked, and oddly enough, if you're watching the MLB Network stream while you're watching this as well, I got some airtime on that during I.O. because they were showing some Cape Cod League. They were showing some clips from the Cape last summer, and there I was working IO. So anyway, but Compton's a guy that I'm really high on. I think the power didn't show up how I anticipated it would at Arizona State this year from what he showed with the wood bat, but he's a guy who's kind of line drive in nature. But he's a guy who's when he hits home runs, they are majestic. They're more of line drives that carry over the wall than more like majestic kind of he's pretty flat and compact swing. But Compton's a guy I cannot. He's probably more of a left fielder. He's probably not going to come off there very much. But Max, Compton's a guy you talked about as well. Would you like to fit with Miami at 46?
Yeah, it's very toolsy. It's not a ton of polish to his game right now. He had a very weird year. Like he was just kind of bad, honestly. But I think the combine really helped him out. He posted tremendous power numbers. Obviously, I'm sure everybody saw that. But I think he's an underrated athlete. I think he's actually a pretty good mover. I like the swing. I don't know about the security of it. Like typically when you see a college bat, you think safe kind of floor. I don't think that's really his profile here, but I do think that he has a compelling upside with the power and with his arm. It's an interesting profile for sure.
So Compton goes to Miami. Now a very fascinating pick at 47. Talked about the Angels and trying to get guys to the big leagues as fast as possible. Jake, Chase Shores to the Angels at 47. Is this a guy that you think that they could fast track pretty quickly to try and get in that big league bullpen?
I mean, if there's a team that can do it out there, it's gonna be the Angels, right? Obviously, we know who Shores is. He's a big body, hard throwing, reliever. I think that when they went with Bremner at 2, they kind of I feel like they may try to utilize them in like similar ways, I guess. As far as fast movers, I think they may try to bring Brimner up quick, and I think they'll probably try to do a similar thing with Shores.
Shores, of course, a big time high school commit as well, who had to go through Tommy John, got back and came out of the bullpen for LSU this year. And Rhys, the slide has finally stopped for Mr. Devin Taylor with the A's at 48. A guy that I thought maybe he could, if they wanted to underslot early, could potentially jump, but the A's got to get him all the way at 48. What are your thoughts on them getting Taylor this late?
I really like them getting Taylor and Arnold. I mean, you're talking about guys that we talked about as pretty consistent first-round picks, right? So getting Devin Taylor at this point, it's, like we talked about, I don't think it's the craziest, defender or anything like that. But it's a good hit tool with, there's a touch of power, there's a touch of this, there's a touch of that. It's all sort of solid. So I think that the Athletics getting that at the point of the draft is actually a really nice pick for all parties involved. I feel like I keep saying all parties involved.
Nate Rasmussen.
Drink every time I say
it. Nate Rasmussen is back. Nate, a lot of your boys just went. Devin Taylor, Brandon Compton, Chase Shores. A lot of interesting picks.
I've been listening, man. This is way better without me. Jaden Foskey, man, I love that. Chase Shores, Devin Taylor to the Athletics is awesome. They might have my favorite draft so far. Which, come on,
they had a great draft last year.
The A's are cool now. They draft really, really well. Cantarella's fun. I don't know. It's fun couple picks that I missed. JB Middleton to the Rockies. Best of luck, brother. I mean, jeez.
I was such a fan of Middleton. Like, it's the right organization. No,
that's a tough one. Shores, man. What are the Angels gonna do? We might be seeing worse drafts and best draft with Angels and Athletics right there.
In the same division. Exactly. And then with the Nationals, they take with their second pick of the day, they take Ethan Petrie from South Carolina. Jake, a big power bat, something that the Nats don't have a ton of in their system. So when you've looked at Petrie, and certainly the summer he had last year on the Cape as well, as on top of what he was able to do at South Carolina this year, what do you see with him?
I mean, with Petrie, I mean it's a big body, and he crushes baseballs, And there's a concern about strikeouts, but I mean, you put him in there, he's gonna hit the ball 100 miles an hour. He might, there's gonna be some swing and miss. There's gonna be, he may not come up right away and start, mashing, curveballs at the pro level, but I mean, he's gonna hit the ball hard. He may end up being a DH, but no, I like Petrie. I like the bat, and if you can get some first base out of him, it's just a plus.
Well, guys, I mean, this is marking maybe the saddest thing that we're ever gonna have to do. Max Ellingson is going to be departing us after sticking around for 50 picks and just being the guy we needed to ground us all and be my Mariners buddy. So Max, thank you so much for joining us and doing all this. I mean, the Ellingson's Edge stuff was invaluable. Thank you for your opinions, man, and just thank you for doing this. And
yeah,
I'm lost for words, man. It's been so great having you on.
No, yeah, I had a great time. This was super awesome. Glad we could talk some ball and go over this crazy Wild West draft. It was a great time. So appreciate you guys having me on.
Absolutely. And Jake, thank you so much. I mean, just with everything you've done for the draft team lately, man, just absolutely incredible work. And it's so great kind of seeing you in person and getting to hear your opinions live, man. So thank you so much for being here, both of you guys. And we got a slew of guests coming on in your lieu. So thank you guys. We really appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of the draft. I will be watching.
Thanks, fellas. Alrighty.
Thank you for joining, guys.
Well, so guess what we're going to do right here is we're going to add a heavy hitter into the mix.
Ooh.
Boom.
Lucas. Oh, yeah.
The prospect professor.
What's up?
What's up, Lucas? Thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You guys have been crushing it for what? hours 3 and 4 now? Like moving right along.
426 at this point. Approaching 5,000 viewers.
Who's keeping track?
Yeah, man. Right. So Lucas, well, actually, Will, do you want to walk us through the 2 picks that just happened, just so we don't
Yes. So the two prep pitchers just went. Angel Cervantes to the Pirates, one of the younger prep pitchers in this class. He's still 17, and then Aaron Watson as well to Cincinnati, another prep pitcher from Florida as well. So 2 prep pitchers in a row as we get to 52 and Texas on the clock. They had one of my favorite picks earlier, Gavin Feen, and I guess leads to a question for Lucas right off the bat. Lucas, favorite picks of the night so far? What we got?
Oh, that's a great question. I agree with Nate. I think the A's draft has been pretty nuts. Getting Jamie Arnold and Devin Taylor at the spots where they got them. I mean, for a team that I think coming into the year, based on Max's write-ups and all the conversations we've had as a staff, they're so funky. They go with like guys who have a really strong profile in one particular area and don't really do the best player available thing. But it seems like they kind of refined their approach this time, and we really like both of those picks. A couple other names, you guys have talked about him ad nauseum already, but Davallon to the Dodgers is insane at pick 41. I mean, I think he would probably slot in the top 3 or 4 prospects in most systems, but for them, he's probably not even their 3rd or 4th best outfielder, which is a pretty crazy thing. I really wonder where they're going to start him if he debuts this summer, because that high A team with Sirota and Hope and JDP is already kind of loaded in the outfield. So part of me thinks maybe he gets an aggressive AA start. Part of me thinks they slow play him in single A, but it'll be an interesting thing to see for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and so I think that certainly early, I'm a big fan of the Davallon pick as well at that point. And you're right. I think there was certainly a thought that I think Jamie Arnold could fall, but to where he did, I was surprised he got to the A's, and the fact that they still came out with Taylor. And I mentioned I thought Taylor was a potential guy that the A's could save some money on as kind of a high floor bat that you're pretty sure is going to hit his way to the big leagues. And they ended up coming away with both. So I think definitely one of the best drafts for sure that I think for the A's.
The only other thing I would add too is this is a different team altogether, but I think people are going to clown the Orioles draft for being so like kind of catcher heavy-ish, depending on how you see Irish long-term. But I think they essentially picked the best player for them at each spot. I don't know that there was a ton of prep value at the spots they were looking early at the back end of the first round. I think getting to run where they did towards the beginning of the comp pick section was really good. So I think, I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see how Orioles fans feel about it, but I feel like they've quietly had a solid B+ draft so far.
If you take away the whole not taking a pitcher thing, I think it's an A.
Yeah.
But it's how do you look at the draft, right? If you look at it in a vacuum and not like looking at the roster, best player available, they have like 4 top 30 guys on our board, like easily. Like it's kind of incredible what they came away with and how they made their money work, but it's just how did they not take a pitcher after what's going on? So I think that's a great shout. Do you have anything that you look at as like a really head scratching moves, maybe outside of like Bremner and Southacene, who we've talked about a little bit? Who are you not as high on?
Sure. I think it's a head scratcher in the sense of I wouldn't have picked him this early. I think y'all mentioned this on stream as well, but it's a good sign, I think, that it's the team that chose him, and that's Yost to the Tigers. I don't think many people had him kind of going in that area of the first round, but they've just been so consistent with Clark and with McGonigal and with even just guys like Briseño who have gotten better year over year. I feel like you have to be intrigued if the Tigers are intrigued. The same way we talk about like when the Rays call about a trade target, like a minor league pitcher, you have to be like, okay, hold on, what's going on here? We might have to start viewing prep hitters that the Tigers target in drafts that way, where they smell something that maybe everybody else is a little late on. So wouldn't have been where I would have mocked him, but I'm interested to see what he does, given that the Tigers have shown such interest.
Will, looks like we just had a pick come in. What do we got, my friend?
Yeah, at 52, we got a guy that I'm really high on. That's AJ Russell from Tennessee.
It's a fun fit.
It is a really fun pick, and it's because of that fastball, 94 to 98 with good carry because he's thrown from a low release height. He was a guy that struggled to stay healthy a little bit. Probably didn't have the career at Tennessee that he was. There was a lot of expectations for him when he got there, but the stuff is certainly there. And I think when you look at a guy who's going to have a potentially a much better pro career than a college one, I think AJ Russell is right where I'm looking at. I'm very high on the pick, and I love the fastball.
Rhys, I feel like I haven't heard from you in a little while, buddy. What have you been up to over there?
I'm just sitting over here enjoying the fantastic analysis. I really liked what Lucas was saying about the Tigers, and I feel really good about myself because I'm still, I'm a little worried. I'm not questioning them because they obviously know what they're doing. But yeah, I like this AJ Russell pick. I think it's really good. I mean, it's a pretty extreme fastball. He throws fastball and then fastball again. How the other breaking stuff and secondary stuff sort of develops is going to be interesting. I think in a pro setting, that's going to have to be the most important thing for him because we already know the fastball is maybe plus. So I think getting him at this point of the draft is a really nice gamble for the Rangers, who sneakily their player dev system doesn't get talked about, especially on the pitching side, doesn't get talked about as much. It's a comfortably above average unit. It's like a 55 pitching development organization.
Absolutely. Will, is that another pick in that I see?
It is. It is. Cooper Fleming. Cooper Fleming just went, and I'm blanking on the team. That's Tampa? Yes, Tampa. Cooper Fleming from prep bat shortstop from California. So the Rays, they're sticking with their prep bats. Fleming, not a big carrying tool, a little bit on the older side, but he's a big frame. He's listed at 6'3", 190. I think the Rays are betting on him trying to grow into his power with that frame. Maybe more of a third baseman down the road, but I like Fleming a lot. He's got a good arm. Probably more meant for third, but it's another nice pick from the Rays from the prep ranks.
Yeah, Lucas, I got a question for you here. Looking at some of these guys remaining on the board, you got Landon Harmon, Mason Neville. You got a lot of guys left. Do you have any dudes who you were a fan of that have been hanging around on the board for a little while now and haven't been selected?
That's a great question. The guys toward the top end of my board that are left that are the most interesting, I think might be really tough signs away from school. Like, for example, I don't think Landon Schaefer's gone yet, right? The Arkansas committed shortstop. I feel like he is just as viable to pick in this range as a guy like Fleming, or even honestly, I'd hold him up alongside Brandon Compton, given how kind of late in the game Compton's EVs have ticked up. So I think Landon Schaefer's a name that if you don't see in the next couple rounds, would have to be curious about the money it would take to get him out of the Arkansas commitment. Other names, I think Max Bellieu out of Texas is an outfielder that I think we could expect to see in the second or the third round. He's kind of in that Conrad and Summerhill crowd of maybe 50 tools across the board right now, but potential to be a real contributor in the big leagues. Jared Thomas had a lot of success with that same kind of profile out of Texas last year, so it'll be interesting to see where Bellieu goes in the next round or two if he does pop.
Yeah, so it looks like a Rhys White guy was just drafted. Quentin Young to the Twins at pick 54. This is someone I loved seeing at the Combine. Huge EVs, but Rhys, what do you got on Quentin Young?
I love Quentin Young. I would have drafted him in the first round. So, I mean, just draft upside at that point, and I think that's what you're doing. You're pairing Merrick Houston, who the upside isn't very high, with Quentin Young, who I think also, you're talking about he's a lottery scratch off ticket that you really want to play around with. He's not boring. He's one of the exciting ones, like the $5 ones. I haven't actually done a lottery ticket in years, so I don't know what they look like. But Quentin Young, we're talking about plus power, plus speed. Does he make enough contact? Maybe not. But can he get there? Yeah. I mean, we've seen them do this sort of thing with Brandon Winokur in the past. Draft the big guy, hope to figure it out. Winokur's sort of fine. I think Quentin Young has a little bit more offensive juice and a little bit more ceiling than a Winokur sort of guy. So I'm really excited to see how the Twins develop him.
Yeah, they got Riley Quick too. It's shaping up to be a pretty fun draft out of those guys. Yeah. Definitely above average. Will, I've seen another pick in there. I don't know if you want to talk about Quentin Young first, though.
Yeah, I mean, Rhys pretty much hit the nail on the head there. Big time power there as well. So a guy that I agree. I think the Twins are having a really nice draft.
Great. Well, Lucas, thank you so much for joining us, man. I know this was a little bit short. The draft is moving faster than any of us expected at this point, but thank you for joining us. And man, I love your work. So thanks for being here.
Appreciate it, fellas. Have a good one. Keep doing you. This is great.
Thanks, Lucas.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thanks, man.
And now for the Mariners pick at 57, I'm introducing another Mariners guest because, guys, I have to do it. And here we go. Welcome to the stage, Brady, from the Refuse to Lose pod, one of the best Twitter follows out there, and joining us from, wow, is that T-Mobile Park there?
It's my own special version of T-Mobile Park.
Yeah. How are you doing, man? How are you feeling about the Mariners right now?
Interested and intrigued. First off, very thrilled with what they were able to get at 3 and getting Kate Anderson. I think arguably they got, in a lot of cases, by many people's standards, the number 1 pick in the draft at number 3. It reminds me of the NBA several years ago. The Celtics had the 3rd pick, and they ended up with Jason Tatum. And that they're like, instead of Markelle Fultz. So this kind of feels like maybe it's that same situation for the Mariners. I'm also intrigued because, look, to be perfectly frank, I'm less of a prospect guru, and I'm more of how does the draft impact the major league club. You have a Kate Anderson who very well might be up as early as next year, certainly could be up by 2027. Luis Castillo is a free agent at the end of 2027. Logan Gilbert is a free agent, I believe, at the end of 2027. So is he here now to slot in for one of those guys if they leave in free agency? Is he here so that one of those guys can be traded for more offense in the offseason potentially? And then with the Stevenson pick at 35, I think we all kind of think, what does that mean for Harry Ford, like imminently at this trade deadline? I had wondered all along, were they going to take Arquette at 3 and then move on from one of these many middle infielders? Well, maybe they're taking Stevenson at 35 and moving on from Ford, because I think they are going to be active at the deadline. And I think that pick signals maybe that that's one of the directions they'll go.
Yeah, and I mean, the value is at kind of an all-time high for Ford, and they aren't going to play him anywhere else other than catcher, it seems. So you might as well. I mean, Harry Ford is a starting catcher in the major leagues, right? So if they're not going to put him in the outfield or somewhere else, you might as well give him a chance somewhere else to play. Rhys, I don't know if you got anything on the Harry Ford idea. I hadn't really considered that angle with the Luke Stevenson pick.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Honestly, that's a team that needs to get an impact bat to add to that roster, and I think that they could. Cal Riley needs a little bit of help, so maybe Harry Ford is the trade piece that they allowed. Maybe get some young, controllable bat, because we're talking about a weird trade deadline coming up. So nothing would surprise me really with the Mariners.
So it looks like the pick is in for the Mariners here at 57, and that would be Nick Becker, who's a prep shortstop. Will, do you want to give us kind of our analysis piece on this? I like this pick a lot.
Yeah, Becker is, first of all, Don Bosco Prep, New Jersey, where I'm from. So I'll give the great state of the Garden State a shout out there. But yeah, I like Becker a lot. He's a big right-handed hitter. He's a big frame. Still's got a lot to fill out at 6'3", 180. Very well rounded. The hit tool's carrying it for now, but he's a really good athlete and he can run. And he's probably a plus runner. Does he stick at shortstop? Is he a better fit for potentially the outfield? I guess we'll have to see, but can he grow into some more power with that frame and adding strength? He's a guy that I had my eye on here in the second round. I'm a big fan of Nick Becker.
Yeah, Brady, do you have anything on Nick Becker, or are you just happy that we finally went prep shortstop like we were hoping to do last round?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you would have to think that this is probably an overslot, although the Stevenson move doesn't seem like that's an underslot deal either. Like that seems like it's going to be kind of right at the mark. So my first gut would be like, hey, prep guy in the 3rd round, this has to be an overslot deal, or in the third pick, I should say. And maybe it is, but I don't think they didn't get significant savings on the Anderson deal. It doesn't seem like they're going to get savings on the Stevenson deal. So I would think it has to come in over slot in order to entice Becker away from a college commitment. So more interested to see kind of what the money looks like. And if he does ultimately sign with the Mariners, add it to the plethora of middle infielders. And maybe you go back to the original thought that another middle infielder comes in. Does that mean another middle infielder is going out?
Absolutely. And so Becker was committed to Virginia, and we had him at 51 on our big board. I think that was right around consensus rank, and the Mariners drafted him at 57. So maybe coming in slightly over slot to too close to slot for Becker. But it's also a bag of 50s. And I know that Rhys doesn't always love the prospect that's just got, 50s kind of across the board. I don't know if you have any thoughts on Nicky Becker, though.
I think that they're, like Will was mentioning, it's a big frame. There's a chance for some more power to come across. But if it doesn't, I think having a bucket of 50s as your 3rd selection isn't that bad. So I'm a fan of this pick.
Absolutely. Well, All right, Brady, is there anyone you're looking toward for the future? I know you said you weren't the biggest prospect guy, but is there anyone you're kind of hoping the Mariners might take a swing at later in this draft?
No one that comes to mind. Like I said, I'm most interested in what the big league club does at the deadline and then how maybe they're able to use this high draft opportunity as a way to backfill that talent. Because we saw them a couple of years ago, right? Trade away Noelvi Marte and Edwin Arroyo. We saw them trade Brandon Williamson and Connor Phillips in the deal for Suarez and Jesse Winker. We've seen them trade away Aiden Smith in the deal for Randy Rosarena, Brody Hopkins. Like this notion that like Jerry Dipoto won't give up prospects, he's going to hoard them. That's not really true. He's been very willing to give up prospects, and I think they're going to be willing to give up prospects again this year. And given how hot a guy like Suarez is, and given how coveted I think a guy like Naylor is going to be, and given always the run on relievers, they may significantly drain what is a very good prospect pool. Are you able to backfill that prospect pool with this draft and get signable guys that can come in and instantly fill those spots? And, what I presume are going to be, probably a small number of guys in the top 10, but certainly maybe a decent number of guys out of the top 30. They're going to need guys that are signable. And also I'll be interested to see, do they get more pitching that is close to the big leagues? Like for so long, the Mariners have been known, I think justifiably, as an organization that can cultivate pitching. But what they don't really have is upper tier minors pitching that is close. We've seen it this year, right? Emerson Hancock and Logan Evans have been serviceable, and I think that they've generally done fine, but they don't really have anybody beyond that. And, because Jonathan Diaz is really kind of, Casey Lawrence are the guys beyond Hancock and Evans. And as good as Ryan Sloan is, and as interesting as Gerangelo Sanchez is, these guys are far away from the big leagues. Seems like Cade Anderson is fairly close, or as close as you can be on draft night. Do they get other guys with maybe significant college experience that might be able to slot in at least to a major league bullpen in the next year and a half or so? Because there is going to be turnover in the rotation, whether it is through trade or through free agency. There's going to be some attrition there at some point.
Absolutely. I want to thank you so much for joining us, Brady. I think your perspective is really valuable here, talking about the Mariners from a more holistic point of view, not just a draft point of view, man. I love your Mariners content. We thank you so much for coming on and talking a little bit of Mariners baseball with us. Really appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it, guys. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
See ya. And just like that, we have added a new face. Yeah, no, sorry, I didn't give you much of an intro here, Will. I'm going to mute you because we got a little headphone issue going on. I don't know if that's you or not. Sorry, guys.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah,
but that's a heck of an intro. I'll take it.
I know you got something weird going on. So Greg, thank you for joining us so much, and you're our first Cubs fan to come on. So
yep.
Do you want to talk about the Cubs draft for a little bit first before we talk about some of these picks that have just kind of been made?
Yeah, a little bit. So I'm pretty pumped. I selected Ethan Conrad in my mock that came out earlier today. There was just some chatter that I got late yesterday, a little bit into Friday, that was like, you know what? There are situations in which we likely will take the guy that falls to us. But if these situations don't happen, which they didn't tell me what those are, Conrad's probably our guy. And didn't really expound about an underslot. I'm not going to ask those questions or anything. I'll dig in later. But I would imagine there's probably a little bit of a haircut there. So I like it. I like the fit. He was a guy that fits. It's the Cubs. They love wood bat performance. They love guys that have performed kind of in smaller schools that you then see later, right? Like somebody that isn't just tearing up SEC pitching for 3 years. Well, maybe you're not getting as much of a value, quote unquote. They just like these guys that control the zone. Probably the issue maybe with Conrad is just the chase rate's a little bit high, but Matt Shaw's chase rate was high. Cam Smith wasn't low. It wasn't a low chase rate. These aren't bad numbers.
No.
So good batted ball numbers. Send him out as a center fielder. Maybe he ends up in the corner. I like it because it then pivots into what you can do after that. 56 was a little confusing for me. Kane Kepley, like that's a good player, right? Like that's a good player. You could maybe look at that and dream on, I don't know, South Alec or something. I don't know. I personally, that's not where I would have swung the bat, so to speak. But a quality player. I've heard that he was kind of the choice selection of a really trusted scout within the organization who has had a lot of guys make it to the big leagues and have extremely successful careers. So at some point, you look at your model, he controls, he does not chase, he does not whiff. He's probably going to be every Cub fan's fan favorite going forward. So an interesting 1-2 punch.
Yeah, I mean, the 60 hit guy in Kane Kepley is
Yeah.
the fun, high floor, low ceiling, for the second round pick too. It works, right? Maybe it's not the sexiest pick out there, and maybe you guys haven't gone sexy yet today, but are you happy kind of where you're going at instead of, someone like Vahiva Loy, who was mocked to you guys a whole bunch, or even some of those college pitchers? Are you happy with kind of where you guys settled?
I think that there were a couple college arms that they would have taken. And it's funny because we didn't even need to get too far into the draft to realize that Tyler Bremner is not going to be an option. But that was one of the guys that I think they really would have popped. I guess you could probably say that about a few teams now. And I understood them not selecting Gage Wood. I didn't hear anything from the Cubs side, but I mean, there was at least some chatters that maybe there were some questions on that shoulder. I have no idea. I'm not going to, speak out of turn there. The Phillies obviously felt very comfortable with it. So, at the end of the day, I don't think they necessarily passed on anybody in particular. There are a few guys that I probably would have even considered at 17, though. I would have looked at a guy like Riley Quick. I would have looked at a guy like Marcus Phillips, who I'd like both of their profiles. Now, you probably would have been talking about a really significant cut on either of those at 17, but I think you could make the argument. Conrad makes a lot of sense, though. I don't have a problem with that selection. It's very model picky, but in general, I think it fits with still what the Cubs have done successfully and how they've targeted certain players.
This is absolutely amazing insight here for three guys who aren't Cubs fans. Obviously, this is why we kind of bring the other people on. But is there anyone you're looking at in kind of these picks coming up for the Cubs that you really like, or maybe you've been circled or have heard in discussions for the Cubs?
I think that there's. I'm trying to think about that.
Put you on the spot.
I maybe will keep some names out. I think that there are a few guys, especially on the mid-major level, that they may want to target. Guys with just really advanced secondaries that don't kind of scream overall profile, but somebody that's going to carve up the low minors, something that you can kind of get your player development infrastructure to really chew on and see if they can kind of round out that arsenal. In general, I would say, and not to get too biomechanics, because I'm not a biomechanic expert, but I would say that a lot of the guys that at least I've circled going forward tend to fall into that supination bucket. Somebody that can get to the side of the ball really, really well. I mean, obviously that's oversimplifying, and some guys can do both, but to me, that would make sense. But, under Dan Kantrovitz, it's not just him, of course, but he's definitely targeted guys with advanced changeups. And so that would be something to kind of look at. I'm trying to think specifically within my 20-round mock, which I did. I did a 20-round mock here. A guy that I would personally want is Brian Curley. I don't know that they're going to take him. But that's a guy that I really, really like. He's relieving now at Georgia, but I think he should start. And I think he's an animal out there. And I mean that in every positive way. But, I haven't obviously been watching the draft. Has Malachi Witherspoon gone yet?
He actually
just went.
Oh, he just went. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I would cross him off the list. Witherspoon was a guy that I would kind of look at. JT Quinn out of Georgia. Talk about bringing up another Georgia guy. Tell me he hasn't gone yet.
He has not gone.
All right. Okay. So that's a guy that's carving up the Cape right now. Again, kind of was relieving, but probably should start. He's big, he's built. You can kind of build out that whole arsenal. That would be a guy that I would target and wouldn't be shocked if the Cubs were to jump on that bandwagon.
Absolutely. Well, Greg, thank you so much for this insight. So valuable, man. Thinking about the Cubs and kind of your knowledge on them. Maybe shout out to social medias real quick before we get out of here, but thank you for being one of our guests today.
Hey, it's an honor. PL is the best. I think you guys do some amazing work there. That's really where I first kind of got into following what it looks like at the national level versus just my own interest in following the draft, which I've been doing for a while. So shout out to you guys. You can find me at most of the social media platforms, Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it these days, at Ivy Futures, like Instagram and Blue Sky. And then I help run and coordinate our 1060 West Discord, which I think has some really good conversations, prospects, draft, obviously some Cub stuff, some just MLB hot stove. We have a lot of fun with it. And I write on a free Substack at the Baseball Tribune, which I was surprised is a name that wasn't taken.
There you go. Go follow Greg, guys. Really one of the smarter baseball minds you can find on the Twitter/X app. And thank you so much for joining us, Greg.
Right.
We really appreciate it.
Thanks guys.
Greg.
Happy drafting.
Thanks for coming, Greg. You're the best, man.
Thanks.
Literally.
Well, fellas, we missed a bunch of picks. Rhys, how are you doing, man? I still haven't heard from you in a while.
Dude, I'm just sitting here. I'm like AJ Hawk on the Pat McAfee show. I'm just sitting here. I'm nodding my head. You know what? I'm just collecting a paycheck, just keeping the things moving. We're gonna go from one of the best to one of the worst. I'm just joking. I love our next guest so much. He's one of my favorite people in the entire world. But yeah, I'm loving the way this draft is going for the Tigers. I mean, they went 2 prep hitters, and then Malachi Witherspoon, who's someone who I really liked. I think in one of our million draft content episodes when we went through our guys in the draft, I drafted Malachi Witherspoon. I think it's a good pitch mix. I mean, we're talking about a fastball that averages around 96 miles per hour. The slider's pretty good too. I think there's a little bit of feel for a changeup here from time to time. I wish he would throw it a little bit more, but yeah, I'm excited. If this is your 3rd pick in a draft, I think you're doing pretty all right. They're not really going off of. They're not going to win any consensus like draft board awards though. They're drafting their guys.
I cannot agree more. So it looks like we've missed everything from 48 to 69. So we're gonna throw Adam in here. That is our next guest. I don't know if he's ready or not.
Oh my god, that made me laugh quite a bit. We missed everything, but except for the last half round.
We're just gonna throw this guy in here, and you're gonna listen to me recap this, Adam. All right? So you can
All
talk
good.
about 3 minutes. Gosh, Joseph Zero goes to the Orioles at 58. JD Thompson goes to the Brewers at 59. Alex Lodice goes to the Braves at 60. Michael Lombardi to the Royals at 61. Malachi Witherspoon to the Tigers at 62. That's a fun one. Another fun one. Cade Obermueller, Phillies 63. Adam's a Cade Obermueller guy, so we'll have to talk to him about that. Dean Curley to the Guardians at 64. Cam Leiter to the Dodgers at 65. Aaron Walton to the Guardians at 66. Dean Moss to the Rays at 67. Frank Chiron to the Brewers at 68. And JT Quinn, who we just talked about, goes to the Orioles at 69. Super nice there.
He was available at the time.
Start off with Adam for Cade Obermueller. We got to get our resident Iowa expert's opinion.
That is such a fantastic pick by the Phillies, and I love what they're doing with the draft, starting off with Gage Wood and going to the Cade Obermueller. That is a dangerous combo. Cade Obermueller, I got to see live a couple of times, actually a few times in the last few years. The difference between 2024 and 2025 is pretty stark. He went from what I thought was like a 3rd, 4th, 5th rounder to pretty high up in the 2nd round mentally. The man can spin it. He's got a slider that absolutely ate up Devin Taylor and Corbin Dickerson. I also saw him go toe-to-toe with Ava Arquette. I did see Arquette slap a pretty hard single off of his fastball. First at-bat, second at-bat, the slider came in. When it's on, that is a dangerous pitch. I talked to a scout at the game, and his big comment was he's a little timid around the zone. He needs to, quote-unquote, attack and eat up the batter, and I kind of agree. Instead of trying to nibble at the zone. I mean, you got stuff, man. Eat them alive. So that's my big opinion on Cade Obermueller.
It's a good big opinion there. Rhys, do you have any thoughts on the last 12 picks?
Yeah, like the Braves have not drafted a pitcher. This feels weird. Alex Lodice. I don't remember how it was pronounced, but that's fine. Really good defensive shortstop. There's hit-tool concerns, but I think getting a no doubt shortstop at 60, there's just a lot of value in that. Michael Lombardi, one of the more interesting players, just in general. I really like him. You know, he's bouncing around between center field. You know, he's a full-time pitcher. I'd imagine in pro ball. I don't think he got announced as a 2-way guy. I could be totally wrong. I'm not watching the draft stream on here. And yeah, I kind of like just the way this draft is going for a bunch of teams. The Phillies are doing one of the better jobs. Like Adam said, I hate to agree with them, but yeah, this is a really interesting part of the draft. Dean Moss I kind of like. Aaron Walton I kind of like. Cam Leiter is an interesting pick for the Dodgers.
Yeah, expand on that.
Cam Leiter, injuries? Question mark. But the Dodgers, they seem to love to have guys that have a lot of injuries. So when he's right, Cam Leiter has some pretty good stuff. But the injuries have really started to take a toll, and I wonder if he's just going to be slammed into a bullpen for this team and fast track to the majors.
Absolutely. So, Adam, do you have any other favorite guys in here? We're talking about maybe favorite selections from this whole draft. Let's phrase it that way.
Caden Bodine, you got to talk about him. I mean, that had to be a BPA situation. I did not expect the Orioles to take him, but I absolutely love that. I did just see the Cardinals pick. I don't know if you guys have caught up to that one. I'm quite stunned by what's going on in the Cardinals draft room right now, but we'll focus on the rest of the draft. You got to love Eli Willits going 1-1. I thought he was the 1-1 player. Yeah, JoJo Parker was a good steal. Billy Carlson sliding that far, I loved. The big one that I was pretty high on, Jace Laviolette to the Guardians. I really like that pairing. I thought that was fantastic for them.
It's an interesting one. People are trying to dunk on it online, but I think it actually makes a lot of sense. And
I love
looks
it.
like Matt actually had a question. Talk to me about Ryan Mitchell at 55. Now, so Adam, you are also one of our resident Cardinals fans. Ryan Mitchell's a pretty fun prospect, kind of a bag of well-rounded tools. Do you have any thoughts on that selection?
Yeah, this is continuing the trend of who's running the Cardinals draft room, because this is not John Mozeliak's work. This is a explosive, twitchy athlete. He plays. He was announced as an outfielder, to my knowledge, so that means that they're looking at him as a potential center fielder because he's got the killer athleticism. I think that the pop is probably more gap to gap rather than something like true impact, but being 18 years old, there's plenty of room to grow. I think that there's plenty of room on the frame left to add the physicality, and the speed is a lot of fun. I think that this is, I think the comp D Strange Gordon with more pop was a good one that the draft guys made. And I'm pretty excited for the Cardinals to be going after such killer tools.
Yeah, I think it's been a successful draft for you guys so far. I mean, we have to do it. We got to talk to you about Liam Doyle. I mean, what are our thoughts there?
That the beginning of the draft did not go how anyone planned at all. How Scott Boras screwed his top two clients out of 1 and 2 money is just another, I don't want to say ding on who he is as a person, but he has not done great the last few years. But that's besides the point. Liam Doyle they finally got an FU fastball. I mean, who in that system has that kind of fastball? I don't know of anyone. So that was a shock to me. I'm hoping that they save some money. They had to have for Ryan Mitchell, I think. But he's not my favorite profile. I think the reliever risk exists. I've been pretty vocal about that. But now he's in the system. I have nothing but good things to say because it is finally a pick that the Cardinals do not make. This is an exciting change for the Cardinals.
You guys are having fun with it, that's for sure. And we just had 2 fun picks come in. Pirates at 73 went Murph Gray, and then Max Bellew to the Rockies at 74. That feels like a Rocky through.
That is such a Rockies ass pick. That is, you can take that pejoratively, or you can take that positively or negatively, however you want to. I'll let you choose your own adventure, but it just, yeah.
Drew Wheeler just texted me and told Adam, hush. Just so you know, Adam, you've been hushed by Drew Wheeler. Murph Gray is an electric prospect. I'm so glad he went day 1 because he deserved to. Met him at the combine. A great guy, a really good ball player, really good defender despite being a large human. So I think that's a slam dunk pick for the Pirates, who have done really well with themselves in this draft, just like last year.
They're just letting the best player fall to them. It's a shocking strategy for some teams. But yeah, I like what the Pirates are doing.
Yeah, it's been fun. Adam, do you have any drafts that stand out to you as really, really good in your eyes?
I think the Tigers have done well, like you guys said, that they're doing well going with their own guys. The Phillies, I like a bit. The Dodgers are doing the Dodgers thing, I think. Cam Leiter, I think, was a fantastic pick by them. I'm trying to think of the other ones that I was really fond of. it was hard to keep track. I got to be honest. That live draft reacts we do is hard to keep up with. But the Diamondbacks, Casey Cunningham, being a strong first pick, and then going straight to Patrick Forbes, I thought that is a killer 1-2 for them too.
Yeah, absolutely. And now our boss is asking for us to talk about a player, which means we have to, and that is Tanner Franklin.
Yeah.
This is a Drew guy. The fastball's electric, and that's kind of all you're getting with him. I don't know.
Drew guy.
Can you explain why?
Yeah, Tennessee guy. There's Clay there, but it's like a lot of fastball and not a lot of anything else from what I've seen. It's like a cutter that plays okay, but it doesn't necessarily get the punches that you'd expect. Will, do you have anything on Tanner Franklin for your dad?
I mean, mostly what you guys said. Just, I mean, he's probably gonna be a bullpen arm. And so I guess if they drafted him here, maybe they at least try to start him. But the fastball is electric. There's no doubt. The feel for the secondary is definitely needs to improve. But this is a guy that's going to be into the upper 90s. Maybe touching triple digits. So that's certainly an exciting profile, I think, for a reliever, and you're hoping to, potentially develop a back end bullpen guy. So I think there's help there, because that Tanner Franklin fastball certainly plays.
It's one of the few no doubt relievers who have been taken.
Yeah. Drew messaged me, credible fastball, a lot of clay, absolute reliever, big team, big game experience. Hush, Adam. So
I will push back on that. The pick of Liam Doyle tells me that, and then Tanner Franklin, this is not an accident. I don't know. I think they're definitely going to try and start him. I mean, they don't take him here and not try to start him with the pitchers they have in their system. This is a clear organizational shift, in my opinion.
They're looking for fastballs and looking for volunteers, apparently. Adam, any you as a wise man, any departing thoughts for our listeners before we bring on our next guest?
What's your favorite law?
Yeah.
My favorite law is it's probably that you can and should not talk to cops. I support that as an attorney. My big parting thoughts. Big parting thoughts. I'm gonna get kicked off the stream now. I think that the way that this draft has gone down kind of shows why this is so exciting. I did take a check to see how the staff competition's going, and I did not do well, guys. This is a very hard exercise, and it is the most fun thing we do, in my opinion. So you guys have all done great. Gumby over there, I'm a little upset that our background hasn't officially changed, and to the viewers and listeners, I appreciate you guys. We're having fun back here.
Absolutely. There's no one who has more fun than the Adam Keel. So thank you for joining us, Adam, and we'll check in with you. I don't know if you're coming on tomorrow or not, but if you want to, I mean, come hang out, man.
I'll find a time.
See you, Adam.
See you guys.
I would never say this to his face, but Adam's awesome. He's a great dude. But I would
never say
that like when
I would
he's
never
there.
say it either. I would never say it in a recorded medium where I actually enjoy Adam, and I think he's a really smart guy.
But he's great. And now we had a couple picks come through. Will, do you want to update us on these picks super fast before we go to our next guest, Harris? And just
yeah. So I guess I'm trying to think where we left off at.
We left off on Bellew.
Yeah.
Okay. So then that would be, well, we already said we said those guys. Red Sox in the comp round, they took Henry Godbout from Virginia. He's a guy that had some good production at Virginia for sure. Had a little bit, I guess, wasn't as good as people. There was a time where it was thought he was going to be potentially a first rounder back a year or two ago, but hasn't fully materialized. I think the Red Sox are shooting for the upside there. And then Kyle O'Deese, the cousin of Alex, goes not too far after his cousin. He goes to the White Sox to open up round 3. Ethan Hedges, the third baseman from USC, goes to the Rockies. Max Williams, a guy who had a great year at Florida State, got a lot of big hits for him. He goes to Miami at 78. Johnny Slazinski, a left-handed pitcher, pretty projectable guy from Texas, prep guy, 6'3", 180, left-hander. He goes at 79 to the Angels. So potentially, when we talked about the Angels saving, potentially saving money, this is a guy that potentially they're going to use some of their money that they saved to try and go over slot here. I think that's definitely possible. But yeah, that's where we're caught up. This thing goes fast. There's so many like interesting picks in round 2 that like we had guessed. I'm like, oh, that guy's an interesting guy.
We'll be
That guy's an
talking about
interesting
him
guy.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we got time.
Johnny Swinski's a great pick, but let me get on Harris right here. And we have Harris joining us from the amateur side, the draft side. Harris, how you doing? Thanks so much for coming on, man.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. Don't love having to follow Adam, but I'm excited to be here.
This only way we can go is up.
Yeah.
I just want to start off. We've been asking a lot of people this, but I think it's so interesting. Like, what's your favorite pick of the draft so far, or picks?
So my favorite pick. I mean, I've been a Jason Laviolette guy since I saw him CNT, whatever that was, a couple years ago, and I know he didn't really hit this year. There's a lot of questions about the hit tool, but you're talking in the mid to late 20s. That's just upside you just don't often find there, and it might not work. You might play him out. I was big on Vance Honeycutt last year. That has not worked out. It's a swing. It's a hit or miss type of pick, but I think like
it's literally a swing and a miss.
Yeah, that yeah. But I think like if something can click, like they have a good player dev org. If something can click there, he could be got massive upside. I know it's a huge risk, but that late in the first round, how can you not love it?
Absolutely. I can't agree more with that. I think it's easy to dunk on that pick because he is such a flawed player or whatnot, but we know the upside. Is there anything else that's kind of caught your eye? Maybe a team that is doing really well, or any other trends that you've noticed so far?
Yeah, so a couple things I have here I was interested in. Definitely looking to see when these college lefties were going early in the draft. Ended up 11 was the third of them for Arnold. And I think that was tied the second quickest we've had 3 college lefties off the board. Like in 2011, we had Lacey, or 2020, maybe we had Lacey, Detmers, and Crochet. In 2007, we had Price, Moskos, and Detweiler all in the top 6. So I was wondering if we'd see them come up in the top 5. That obviously didn't happen. I think like the interesting comparison between Bremner and Arnold. I know money obviously plays a big role in it, but I think teams are just a little bit hesitant with Arnold. Not really a big power pitcher, doesn't have like true strikeout stuff at the next level. I think he's going to get a lot of ground balls, going to be an effective pitcher. He just doesn't quite have like any kind of an ace upside that some of those other guys have. And we're with Bremner, I think Rhys and I were talking about this in the Discord a couple weeks ago. I know Rhys, you're not a fan, but I saw like some flashes of stuff with spin, and he reminded me a lot of Aaron Nola coming up. The changeup and the fastball and the body, the pitchability, and I think like obviously Nola, that curveball developed, and I obviously not a guarantee that it will for Bremner, but I do see that potential there, and I was not expecting him to go number 2, but I understand the appeal why he would be one of the top arms to go.
We needed a Bremner defender at some point because I think that we've kind of relentlessly put that pick down so far, and obviously we haven't seen the money yet. But yeah, Will, I'm actually going to pass this over to you. I'm going to introduce another guest, and I'm going to go take a bathroom break. And we're going to bring Owen Hurd onto the stream as well. So you guys, you got a couple picks here to kind of catch up on. Jake Cook is a fun one. Make sure you mention him as my guy. But Owen's on here, and I'm taking the back seat, and I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, sounds good. So first of all, Jake Cook, I think is a fascinating pick. We'll get into him a little bit. One of a very odd profile of a big 6'3" outfielder who's an 80 runner and has no power. But we'll get to that in a second. Owen, welcome on. I guess Owen, I know you're a Red Sox fan like me. So we had all.
I got the shirt right here.
They're perfect. Winners of 10 straight. And we've had so many Mariners fans on. So I'm going to ask you straight up. When Kyson Witherspoon was falling, are you surprised that Witherspoon was available for the Red Sox at 15? I guess what were your thoughts on that pick?
I really like the pick. I had him going a little earlier. I had him mocked to the Reds at 9. It just kind of felt like a kind of pitcher that they've kind of targeted in the past. Reminded me a bit of kind of a Rhett Lauder type pick for them, but I really like Witherspoon. I think to get him at 15 was good value. I really like blanking on the Phillips. I'm blanking on the first name. My apologies.
Yeah.
From Tennessee, really good fastball slider combo. We've seen that kind of archetype. Them hit on that with Brandon Clark as a recent example of that. And then Henry Godbout at 75 was another pick I really liked. Not gonna give you much power, but in my opinion, he's a plus hitter. Really good on base skills, good contact skills. Especially if they can underslot him here to get, in my opinion, a top 50-ish draft prospect at that spot is really good. A really good start for them. So I like what I've seen from them so far.
And for you, Harris, as well, and then I'll throw it to you, Owen, as well for the same question. When you look at the fall of a lot of these college bats that were some thought were potentially going into the comp rounds, but ended up falling into round 2. Your Brendan Summerhills, your Devin Taylors, and guys like that. What did you make of that? Do you like the fit of and the value of where they ended up going? And I guess what did you just make of their slide?
Yeah, I think it's hard to not like the value where they ended up going. I think you're talking about, someone was mentioning it a little while ago about Summerhill just not having that standout tool that you can really like use as a building block and build around. I think he's a good overall player. I question whether he'll stick in center. So I did think he would go earlier, but I'm not shocked with him. Taylor, on the other hand, like I had him comped to Cleveland, I believe, at 27. Like he just seems like he's the opposite, right? We're talking about that standout tool. He's an incredible has an incredible offensive profile. Obviously lacking a lot of different other areas, but in the draft, especially in the college outfield market, is just not that strong this year. I was surprised to see Taylor fall as far as he did, just given like his offensive prowess and the likelihood that he'll hit the next level.
Yeah, no, just to piggyback on what Harris was saying about Taylor, I think I was shocked to see Taylor fall that far. I had him, I had him to Houston at number 21. I thought kind of end first would kind of be his floor. I think the defense gets slandered a little bit more than it should. I mean, yeah, he's probably, it's going to be a below average corner outfield profile if he sticks there, but I don't think he's as much of a surefire DH as I've seen some people say. But really, I think he's the most pro-ready college hitter in the class. I think he's a guy that you can plug him right into the upper minors and he'll just hit. So I think it's a really good combo of hit and power. So I was shocked to see him fall that far. And, like I was hearing you all say earlier, the A's have had a really good start so far with Arnold at 11 and then Taylor at 48, two players who should not have been there when they were picking.
And another interesting Rays pick too, just went a guy that I thought maybe could go a little bit earlier, but the Rays have had a great day with their prep guys as well. Taton Gray just went, who's been a big time a guy that's really seen his stock rise over the combine and the pre-draft. A guy who's 6'4" and still just 17 years old. And we'll certainly get Nate's opinions on Taton Gray in a second as he just went. But Harris, what are your thoughts what do you look at when you see Taton Gray?
So I feel like there's a group of these prep catchers that were projected to go in this range that kind of interchangeable. I saw like Jaxa and Oliveto was another one who went earlier. I think like a lot of them just come with power, and so it's a profile that the Rays have developed well in the past, and a guy who they don't really prioritize catchers at like free agency or trading or anything like that. They kind of just like pick and choose here what they have. Not sure about the fit behind the plate long term, but the power is there. The switch hitter, I think you can hit from both sides. So I think if this, like I said, a bunch of these prep catchers in this range, I think they're all come with that tool.
Yeah, and before we get to, and certainly want to get Owen's thoughts on the Red Sox. The Red Sox just pick a guy that I absolutely love as well. Nate, you saw a lot of Taton Gray at the combine. What really stood out to you?
The frame mixed with the feel to catch barrel. I think the hit tool is better than people are giving him credit for. I had a little one-on-one interview with him too, to just get to know him a little better. Just a really, really good, respectful kid. Clearly values hard work, that kind of stuff. I I think he could stick at catcher. I think it might be more likely a no, but I think that there's enough fluidity in the big frame to be like, well, maybe this could be like the 6'4" catcher. So we'll have to see on that. But regardless, you're getting a guy who's going to post 90th percentile EVs in the league. So if you dream up that kind of guy, you want him to go to the Rays, in my opinion. I think they maximize that kind of player, the second, third round guy with tools. I think that they will get the best out of him. So I think that's an awesome pick. Did we talk about Jake Cook? Because that's an awesome pick too.
I started to. I gave like a little bit of the profile, but then because he's fascinating. He is like a profile you never see, right? Like the 6'3" left outfielder.
Chandler Simpson without the steals.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's
so
an 80 runner,
I'm just
and there's no power, but he was a two-way, so he just started really hitting consistently. But yeah,
I think he was announced as a pitcher, right?
Cook was?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh, really?
As a pitcher or a two-way? No way.
Listen about the pitcher.
Dang. Well,
I don't want to see that 90 speed from what I've heard from a few people.
Yeah.
What?
Also, the Easton Carmichael pick right afterwards. I think he's a really good, power first backup catcher type. I think that's just solid big league floor with him.
Yeah, I agree. Carmichael's the guy, definitely a bat first type of catcher that I'm really high on. That's had a consistent track record of hitting too at Oklahoma as well, and a guy that fell definitely a lot further than a lot of us thought. And Owen, he's a Red Sox. I'll throw it to you about Anthony Ianson. Are you surprised? Number one, are you surprised? How surprised are you that he's available here? And what are your thoughts on the pick?
Very surprised. I actually had Ianson highlighted in my article that I put out earlier today about 5 prospects I thought could be surprise first-round picks. So I think to get him at this point in the draft is just really incredible value. Him and Cade Anderson were a great 1-2 punch at LSU. I love the breaking stuff. I think the fastball's potentially above average, solid strike thrower. I think this is a great pick at this point in the draft. And yeah, like you said, very surprised he's available here.
I got to assume that this is probably the guy that they spent some of their underslot money early in the draft on, assuming that's how it goes. Because I heard that the demands were higher than what slot is at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I think that definitely some overslot there for Ianson, and another two guys. So I got to watch him a lot too, and he could really spin it. I mean, he was really impressive. His feel for both of his breaking balls, his slider and his curveball, and he could land it consistently, throw it for strikes. The fastball won't blow you away, and I think that potentially the Red Sox, with the way that they've been able to develop pitching recently, that they could potentially start tweaking with some of the fastball shape and try and maximize him. But I am, at least for me, I am stunned that Anthony Ianson is at this spot that was available, and I'm thrilled the Red Sox got him.
Yeah, I'm really ecstatic about this pick. I think this probably means that Phillips and Godbout are probably going to be a little underslot, if I had to guess. And then a lot of those savings are going to Ianson, who's probably, if I had to guess, probably going to get early second round money. But I think, yeah, this is still, this is one of those guys where, you can take those kind of maybe get a couple guys earlier underslot if you're going to blow big on early. He is one of those guys, if he's available at this point in the draft, this is where those kind of underslot bonuses early come in handy.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we have Switz coming on next. So thank you so much for joining. We really appreciate kind of the insight and you guys taking your time to come in here. And both of you guys have been doing great work for us. So thanks for coming on. And yeah, we appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. If I could just say one thing before I go, I really like the Orioles class. Contrary to what I've seen some people give it, I think to get Aloy, DeBrun, and then get Joseph Zierwa there with their 5th pick and get 3 guys that fell probably a little bit comparatively, but they have the biggest bonus pool, and they've been putting that to good use so far. So I like how this class is shaped up so far for them.
Absolutely. Yeah. Great point. So Harris, thank you for coming on as well, my friend.
Appreciate
the draft coverage was really great this year, man. And looking forward to talking some more with you guys later.
Yep. Thank you all for having me.
See you in the Discord. Thank you.
See you guys.
Later, fellas.
Appreciate it, guys.
See you in the Discord, man. Dang right. Well,
you should join the Prospects Live Discord, by the way.
That's actually a great point. We have some good conversation in there. If only we would get out of the staff chat. Well, guys, I'm introducing someone who deserves or needs no introduction, who I'm so glad to be talking to for the first time face to face. Switz, what's up, man?
yeah.
Thanks for being here.
I appreciate it, man. How you doing?
Good, man. Better now. We've saved the best for last. I kind of did this on purpose because I figured these picks we don't have to monitor as much pick to pick, and instead we can kind of pick your brain about all 105 picks that are going on because you have the brain that we want to pick, man. So I've been asking everyone this: what's your favorite pick of the draft so far?
For me, there's not really a certain pick, to be real with you. I think looking at like class, like by team, I'm really digging what the Rays are doing right now. Like up the middle, I think they've gotten some really, really good players here. Really getting some steals too. I was really surprised Summerhill lasted that long. Interested in seeing if they floated him down or how that worked out. But I really like the combo what they're doing here, looking for speed and up the middle talent. So between Pierce, Summerhill, and Moss, they have a clear agenda of what they want to get done.
Absolutely. Will, do you want to catch us up on a couple picks? I'm sorry, you're my catch-up guy.
All good. Well, beyond Anthony Ianson, Twins at 88. They took James Ellwanger. They just can't stop taking really tall pitchers. And Ellwanger's a guy that had a little bit of a disappointing year. Big fastball, and he's got to improve the feel for his secondary. Still more of a work in progress there as well. But a big projectable right-hander. Jack Gurdovich went 89 to St. Louis from UC San Diego. The Cubs at number 90 took Dominic Reed from Abilene Christian. He's a guy that went transferred from Oklahoma State to Abilene Christian, and he had a good year there as a starter to raise up his draft stock. Griffin Hughes to Seattle at number 91. He had an excellent summer on the Cape with the Bourne Braves as well. Solid year at Miami too. Brian Curley, right-handed pitcher, a little bit undersized at 5'10", goes to Arizona. And then RJ Austin is now in the same system as Enrique Bradfield Jr. Two Vanderbilt outfielders with some speed as well, and a very fascinating pick with the Brewers. Just went at number 94, Jacob Morrison from Coastal Carolina. There was a system, and I mean, Switz, if there was a system for Jacob Morrison to go into, it's Milwaukee.
That's a great fit.
Yeah,
that actually totally changes it. Like you like Jacob Morrison heading into this thing, right? We were all kind of up on him, but that's like another level of like now that you know he's in Milwaukee. Great shout, Will.
Yeah, no, it's very, very really exciting pick there for Morrison. And Astros are picking 95. They're not sure how much money they have. They just took Ethan Frey from LSU as well. So I know they didn't have a lot of money, and I assume when they got Nyans early on in that, when they got him at 21, that was probably an overslot. So they didn't have a ton of money to spend, but Frey potentially an under there as well. But yeah, fascinating pick. And as Yolo says, Bauer's going to school, I'm guessing probably a safe assumption at this point, going to Mississippi State, I would think. So what do you think?
I would say so. Yeah, I think Mississippi State there, that SEC nil money, pretty confident he's probably going there.
Yeah.
Asking price is probably a little too steep at this point unless someone's really pushed money down.
Same with Appenzeller. I think we might be able to think at this point. I mean, I guess there's a chance if we got drafted the next couple picks that maybe someone has enough money, but I think that him going to campus was always like a decently legitimate possibility. I'm trying to think of who else is still kind of on the board.
I mean, looking at the board, who kind of has the money? Like the only team that really makes sense is the Angels, because they probably save quite a bit of money with Bremner. Although we don't really know how much they're saving. Like it feels like exactly. Like if they would have saved some money on that pick, it would have been put it out there pretty quickly now.
Yeah, I feel like they would have made that pretty clear. Sorry, Drew. Not Drew, Rhys. I was just seeing that Mason Neville has not been drafted yet. Neville Neville. What are we thinking on that? I mean, 40th ranked guy on our big board. I know he's kind of your guy. What do you think teams are thinking?
Maybe they just don't buy the swing and the contact skills, which I can kind of see. I just thought it was a nice, worthwhile gamble. fourth outfielder type, like maybe you know, Orioles second, third pick sort of vibe is what I was hoping. But yeah, I don't know. He's been one of the more surprising fallers. Plus, we have, you know, we're talking about all these high school arms falling, and, you know, with the NIL and everything, which you can argue whether that's a smart decision or not, because freshmen are being advised, you know, by some of their by their teams and stuff to maybe avoid going to college because you might not play or whatnot. But I mean, the NIL must be pretty lucrative at Mississippi State. And where's Appenzeller committed? Clemson or
Tennessee?
I forget where. Tennessee, that's right. Okay, cool.
The
that's
most
right.
NIL.
That's why Drew likes him so much. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. Yeah, I'm super interested to see how the NIL has sort of shaped up this draft. I think we can talk about that after the Angels pick.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's just a lot of guys on the board left who you didn't necessarily think would be here. Like, we're still waiting on our guy Daniel Dickinson to get picked, even Corbin Dickerson. Like those two guys.
Yeah,
you know, they're gonna come up in this range, but nothing really went as expected tonight, other than like the prep shortstops were awesome. Switz, was that kind of the vibe all year long when looking at these lists? Was it always just like, man, prep shortstops and college arms are really all that we're gonna get out of this class?
That's what I pretty much got from my intel. A lot of the top 10 teams, every time they went out there, it was college arms and shortstops. They were linked to a lot of them. There were some teams looking for maybe some kind of underslot, try to save money, push it back. But it looks like with where they're at right now, looks like most of them just took whoever was best on board and kind of went with it. I was actually kind of surprised there wasn't more college arms in the first round than what we actually saw. But pretty much it was shortstops, college arms was what the talk was. Shortstop kind of took over. So I kind of understood why the college arms kind of slid a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like we got a question here. Jenkins Gaming. I just got here from work. How did the Pirates do? This is actually something I almost talked about just a second ago. I really like the draft that the Pirates are putting together.
Yeah.
Looks like Seth Hernandez. Sorry, and I gotta go through and find all these picks. Seth Hernandez, Cervantes went to the Pirates, another really good prep pitcher, and then Murph Gray and Easton Carmichael. So do you have any thoughts on that kind of being the day one haul for the Pirates?
I really like the first two picks there. Seth has the highest ceiling of the whole draft. I think he has the ability to be that front of the rotation kind of guy, which looking at his timeline might be the guy replacing Skeens because probably not going to be able to keep him around. Cervantes, I really liked him. I don't understand why he didn't get a little bit more hype. Very good motion on the mound, really good control, really commands it very well. He, to me, was a very high floor dude for the high school level.
Absolutely. And yeah, and then my Murph Gray shout, man. I just think it's a fun pick. It's at 73. I think that's right in the range where you take a chance on the guy that's 6'5" with immense raw power. I don't know. I'm just gonna throw it over to Will and Rhys. I don't know if you guys have any themes that you're kind of noticing or picking up on here.
Well, I guess Gray right off the bat. Gray had a phenomenal summer on the Cape, and I can only speak to when we were playing his team in a 1-game playoff, and all of our coaching staff sat around the table for about an hour and a half trying to figure out how to get Murph Gray out because we hadn't been able to do it the whole summer. But I think the one thing with Gray is that you got to work on the approach. There's a lot of chase there. Which could potentially scare some teams off, but I think at that range, I think that's a really good pick, and I'm a big fan of the Pirates draft. I'm a big fan of Easton Carmichael as well. I think the Pirates had an excellent day one.
Yeah, shout out the Pirates, man. Shout out my boy Connor Kirkon over in that. He's doing all the heavy lifting. No, I'm just kidding. They don't let mascots make picks. No, I think that I like them. I like the Cardinals draft quite a bit. Liam Doyle, obviously, if you get the best player in the draft at 5, I think you're doing pretty well for yourself. And yeah, I just think, bouncing around. I mean, the more I think about it after talking with Greg, I kind of get the Ethan Conrad pick, and I kind of get what the Cubs are doing here. Obviously the Cubs are doing a pretty good job drafting. I mean, they drafted Cam Smith, who's looking like a future star for another organization. I guess you got to do that when you make a trade for Kyle Tucker. And yeah, I think I also really like the Phillies draft. The Phillies just are nailing it. Gage Wood, Kate Obermuller, just a fantastic 1-2 punch to start the draft.
Yeah, it almost feels like we're in that time of the night where we only got about 5 more picks left here, and then we start talking about winners and losers, best picks, best available, and who's going to campus. So I don't know. Will, Switz, do either of you guys have like a couple teams right now that you're just like, yeah, I like that draft a lot? Starting to talk about maybe winners and losers or teams that you didn't like.
Well, I think the two that I really like San Diego's draft as well. I'm a big fan of Schoolcraft in the first round. The Padres also took a guy that I love in from the third round, Ryan Weidman from Western Kentucky, 6'5". He's an insane profile because he swings at everything, but he hits everything. And there's probably 70 grade raw power in there, but he just swings at everything that he doesn't actually get to use it. But he's a strong body, can play center field, probably a 70 runner. If you can tamp and work with that approach a little bit, Weidman is a guy that I've heard from some scouts that absolutely love. He's polarizing because there's a lot of the model teams don't love the guys with high chase rates, which Weidman, I think his chase rate was around 40% at school this year, which is outrageous. But he can make contact with everything, and if you can work with the approach and get him to make some better swing decisions, you could have a real guy on your hands. So San Diego was a team that I thought had a nice day.
Absolutely, Switz. You got any teams kind of like that?
I kind of want to piggyback there off of the Weidman pick there. I talked to a couple Ohio Valley scouts about him, and the two words I had really for him was puzzling and infuriating, because
there we go.
kind of like you're trying to say there, he should be getting out, but he's not getting out. He's just finding ways to get on base and make plays. So they're having a hard time project what is this guy really is. So that's one. He was my dude all year long doing the daily sheet. Like, that dude just absolutely rakes everywhere he went. So that was one of my favorite guys. Really surprised that he got drafted this high. Really thought he was going to go to he committed to Clemson. Thought he was going to be really stuck with that commitment there and try and redo his value, but looks like he's probably going to go pro with that pick right there. But class, team draft I kind of like right now, outside of what I said with Tampa Bay. Let me pull up that one. It was Kansas City.
Okay, my bad. Kansas City.
Yeah, I really like their first two picks.
I like Kansas City's with Gamble and Hammond. Josh Hammond was one of my favorite preps in the whole class. Started out kind of a right-handed pitcher, as he's been ever since he was 8th grade on the PG and the summer circuits. And then this spring, he just absolutely blew up as a hitter. He just started raking everything in the North Carolina area and really showed that he can actually be that dude in the lineup that can be a power hitter as well. Gamble, very athletic. I think he's probably going to end up in center field. However, he does have the ability to kind of move around as a jigsaw piece. And then Lombardi pick, I think, is really low key. Mm-hmm. Very athletic arm. It's pretty easy. Came in as a two-way player to Tulane. I think that dude has the ability to be some kind of a rotation piece for the next level.
I think that's a great shout. I would follow that up, and Rhys, we'll go to you next. My team is the Twins right now. I think I really like what they've been doing. I mean, the Merrick Houston pick is good. I don't think it screams oh, this is the best pick ever. I think there's a really good floor with that pick. And then they went Quentin Young and they went Riley Quick. And I think Riley Quick was kind of one of the pitchers I was maybe higher on than others in the last couple of days, kind of doing some deeper research into him. A lot of really good pitches for Quick. So I like what the Twins are doing so far today. And Quentin Young is just a lottery ticket where if it pays off, I mean, it's going to be really good. And then they got James Ellwanger too. So Rhys, do you have a team in mind?
Yeah, I love what the Brewers have done. They drafted our boy Andrew Fisher first to start off the draft. I think that's a really nice foundation. And then they really made a swing it with Brady Ebel, who there's always the rumblings, is he going to be a Dodger draft pick? They kind of just picked the Dodgers pocket there. J.D. Thompson is a perfectly fine third selection in the draft. I like him out of Vanderbilt. We got Frank Calderon, and then I really like the Jacob Morrison pick. Jacob Morrison just pounds the zone. The Brewers are going to be able to find that next level up with this stuff, and I think that this is a guy we could see take a big step forward in the Brewers organization. And I wouldn't be surprised if in 2 to 3 years we're talking about him being Logan Henderson should be starting for that rotation, but it's not. It's a loaded rotation right now. It seems like everyone's all healthy all of a sudden. So yeah, I can see Jacob Morrison being a really good like 4 starter with 3 seasons.
Absolutely, and a notable pick in my opinion at 104. Sorry, Rhys. I think we got Wi-Fi problems, but a notable pick I just saw at 104 to the Dodgers. Landon Vidoric. Well, we good? Landon Vidoric is some of the loudest tools. Yeah, you're here now. Sorry, Rhys. This is the end of the draft. We're tired. Nate Snead just got drafted to the Angels. That's a fun one or whatnot. But Vidoric is some of the craziest tools. If the Dodgers can hone those in, so I don't know what your thoughts are on Landon, but I saw him at the combine, and man, it's a crazy profile if it all works.
Actually, surprising, dude. I've actually seen him since he was 9th grade.
No way.
At Baden High School, that dude was an absolute stud on both the gridiron and on the diamond. Watching him at that young age, you knew he was going to become something. Dude tore it up in showcase circuits. Dude tore it up during summer ball. The dude was really good there. Went to Cincinnati, and there he was really trying to figure himself out there. Play a little bit of short, play a little bit of left and right. Really found himself his home in the right field. I think he's going to be a really good platoon kind of guy for the Dodgers. The power, bat speed, rotation, absolutely unreal. I think he needs to work on the contact skills. That's where I have him a little bit down, but dude's going to be a really good project for one of the best player developments in Major League Baseball.
It's a really fun end of day one pick because someone who probably wasn't slotted to go that high necessarily, especially with consensus. And then Nate Snead, I mean, the flamethrower out of Tennessee, it comes in at 105. That's a fun one. I don't know if you got any thoughts on that, Will, but I watched Snead throw a bullpen at the combine, and it was one of the more electric things I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, the Angels are the Angels clearly have the type that they're looking for. They go Nate Snead and they go Chase Shores. So those are two guys that, again, Snead probably a reliever, but I think that that those are two guys with pretty loud stuff and potentially in the back end of the bullpen. And you're right, Snead if he can harness it some, that's the stuff is pretty loud and flamethrower. I'm jealous. I wish I could have watched the Nate Snead bullpen. That must have been nuts.
I mean, it's 4 distinct pitch shapes. So if the Angels want to get interesting here, they could definitely start him out as a starter, like maybe bump down a level and figure it out. But or he will be starting in their bullpen in April. Yeah, or maybe tomorrow. Yeah, that's a great shout. Yeah, guys. I mean, we made it. We're finished. 5.5 hours. Rhys, you look disheveled. You look like you fought a war.
I did. I fought a war with 105 players. I fought through it. Shout out to us, guys. I can't believe we did it. And guess what? We get to do it all again tomorw.
We're doing so many more picks
4 through 20. 4 through 20 tomorrow.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
dude, it was so nice to see you, Switz, man. I haven't talked to you in a long time. I missed one time. Switz and I had a great call. I felt like I was the only one talking, and then Switz was just like, yeah, you just let me talk and let me cook. So I appreciate you jumping on, Switz. I miss you, man.
Thank you. I hate to break the news to you guys, but Switz is also our first guest tomorrow. So
heck yeah, let's go.
We're ending tonight. We're recapping with him, and then we will be recapping again in the morning once I feel like he's a perfect guy to have on to kind of talk about the first 105 and then what we expect to see the rest of day 2. So, we'll see you guys in 12 hours or so.
12 hours. We'll get ready to do it again bright and early in the morning. I mean, not as early as you guys on the West Coast. I'm thankful to be in the Central time zone at least, so it's not crazy early. But like 7:30 your time? That's starting, Nate and Rhys?
Yes,
Which
sir.
I don't know if you're a West Coast guy, but
oh my god.
Yeah, we might have push it back a half hour. We'll see. I'll be in touch, fellas. But that'll do it for our day 1 MLB draft stream coverage. Thank you so much for tuning in, anyone, for any amount of time. I mean, we had 5,250 of you guys today, which is absolutely insane. It's truly incredible. So thank you for trusting us with your draft coverage, and we encourage you to come back tomorrow for even more. So thank you so much for being here, and we'll see you tomorrow.